Good morning. It is day 3 of the Future Investment Initiative. Today, we're going to be journeying to the new frontiers of investment and technology. And to do that, I need everybody who's here with me in the plenary to come close to the main stage, because I've got a question for you in a minute, and I need you close by so that I can see your answers. The needle of our compass today is going to be pointing up towards space and aviation. We'll also explore biotech, cybersecurity, robotics, venture capital, startup nations, Global South's road to COP28. But first, artificial intelligence is set to transform global societies and economies at an ever-increasing pace with unknown consequences. Traditional models of regulation and oversight may struggle to keep up, and the world needs to get to grips with AI, and it needs to do so right now. There are optimists, there are pessimists. Will self-replicating machines destroy capitalism, ushering in a new era of abundance and freedom, freeing us all from the drudgery of work? Or will the AI become so omnipotent and hyper-intelligent that it destroys humanity to protect itself? We're going to dive into the facts. We're going to look at how AI will transform finance, revolutionize productivity, enhance creativity. How will it change sports and entertainment? We will ask what to embrace and what we should regulate. Should this be transnational, as we heard from Elon Musk quite recently, requiring global cooperation like civil aviation and nuclear technology? And we are going to meet one of only a dozen people in the world who have been implanted with a brain-computer interface. Most importantly, how can we make sure technology ushers in an era of prosperity for all that doesn't lead to a binary world with one class of people told what to do by machines and another who oversee or work with the machines? Let's get a taste of what's to come.
Generation AI is here. Are we ready? The financial landscape is on the brink of an extraordinary evolution. With its potential for data analysis, artificial intelligence rewrites the rules of the game. How can business leaders steer AI to reshape the future? AI's market size of $207 billion is expected to grow up to almost $2 trillion by 2030. As AI profoundly changes the world, will humanity command its course or cede control of its destiny? Generative AI shifts creation's canvas. With its expansive potential, even simple actions can spawn new masterpieces. A new era dawns, one of human-AI collaboration. Are we prepared to create together? As 5G stitches AI and VR into society's fabric, and cheaper but smarter devices connect people and planet across all divides, the line between our physical and digital worlds is rapidly dissolving. How can humanity stay grounded during this technological transformation? Ready or not, Generation AI is here. Welcome to the Generation AI Summit at the 7th edition of the Future Investment Initiative.
So here's my question for you. How many of you today, right now, use generative AI every day? All right, not bad. How many of you have it on WhatsApp? Right? So do I. So our first session is going to look at how generative AI is set to play a transformational role in the financial landscape. How can financial leaders leverage this emerging technology? How can they overcome the hurdles around bias? What partnerships do they need? And what human skills are still going to be necessary? There is so much to discuss. So let me hand the stage to the moderator, John Quinn, and his panel to take it from here.
Good morning.
How are you?
So we're going to be talking about how AI will change the world of finance. And I thought we'd break the subject down into basically 4 areas. First, how it's going to affect back office operations of financial institutions. 2, how it'll affect customer-facing operations. What will the changes be for the customers? Third, what's the applicability or utility of AI when it comes to actually trading and making investment decisions? And then finally, what are some of the risks that AI presents in the financial world? And so to start out with the first subject, how it'll affect back office operations, let me ask first Antoine, what are your thoughts on that?
So obviously we will see a lot of work being done on KYC and AML. But I'll give you an example. One of the companies that I'm very close to, this large fintech company, they had 1,200 people in customer support. They started to implement GenAI, their own GenAI-based customer support system, and within 3 months, they got a more than a 50% increase in productivity. So the time it took to respond to a particular customer request went from 7 minutes to less than 3.5 minutes.
So a real pickup in speed in terms of responsiveness.
Speed, and of course, you're able to reduce your cost as well, right? So it's better service at lesser cost.
All right. Nick, any thoughts on this subject, how it'll affect back office operations?
Yeah, John, thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer this question. So blockchain.com, we have an AI working group, and it's basically attacking every single function within the business to bring efficiencies, to help improve how we deliver our services to our customers. And some of the most obvious use cases are in back office for customer support. We also see it being used widely in how we personalize messages in marketing. We're using it in our risk and analysis for onboarding and KYC and speeding up how we can get people from sign up all the way through to conversion on the blockchain.com platform. So any company that does not have an enthusiastic approach to adopting AI today is going to be falling behind quickly.
All right. I mean, one kind of obvious application, it seems to me, is sort of compliance and fraud detection, money laundering and the like. If you're dealing with data, you can kind of catch aberrations. Have you seen that type of adaptation?
Yeah, absolutely, and not just in the pure business of detecting fraud, but also, for example, the business of insuring against fraud. So, there are companies that are building cybersecurity, AI-enabled cybersecurity insurance and reinsurance businesses, and it's possible now with AI because you have to essentially predict the unknown, right? When you fight cybersecurity fraud, you're not fighting yesterday's battle, you're fighting tomorrow's battle. So how do you do that? You need to have some amount of predictive power that is beyond the typical amount of predictive pattern analysis that people used to do.
I mean, I've heard also that it speeds up credit. I mean, automating and using AI to make credit assessments and credit decisions, that it's not only faster, but actually is a better predictor on credit risks. Have you had any experience with that?
So in our case, we're using a lot of real-time on-chain analysis, so it's a little bit different than that, but one of the things we're able to do is study all the time, 24/7, 365, the quality of transactions that are happening on-chain, specifically the Bitcoin and Ethereum networks and many of the other ones. And this is helping us detect fraud, it's helping us detect malicious activity, and preventing bad actors from basically using our products and services.
How about financial analysts? Are there going to be fewer financial analysts? Are we going to have generative AI, which is going to be basically listening to investor calls, assembling information, coming up with reports for investment committees?
Yeah, I think so. I think it also goes beyond this. So I came across a company that actually was able to scan the financial analysis reports and do that quarter after quarter, and detecting the differences in trend by a number of financial analysts and being able to deliver alpha as a result. So, to your question, yes, we'll have less financial analysts, maybe better ones, augmented ones, but also we'll have new opportunities to use these brains to do other things.
I mean, how soon do you think we'll see the impact on the workforce? I mean, the labor market is very tight right now. How soon do you think we're going to see actually this affect employment in the finance industry?
I think it's already affecting it, but to the point of whether or not you can use these tools today, we're using them to screen these types of articles and basically summarizing that content, then doing trend analysis over a duration of time and feeding that into a news feed that we deliver to our customers on a day-to-day basis. And so I don't know if it'll cause necessarily mass layoffs right away, but companies that aren't using this are going to see productivity decreases. And so really, you may need to empower your workforce to learn how to use these tools, encourage them to practice using them and get good at prompting them. And that's sort of where we are today. But longer term, AI and the future of financial services are going to be highly correlated. It's not a coincidence that technologies like blockchain and AI are emerging simultaneously. They are highly symbiotic. You need to have a lot of informatics, and you need to have a lot of ability to understand what those informatics are revealing to us to develop trends and sentiment, and then improve your products and services to deliver better things to your customers. So when you talk about better, cheaper, faster, this is all those things in combination coming together right now.
How will the customer perceive the difference? How is the world going to be different for the customer as a result of the use of AI in the finance world?
So you talked about credit history, right? And the lack of credit history that very often means that the unbanked or the lesser banked people, especially in the developing world, are having trouble accessing financial products. I think AI will solve that, because AI is able to look at data that is typically exogenous to traditional credit history, credit analysis, and being able to form a pattern or develop a pattern for a particular user, and give the financial institution the ability to bank that person, right, finally. So we'll see that. The second thing we'll see is what was historically available to high net worth individual, complex products, will be able to be offered to the mainstream customer. And the reason why we'll be able to do this is because effectively you'll have your personalized financial advisor on your phone. That's starting to happen. As this happens, eventually we'll see the democratization of complex finance, which is great.
Yeah.
I agree with Antoine. I was talking to a CFO yesterday here at FII, and it's always been a privilege to have that type of function in a major business. But within a few years, every household in the world will be able to have a CFO for their financial needs, for their planning, for paying their bills, for finding their best vendors to work with, to help them shop, and much more. And so I'm excited about the efficiency gains for those things, but also if we have better tools to help families manage their income and their wealth creation, this will raise the standard of living for anyone who's engaging with these types of tools. Yeah. And on the democratization side, being able to pull a lot more information about a potential customer that's not just where they came from, what job they have, what university they went to, and whether or not they have the right income, but more of their behavioral information, you're able to build a more comprehensive risk score for a potential customer. And to me, that provides an amazing opportunity to increase the market that financial service firms are able to serve.
How about the use of AI in actually making investment decisions and trading decisions and picking stocks? I've heard that there's a bit of a controversy in that area because the markets, at least the public markets, are maybe too noisy, so the signal to noise ratio is too high. It's too much subject to exogenous events like pandemics and wars and things that cannot be predicted by AI or anyone else. Any thoughts on that?
So, I actually built an AI-enabled hedge fund years ago. And at the time, what you could do, right, was you could work on pattern detection and you could work on optimization. So you could find complex patterns in the markets and trade those, or you could try to optimize the best entry point and find your best exit point. But it was very hard to understand the world. You could not make sense of the world. What's different now with especially generative AI is that we're beginning to approximate human cognition. Mm-hmm. So machines are able to progressively, it's a bit controversial still, but we believe, the industry believes, that through understanding language, you're beginning to build some cognitive model of the world. Right? And if you begin to build cognitive models of the world, eventually you're beginning to be able to trade or to make more semantically based decisions. And so, whereas I think historically the scope of this was very narrow, you're going to begin to see going forward companies that are trying to build end-to-end AI-enabled trading strategies. I think we're not there yet. It's a very complex problem, and I think there'll be a lot of failures before there is success. But I think it's the realm of possibility now.
Nick, any thoughts on that? The use of AI in making investment decisions in trading?
I tend to agree with Antoine's perspective on the long term. I think in the near term, there are going to be some very big challenges. AIs are particularly good at summarizing information today. You can use them to co-author literature, but they're not very good at dealing with current affairs and world events. If you were to ask it about geopolitics today, it would give you some fairly shocking answers to questions that are evolving in real time. There's a lot of work to do ahead of us to improve these models, because right now we're sort of being, I would say, impressed by their fluency. But unless you look at it carefully, you may be confused about what the reality is. And so they are not yet effective at understanding the world. However, as we improve these models, I have a lot of confidence that they will be effective. And longer term, the merging of these things is quite inevitable, but it is important to understand where we are today. There's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and I want to add something. So machines, we want to use machines. Why? Because they're technically fast. I mean, their clock speed is faster than that of the human brain. But in investing, there's a big difference between trading and investing. If you trade and your trading time horizon is a minute or a second or a few hours, then you can use the speed of the machine to learn fast. That feedback loop is very leverageable by the machine. But if you trade over quarters and years and you are a PE investor or you do big macro type investment, machines, you cannot leverage that speed of the machine, right? So you've got to use a good old human brain.
Let's talk about some of the risks to the financial world from AI. I mean, if we have greater concentrations of data, big tech companies, some people talk about a risk of sort of a herding phenomenon, which will create more and more volatility in the markets as big players detect the same phenomena and make the same moves at the same time. Does that sound like a plausible risk to you?
Yeah, I do think that's a possible risk. I mean, you've got a debate going on right now, which has been raging for decades, but it's extremely relevant to the AI conversation, which is how do you train these systems? Do you use open source information or do you use a proprietary data set? And what are the consequences of those things? So, for example, you could train a trading algorithm based on sentiment on Twitter, but would that be an appropriate way to do that? Or would you use a proprietary data set that only you have access to based on your customers' decision making? The outcomes you would have for trading strategies based on a proprietary set of data versus an open set of data are vastly different. And there's going to need to be, I would say, a lot of battle testing of these types of things in the market. But my broader perspective long term is that wider open sets will most likely prevail, but this will come in conflict with the large tech platforms. And Google, Facebook, Apple, and others are going to build walled gardens around their information, most likely, unless they've made public pledges, and there's still some controversy about how much of their data they're really sharing. And so the battleground is sort of forming today around these training models. And I think one of the things that's going to be particularly tricky is how do you compensate the data sets? And I'm actually quite excited about the merging of crypto assets and informatics, because we can now create an entire information asset class where you actually reward these types of training models for good information and input. And if you have lousy input, you'll have lousy output. And so finding a way to compensate the actual data providers and the reconciliation of that data is going to be extremely important.
Well, we're just about out of time, but let me ask your reaction to a statement made by Gary Gensler, the chairman of the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission. He said that it is nearly unavoidable that there will be a financial crisis caused by AI in the next 10 years.
And then to this, I would say probably, but I would retort that over the last many decades, the primary cause of financial crisis has been HI, our very own human intelligence. So I think this is where we should focus first.
All right.
Still.
I think we're out of time. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to John and those excellent panelists for their insights. And we're now going to move on from how AI is changing finance to how Finance and investors are changing AI. And I'm delighted that I'm going to be joined by two investors who have backed some of the most successful companies. I think you'll have heard of a few of them: SpaceX, Tesla, Uber, Airbnb. So I am delighted to welcome to the stage Antonio Gracias, founder, CEO even, and CIO of Valor Equity Partners, and Shervin Peshawar, chairman and CEO of the Edison Fund. Welcome, gentlemen. I think it would be a good idea to start this session with a bit of a scene setter as to where we are in terms of VC. Globally, venture capital investment has had a really slow start to the year, very weak first half, but one of the bright spots has been artificial intelligence. And we have some new stats for FII today. The AI market value will be nearly $2 trillion by 2030, according to Accenture, which means this market will grow by 2,000% by then. Now, should we be concerned by this? Is there a bit of hype in this market? Some of the valuations we're seeing in AI. Antonio, kick us off.
There's definitely a bubble in AI, yes. For sure. We've been investing in this space since 2009, 2010. So our first investment was DeepMind, that was then sold to Google. And we've watched, I call it the AI winter, and now a bubble as usually happens. It, I think, started with kind of the retail investor and OpenAI. So the advent of the chatbot really woke people up to this as a kind of the iPhone moment of artificial intelligence.
It was almost a year ago.
It was almost a year ago, yeah. And I think for us, the iPhone moment, the aha moment, was really AlphaGo or AlphaZero, and we were surprised people didn't wake up to that. But for sure, it seems to us now there's a frothy bubble.
He's mentioned the B word, bubble.
Yes.
Shervin, what do you think?
I think that AI plus, I would add, I'm excited about the merger of quantum computing and AI, and I've been investing in quantum computing for over a decade, AI for the last 7 years. So I agree with you. I think there's a lot of froth, and in a market that has been corrected as severely as it has, people are looking for something exciting to invest in the future, and but we have to be disciplined about the valuations. There's, I think, OpenAI, there's rumors that it's being valued at $80 billion today, and I haven't seen a lot of investments at $80 billion valuation in the private markets that end up doing really great afterwards. If you look at Stripe at $100 billion, you see when the corrections happen, it doesn't pan out. However, if you zoom out and you look out to the next 10 years, 20 years, the unbelievable disruption that AI will do and quantum will do together, will make the bubble look, might make sense, if you know what I mean. So.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So are you saying that so much focus now is on large language models, chatbots? I feel like it's stolen the oxygen from the rest of the AI sector. Where are you investing, Antonio? What interests you now? Because perhaps the age of investing in a big LLM is over.
Yeah, so I'll start by saying that I think Shervin's right. Look, if you look out 10 years from now, for sure, some of the companies that got valued highly will do well and will look great. The LLMs in particular, we're not investing in, and we've chosen not to because our strategy in the space, whenever we see a platform shift, is to invest in infrastructure and applications that we believe have high return capital. And the problem with the LLMs from our perspective is that everything is free. The data is free, the models are basically free, and the capital intensivity to actually operate them is very high. So you need huge data center capacity. So if you add sort of high capital intensivity plus no moat in the business at all around the data or the model, we think ultimately these are just commoditized products.
And regulation will likely disrupt some of this quite a fair bit.
Yes, I mean, it's an unknown, right? So when you have that regulatory overhang on top of this dynamics of no moat and high capex, it makes us nervous.
You're interested in AI, but as you mentioned, colliding really with another technology, quantum.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the potential there and why you see that as a bright spot.
I'll give an example. In the laboratory out of Cambridge University, a company was born called PsiQuantum, PSI. And I've been looking at the quantum space, hoping and dreaming that it would actually become a marketplace. And just in 2021, the first sales started to happen for companies like D-Wave IonQ, and I'm an investor in both of those companies. And they were the first quantum companies to go public. Quantum is working on using photonics, which will kind of solve the heat problem in quantum. The current designs generate a lot of heat, so you need a lot of cooling. So data centers for what I call cloud computing, but with a Q, quantum cloud computing, need a solution. Quantum is going to hit 1 million qubits by 2032. We're at like 5,000 qubits today. So 1 million qubits is like the power of God, the mind of God. And we'll be able to solve problems that would take us 1 billion years to solve with our current computing power. So at that point, the human brain has difficulty understanding what advances will happen and how it will impact our civilization, but it will be a foundational impact. It's bigger than the mobile revolution, bigger than the internet, bigger than all of these bigger than the Industrial Revolution. And that took 150 years, whereas this is going to take 10 to 20 years.
How
hard?
Happen
really fast.
But given this, how hard is that for you both to put a valuation on some of the businesses you speak to? Because if you're investing in a technology that is in the sort of early stages of development but has huge potential, but maybe have no customers, how challenging is that for you?
I mean, look, we've been doing it for 25 years, right? So it's not our first cycle. It's not Sharon's first rodeo. We've seen bubbles before. The reality is trying to pick, great companies, great products with great teams. It's very simple in all sectors, whether it's AI or some other sector, and eventually they will win. Great. For us, it really comes down to those two things. Is the product really going to work? And does the engineering work? So in Quantum's example, the engineering does work. It's a matter of time. And is the team great? If you get those two things right, price matters, but what really matters is the future, as Shervin described.
I do believe there's going to be multiple trillion-dollar companies in the AI space. The question is going to be, people say, well, what's going to be the Google of AI? It might be Google is the Google of AI.
I was going to say Google,
right? And so I think there's going to be the AI wars, like similar to what we saw in the Uber wars and all. When you invent a new industry, there are major tectonic plates to begin shifting. And large companies might become small companies, and small companies might become large companies in record time. Like Antonio said, this isn't our first rodeo. I do think we're only in the first inning. And so I think we have to temper some of the excitement and invest over the long haul in foundational technologies and breakthroughs.
Making sure excitement doesn't sort of bleed into disillusionment, I suppose. What milestones do you give founders today to try and develop some of these technologies that still need a lot of development?
So we invest across the early stage and late stage, depending where we are in the cycle of the company. In the very early stages, it's typically engineering milestones. So are we actually hiring great people, and are they achieving the engineering tasks required? And does that allow us to sort of continue to fund the company over time? As we go later stage, we do want to see companies actually begin to commercialize. So we will look at commercial milestones and how the customer, like the product market fit, works for the customer.
I've been shocked by how many tech companies don't invest in their regulatory policy teams. I helped build the first regulatory policy teams at Uber and Airbnb. I brought Jim Messina from Obama's campaign. He was Obama's campaign manager. Later, David Plouffe joined the company, and we kind of invented the idea of regulatory arbitrage. Regulatory in AI is going to be absolutely foundational. We have to, and these companies need to invest in having incredible regulatory talent, policy talent. And so, to the ones I talk to, I ask them, what do you have there? What are you thinking? Because government will control how AI is implemented around the world.
And how commonly do the businesses you speak to have that covered?
I think it's frustrating in a lot of tech companies. They've not valued it as much. However, I think the dawn of when ChatGPT became 100 million users in 90 days, it woke the entire world up. And I think that's been the disruption that has made everyone, both in terms of government and in terms of companies, realize this is something they need to focus on.
There is so much discussion about regulation from the EU, from the US, even from the companies themselves. At what stage do you think we will have something concrete that companies can work with?
Oh, I think we have it now. So I'll give you an example. We have, I'm here with Zipline. You met Keller, the founder of Zipline. It's one of the most exciting companies I've seen since Tesla. And what Keller did is he went to Africa. This company actually has autonomous drones for the delivery of blood and drugs in Africa, and now it's coming back to the US for both healthcare and retail delivery. He went to Africa for 5 years, built the system in Rwanda with the Rwandan version of the FAA, and then brought that regulatory regime back to the US. The US FAA adopted a very similar regime. He created the regime he's operating in, and about a month ago it was approved. We have the only system flying in the US now. He has more autonomous miles than anyone flown in the world. It's going to be the largest commercial airline by the end of this year in the world. That, to me, is the right regulatory engagement. It's finding a place like here, like Saudi Arabia or in the Gulf region here, where you have regulators that are willing to work with companies very quickly, build your regime, and then help it populate around the world. I think it's better to try and build that future than it is to sort of be a taker from the governments when governments want to partner with companies, and that's what we look for.
I'm seeing companies that are going from 40,000 customer support employees, support staff, to 1,000 in the next 12 months. 10,000, another one is going from 10,000 to less than 1,000. And so the job disruption that I fear is going to happen over the long term is really being accelerated, and it's going to be in these types of roles. So we also need to think about what is the definition of a job and how are we going to replace these jobs? What are people going to do? Because there could be an age of despair, even in the next 2 to 3 years, where you suddenly have masses of people that are being unemployed because of AI technology and the efficiency that it brings. And I think we need to think deeper about new ideas that systemically can heal some of those breaks that are going to happen. And one idea I just want to propose here on stage, I did it at the conclave with Peter Diamandis, who's a dear friend, and we did a conclave here on AI. And this idea came out of my Uber experience. You look at self-driving, and I believe self-driving is really kind of the first killer app of AI that's in the streets, it's working. You've seen in Waymo now is in San Francisco, it's in Santa Monica. So it's beginning to happen. So you have millions of drivers that are going to be replaced by self-driving cars. I believe that we could actually build a system where the drivers today participate in a program where they begin to become owners in fleets of self-driving cars. They become small business people who actually own, manage, and maintain fleets of self-driving cars. And they begin to gain passive income from that kind of opportunity. I call this kind of universal basic opportunity, not universal basic income. You shouldn't just give handouts to people. Enable them, give them, empower them, and give them ownership in the very technologies that are going to disrupt their lives, but create opportunity out of it.
But this is a discussion that needs to be happening right now. I mean,
Right
we're
now.
already seeing huge disruption in jobs. And according to McKinsey, this is a new stat for FII as well, 50% of work will be automated from 2030 to 2060, which is huge. It's not just customer service and coding and driverless taxis. It'll probably be all of our jobs will be in some way disrupted by artificial intelligence. So, Antonio, that's one example. How else do we ensure that this future that we are carving out at breakneck speed, much faster than the Industrial Revolution, this disruption, how do we ensure that the future that we create is utopian, not dystopian?
Right, Star Trek, not Terminator, right? That's how I think about it. Yeah, and I'm more of a Star Trek fan, by the way. So I'm an optimist by nature. I was with a senior decision maker yesterday in the region, and he pointed out to me that at the time of the Gutenberg printing press, so around 1455 or so, the same things were being said about the printing press. It's going to take out lots of jobs. We're going to have lots of deep fakes of the Quran and the Bible and other books. We should regulate it, and it was banned actually in many parts of the world because of this. I take that view. I think Sherman's right. There will be many interesting solutions that humanity comes up with to solve this problem. Over time, we will figure this out. I believe we'll figure this out. There will be some disruption, right? There'll be some time where there's even possibly social unrest over this. But we will figure this out. And so I'm very optimistic about it. I think markets will ultimately win. And humans have adapted new technology throughout history. It's another technology step for us.
You sound more passive than Shervin here, who wants to take a more active role in sorting out job disruption. Do you think that this will work itself out without decisions being made by governments, by companies?
Well, governments will make decisions and companies will make decisions. The question is, will they make the right ones? This is the question. So, will you have unintended negative consequences in the decision you make? And so I think the right answer is to go through time, see the problems you're facing, and then resolve those problems. I think anticipating with regulatory frameworks what might happen, you don't know what's going to happen, could actually chill development. So I think we want to be careful about the balance between the regulatory framework, which we need to have, and how we apply these rules and what happens to the development of the technology. We don't want to ban the printing press. We don't want to have these kind of knee-jerk reactions to what's happening. I think we want to embrace this and find a way to make humanity better, not so much be afraid of it, but think about how to work with it.
The other risks that we see here, beyond job disruption, which is, of course, right now, we see misinformation, that's an issue for now. We see the risk of AI weaponry, automated AI. And, of course, if you look further forwards, the existential crisis of AI for humanity. And we've seen lots of AI CEOs, lots of people in this area co-sign a number of letters. How concerned are both of you? Is this a conversation you have with founders?
These are deep conversations that are happening for sure, at dinners, at meetings, at board meetings. I think we all realize that we're about to witness civilizational change. I think, I've held the view that we're kind of at the end of whatever this current civilization is and the beginning of something else. And if it leads to Star Trek, great. But it could also
Let's hope.
Yeah.
But if it leads to the Matrix.
But we need to be visionary and creative, and we need to really focus on what is best for humanity. Humanity doesn't exist to make companies profitable. Humanity exists so that we can actually have.
This is breaking news for FII.
But at the end of the day, my hope and dream is that people are going to be given time back to be with their families, to explore their passions and in their communities, to be with their families, to find more time to really go back to the village from where we came from. So I have this kind of more idealistic view and hope that if we manage things correctly, we could be in a renaissance like what happened after the printing press, but a renaissance of both wisdom being democratized and also freeing humans from just only working to be able to put food on the table, to actually pursuing pursuits that they're passionate about and inspire them in their communities.
Antonio, I'm going to give you the last answer. How concerned should we be?
Yeah, so inside the human brain, in the amygdala, is both fear and compassion. And I think we need to recognize that our fear is stronger than our compassion. It's how it's actually designed, so we stay safe as humans. We are going to have to understand ourselves much better in this period of time. I think it's the most important thing, is understand what it means to be a human, understands how technology interacts with us. And look, you carry around a brain in your head that's about 3.5 pounds and the most powerful per ounce computer in the world. This is the reality. If we embrace that and embrace our humanity and embrace how we help each other, I think we're going to end up in a Star Trek future.
I love to end on a positive note. Excellent. I think it tees up the next session rather well as well. Thank you very much to both of our panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Lou Jepson, and I'm your moderator on the Brain-Computer Interface panel. We're going to be talking about the future of brain-computer interface, but that future is already here. Let this video roll. Impressive. James made that video here in Riyadh in his spare time. James Johnson, the one, the only, is a former registered nurse who was in a rollover accident that left him paralyzed from the neck down in 2017. He spent 3 months in a medically induced coma before ultimately deciding to use an experimental brain-computer interface. He's one of approximately a few dozen people who have had this implant made by BlackRock Neurotech's chips, and which connects the brain to the computer. And today you're going to hear about his experiences. And first, as a way for the audience to get to know you, where are you from? And how long have you had your implant?
So, I'm from California. Excuse me just a second. Get a drink. Thank you. I'm from California, and I've had my brain implants for 5 years so far. It's been a wonderful experience to be able to link in with the computer, to be able to control various technologies, such as computers, robotic limbs, driving, and as you will see later on during this session, me actually driving a car on a test track. And from the comfort of my living room, while the car is 2,000 miles away from where I am, and I will be able to control the vehicle through a Wi-Fi connection with just my thoughts. So it's pretty exciting.
So I've had brain surgery. It was the hardest thing I ever did. What was your decision-making process in having brain surgery to join this experimental study?
Well, as a registered nurse in the States, I was always accustomed to giving to the community through my job, and just my personality was one who always gave back. And when I had the accident and lost the use of my limbs, I thought, okay, well, what can I do at this point? So when I was approached with the opportunity to take part in this experiment, I kind of just jumped at the chance. I felt that it was the only way that I could give back again. And so I had no reservations about doing the surgery to get implanted.
So I've heard you say that the brain-computer interface feels intuitive. Can you tell us, describe what you're imagining so you're able to paint, control cars, and do all these things you're able to do so intuitively?
Right. So I've been asked many times about what is it exactly that you're thinking, or how does it work, right? Because most people can't wrap their heads around the ability to move objects with your mind. So what I have people do is imagine moving your ears, right? I tell you, move your ears, and what you do instinctively is your tongue goes to the roof of your mouth and you try to push in order to move your ears. Well, that's exactly the type of effort I have to put forward in order to move an object or move a cursor on the screen.
That's interesting, and you're moving more than that, and I think we have a video queued up of you doing the first time in the world with anybody with a brain-computer interface. What are you doing?
So, in the previous video, I showed you some gameplay, and Imagine our brains are firing off neurons billions and billions of times throughout whatever we're doing. When I'm doing the gameplay, imagine the technology is interpreting, BlackRock's technology is interpreting all that neural activity and creating an algorithm which in turn can be applied to an external device like a PlayStation controller. So in that video, in the video that you're going to watch right now, is you're going to see exactly how we're applying the BlackRock's technology in order to get me to have the capability of driving a car.
Okay, let's see that video.
We're going to do a series of demos now in which James is going to remotely control the steering wheel. James is in Los Angeles, California, or close enough to it, and he's now controlling the vehicle that is in Michigan. And now, James, turn left.
Okay, that's good.
How you feeling?
Feels pretty good. Controlling a car with my thoughts.
It's so cool.
And maybe tell us what you're trying to do as you do it.
All right. I want to go forward. And slightly to the right. And slightly to the left.
Good. There you go. Perfect. Nice. And even further turn. That's a very nice turn. There you go. And you're pointing straight back. Lap number 3.
Oh, that was beautiful, James. Very smooth.
Thank you.
He's gonna whip it. Oh!
Oh. Yeah, James, you're already hired as driver.
Thank you.
You have no idea, James. This is so long in the making, and this is really, honestly, this is a moment like sort of first man on the moon. Nobody's ever done that.
That's awesome.
Unbelievable. Never expected this to happen.
So it's amazing, all that with 2 chips that are a small bed of nails, a millimeter and a half in depth, that just sit on the top of your cortex, all that. So having lived with this for 5 years, what's your wish list for what's next for BCI and what you want to do?
What I really want to get from this experiment is an external device, an exoskeletal device that will bridge the healthy portion of my spine across the damaged area and reconnect to the other half of my spine so that we can take those neurons and reconnect so that I can, again, be able to move the rest of my body. That's what I wish.
Okay, so BlackRock Neuro's got a lot to do, and with that, should I fade to the chairman of BlackRock Neuro and the founder of Apprian, who's a large fund who's founded and created several multi-billion-dollar biotech companies, and BlackRock Neuro is well on its way to do that. He's the investor and chairman. This is Christian. And as one of the world's leading investors in neurotech and brain-computer interface, what got you excited about the technology?
Okay, well, it's very simple. You saw the video. So it's definitely from all of my companies, the most, in a good way, crazy ones, exciting ones. Yeah, I think I don't need to explain it. This is fucking cool.
But it's risky. Thank you for doing it. It's hard. There's not enough money in this, clearly. And look at the results with just what's been done so far. It's amazing.
Meaning risk is always a definition. Meaning, how I see BlackRock is actually very simple. Like, at the moment already, by the way, because it's reality, it's not that we had to invest to make it happen. Like James has his implant since 5 years, the sort of longest patient has it since 7 years. So when I met the company 4 years ago, this was already there. So this is not a vision, that's reality. So our near-term plan is with brain-computer interfaces, you can solve, as you see next to me, or very simple to explain, some of the most sort of pressing problems for people, from people who are quadriplegic. We have one other very fascinating patient. I don't know if you know here what ALS is. ALS is a neurodisease where, or a disease where over time your entire muscles in your body fail. At the very end, these people are lying there, can't even speak because you need muscles to speak, but are completely mentally there. So it's practically you're locked in your body for the rest of your life. And we have one patient who is unfortunately already in this end phase where he can't even speak, and he has a chip from BlackRock in his brain, and he's thinking, and the computer, the loudspeaker of the computer, is speaking for him. So we're able to transfer, you would call it telepathy in other times, his thoughts with a chip to a computer, which is speaking for him. The next thing is we're working on cochlear implants because we're also able to transfer noise or speech or whatever you hear directly in your brain. So to help people who can't hear anymore, because current hearing devices are pretty bad actually. I don't know whoever has listened or you can get the sound bite, what people hear with a hearing device, it's not good. And give us 5 or 7 more years and we will be able to send thoughts from one brain directly to the other because we have both sides of the equation already. So what we're doing at the moment, coming to risk, it's already there, we're building a medical device company who will solve some of the most pressing issues. If we succeed with that, that should be at least a multi-billion-dollar business. So the big vision though, I believe in 10 plus years from now, so not that long, because that's a short blip in time, we all will have brain-computer interfaces, because why stop at healing or curing something? Why not also empower us, or sort of improve ourselves? Why, for example, stop at giving people just their hearing back? What is if we all could have super hearing? And we can, because like obviously once I can sort of send noise to your brain, I can also say, I can send noise you hear 100 meters away. So practically suddenly that opens up so many fascinating ideas how we can sort of enhance our brain. And then in the very last iteration, what I want to build actually, and I don't know who's here, I heard in the former session, Star Trek, who has read the book or seen the movie, by the way, super recommendable, Ready Player One, which is one of the big sort of movies or books for gamers. Ultimately, what the goal of gaming is, or the goal of entertainment, you want to create hyper-realistic worlds. You want to create a holodeck enterprise, but it turns out, that's my belief at least, the holodeck is not a place, it's actually your brain. Because last sentence, why do you think you're sitting here and watch? The only reason is because you see one sensoric input, your bum is feeling the seat, second one, you feel the air conditioning, so the breeze on your skin. Every single reason why you believe, by the way, when I'm actually challenging if you sit here, why you sit is the summary of your sensoric input, which creates the illusion that you hear. We have already proven it's simpler to take information out of the brain, which we call reading, but in device, we have already proven that we can put information back into the brain, which we call writing in the brain. So once we're able, maybe 20 years from now, to sort of create sensoric input in your brain directly without your sensoric organs, I can create any illusion in your brain which you want to. So this will be the final stage of hyper-realistic games. You will push a button, and you're going to be in any place, in any time, in any fantasy world, and it will feel and it will be completely realistic because it's not you have at the moment. Your brain creates the illusion because your sensoric input. So ultimately, we're going to be like an Apple or like Oasis in Ready Player One, sort of the, don't want to use this, it's so negative connotated, but like sort of the technology which empowers gazillions of worlds we can create in our brain.
And what about the memory enhancement?
Well, complicated, we're working on that. It, again, not so complicated, is 10 years away. But again, last reunion was 25 years ago. I was there some months, and it was like, okay, this was like yesterday. So 20 years, 10 years, that's not a long time frame. It shouldn't be a big problem to add memory to our brain. As I said, like I can go through years we have.
What will we do with the memory enhancement? Do we ever forget anything?
First of all, it's just like great. Like take a student. Like I think I need to go to any university. Memories. Like actually, I believe because like again, reality just. I think reality is an illusion, but like in any case, reality is just a second because it's this moment, and then the second before is already a memory. So the more I think the whole life is about collecting memories. So the more the merrier. I'll give you one other very practical example. Like in some years from now, we should already be able, because again, we have the ALS patients, which is sending thoughts. We have the hearing patients, which are receiving information. Imagine, okay, fair, you're all bosses, but like imagine you would ever in your life sit again in a job interview and you get asked a very difficult question and you don't want to look foolish and actually you can't pull out your phone and Google it because that would be very obvious. So in 5-7 years from now, you might just think and might say, hey, Google, in your thoughts, can you please help me and give me that information? And you're going to hear the answer directly in your brain. Google will say, yeah, well, this is...
Okay, yeah. That's great. We have 30 seconds left, and I think we should give the last word to James. I hear there's a $40 million prize for video gaming coming up in Saudi Arabia. Are you going to compete?
I would love to. I think that we're pretty close and at my control. Definitely gives me a competitive edge.
All right, last word. And thank you so much. The future of brain-computer interface is here and getting better. Well, that really leaves me speechless. Can we give another massive round of applause for James? Thank you so much to James, to Mary Lou, and to Christian. Driving a car with our thoughts. Amazing. You know, that session really reminded me of what Antonio Garcias has said previously about the part of our brain that feels fear being stronger than the part that feels compassion. And part of what's so important about this moment right now is encouraging that part that feels the compassion. That last session made the strong case for that moment in time. So we're going to turn our attention now to how generative AI is flinging the doors open for creation, fundamentally altering how society understands and practices the skill sets that empower creation. So let's bring on our next guest. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. My name is Lawrence Moroney, and I am the lead AI advocate at a small internet startup called Google. You may have heard of us. And my job and my day job and what I really deal in is around artificial intelligence and advocating for artificial intelligence, and in particular around generative AI. And one of my favorite sayings is, if you don't say what you mean, you can never mean what you say. And generative AI is one of those things that is fundamentally misunderstood and has led to a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So today, we would really like to talk about, we'd really like to peel apart what we mean when we talk about the technologies of generative AI and how they can be used to really enable creators and make life much, much easier for creators. And I'm joined on stage by my good friend, Bob Simons, who's really at the cutting edge of this and in really understanding how to use generative AI and all of AI to make storytelling a much better experience. Bob.
Thank you, Lawrence. I'm Bob Simons. I have a movie studio. I've done about 125 different films, and we're very deeply right now into how can we use AI to help tell better stories, and unlock human creativity. This guy used to say that Lawrence lives 5 years in the future, which is a really sort of interesting thing. And for those of us who make content, it's a very interesting time because, as many of you know, Hollywood has been crippled by a writer's strike, which is now over. But the elephant in the room was always how the writers were traumatized by this thing called generative AI. And as a guy who makes movies, I always think of sort of movie metaphors. And I remember the story I was told about, I think it was like 1890, when the Lumiere brothers showed a 90-second clip of a train entering a station. And the people who were in the audience watching this panicked and ran out of their seats because they just didn't know what they were dealing with. And I think a lot of that exhilaration and panic are what's happening right now, at least on the creative side. So I think what we're going to talk a little bit about is a lot of conversations around generative AI have to do with how, at its core, there's an element of glorified autofill, which is you give it some inputs, it scrapes different parts of the web, depending on what model you're using, and it gives you, it does the work for you. And that can be hugely, hugely helpful. What we're trying to figure out is how can you take the other side of the coin? How do you basically use these tools to create the perfect collaborator, the perfect partner? How everybody in this audience has creativity in themselves. They have that spark of originality. It's just really tough to access. And if you can use these tools to help bring that out of people, I think that we'll be unlocking massive human potential.
And I totally agree with Bob, and I think one of the things that is generally misunderstood when we think about the word generative is that we lean completely into generative. Generative AI can do a very, very good job of taking words and putting them on a page, but do those words have meaning? Do those words have emotion? One of the projects that I worked on, and it's actually the one that I met Bob through, was that I, pre-ChatGPT, was working in generative AI with what I was calling small language models, and I was generating scripts for a TV show. And the scripts that I was generating were completely nonsensical. They had a little bit of plot, they had a little bit of story in them, but it kind of meandered and went nowhere until human actors got involved. And when the human actors read through the script and they brought the emotion into that, then suddenly we saw that something interesting was happening here. And we ended up coining the term, as Bob and I started working together, that we called assistive AI, as opposed to generative AI. And when we think about from the creator's point of view, as well as working in technology, I'm also a writer. And as a writer and as an artist, I always like to think of it as when I generate a final product, what's happening is really two things. Number one is the art that's coming from within me, the story that I want to tell, the emotions that I want to convey. And then number two is the craft. And then there's a specific craft that you have to do, for example, to create a screenplay for a movie or a TV show. There's another craft if it's going to be for a comic book. There's another craft if it's going to be for a novel. And there's all of this overhead of craft that I would have to do, and I would have to do effectively, that in some ways impeded on my art. And with the idea of generative AI and the idea of, like, instead of thinking of having these tools to create the words for me, that if they're doing the entire ecosystem of stuff around that for me, analyzing my story, finding faults in it, helping me find the right beats, helping me find a strong protagonist, and all of these kind of things, now suddenly I am a far more effective artist. It is not taking away from my art, and in some ways it's actually enhancing my art. And we have a joke between us that, it's like 90 minutes of video does not make a movie, right? You can give a kid a camcorder and they can run around and they can film a whole bunch of stuff for 90 minutes, but that's not a movie because it's not telling a story. And this is where, when we start thinking about generative AI, going beyond writing, going into all areas of our life, that here's where the opportunity really lies. Not in replacing human creativity, but in enhancing it. Another example that I always like to use, I'm in software after all, is like when we think about coding and software developers. There are many people out there who will tell you that software development is dying and software development is a dying art and you're wasting your time in learning it. I'm going to give you the counter argument, because I think generative AI, large language models, and all of those kind of things will make you a better software developer. Because if anybody has ever done any software development, or you've worked with people who do it, a very small part of what you do is actually the coding. A very large part of what you do is writing test cases, writing documentation, upgrading when you have new dependencies, and all of these extra things that are very difficult that add value are where large language models can be used and where they can enhance you as a human to be better at your job and to be more productive at your job. And so, there are so many areas like this, and I think when it comes to telling stories, to come back to this, to be able to think about the emotion within stories, that giving somebody the ability to unlock themselves and to unlock their creativity and to be the next big storyteller is just an amazing opportunity.
I actually really liked, obviously, a lot of what you're saying. It's interesting because we're training our model with a lot of the biggest, or at least most expensive writers in Hollywood, people who struggle with creativity on a daily basis. And they're not afraid of generative AI. What they like about this, and the thing that the overwhelming note is always, slow it down, it's doing too much for me. And there's an architecture to story, they want those guardrails, but they want to actually pull it out of themselves because, the cliche is that, art has a soul, and AI, at least yet, has no emotion. It can mimic emotion, it has no empathy, it can mimic empathy, but when you're telling a story, it's not really about the plot. That's the equivalent of just walking around and filling 90 minutes of footage. What we're really doing, and I've said this before, is that we're selling emotion. So what actually makes you engage in the content, makes you engage in the story, is that it's eliciting some sort of emotional response to you. So what we're trying to do is use this to make those emotional markers more intense and more powerful. Because as we all know, when you make a movie, what you're really saying is, give me money and I'll change the way you feel. For 90 minutes or however long it's going to be, I'll make you scared, I'll make you laugh, I'll get you exhilarated. But that emotional transaction is what makes global content on its core level. It's not just pretty visuals or saying something and having the optics show up. And I think that, again, I've got a big bias because it really is about the story and that emotion. But I think we're getting close, on a number of ways where this is really becoming very powerful.
Absolutely, and I think, one of the things that we've discovered by being down in the trenches between getting deep into the technology and then getting deep into the storytelling process, and not just the storytelling process, but also the story-making process. All of the things that you have to do to go from the idea within a writer's heart to a finished movie on the screen that will change people's emotion. There are so many steps along the way. There's so many areas that could be made more efficient, that could be made faster, that could be made cheaper. There's so many ways that, that could then help unlock creativity by not wasting time on things that you may not have to spend a lot of time on. And here's where we begin to see, again, if we get seduced by the idea of a large language model doing all the work for us, we're going to miss that train. And what I would argue is, let's not get seduced by that. Let's kind of start looking at the utility that we can get from these things, not just in the storytelling process, but in every process out there. When we start seeing that whole ecosystem of work that we do around the core business idea that we have, that's when these things can get really, really exciting.
Well, it's funny because when you talk about, look, in Hollywood and in Bollywood and in China, there's going to be massive disruption. I mean, we are arguably one of the most inefficient users of capital on the planet and have been historically. We 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a year, you're making a $100 million bet because, yeah, that sounds kind of good, right? And then you go and you see the movie at a test screening and you go, yeah, that didn't work. Or, God, I wish we could have made some changes before that. Now, people in Hollywood aren't idiots. They're actually quite smart. And they've tried lots of different versions of how they can try to test. I think with AI, this is the first time that we're actually able to get a real response from the ideas, the casting choices, so that when we actually say yes to the $100 million investment, hopefully it's a better use of capital and it's closer to what you want it to be. So I think that will change everything. It'll change marketing, it'll change distribution, it'll change everything for the better. And it will actually open up content making to sort of everybody in the world, because they'll be able to tell stories that cross boundaries and that engage people all over the place. And that really hasn't been possible yet, or this will certainly be accelerated.
Yeah, storytelling is a way not just for us to preserve culture, but also to create new culture. And one of the things at this intersection between AI and storytelling is that level of power that we have to be able to make that more efficient and to be able to make it better and to reduce waste, to me is incredibly inspiring. You know, I like to believe that the future is all around us. It's waiting to be born. And the future is usually born in moments of transition or moments of revelation. And one of the things that we are facing today, and one of the things that leads to the fear, uncertainty, and doubt around generative AI is that it's hitting both at the same time. We're having that moment of transition and we're having that moment of revelation. As a society, we're generally good at dealing with one or the other, but now we have to deal with both. And I believe how we can deal with both and how we can deal with it effectively is having that firm hand on the steering wheel, understanding what these technologies are not just as much as what they are, and being able to build really good examples and to be able to share with each other really good examples of the benefits that we can all reap from that, from Hollywood to software development to who knows what else. Being able to gather in summits like this one is just fantastic, where we can exchange and we can share ideas, and hopefully we can inspire each other. I've met so many amazing people this week. It's my first time in Saudi Arabia, and hopefully it's not my last time. I'm looking forward to many, many more. And I just want to say thank you so much to everybody. Shukran lak.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A huge thank you to Lawrence and Robert for that panel there. And we're actually going to build on some of their insights next for new age culture. So we'll be working on that content creation. I'm back. I'm Anna Stewart from CNN. And we're going to be looking at an area that I'm pretty interested in, media, entertainment. It includes my home turf, news. How will AI, VR, quantum, AR, how all of these new technologies reshape this sector? And I'm thrilled that our panelists today cover media, gaming, and of course, it wouldn't be FII without some investors. So let me welcome them all to the stage. If these panelists don't have the solution to media and entertainment and how AI is going to fix it, I don't know who does. We have Jumana Arashid, the CEO of SMRG. We have Aryeh Borkov, the founder and CEO of Liontree, and Sam Engelbart, partner of Galaxy and founding general partner of Galaxy Interactive. And on the end, Song-Yi Yoon, president and CSO of NC Soft. Media, investors, gaming, more or less, with some crossovers. Jumana, let's start with you. Given your company has a huge portfolio of businesses, you cover TV, digital, print, social. I don't know what you don't cover, frankly, in this sector. And your job is to oversee the digital transformation. So how are you seeing the way to incorporate something like AI into your businesses? How is it going to change the way we consume your entertainment and your news?
Well, first, let me start by saying good morning, everyone, and good morning, Anna, and thank you for this question. I think, if we're going to think about AI, let's first think about the economics of AI and what it can do and how it can impact our economy. A recent PwC report has highlighted that AI is meant to contribute almost $16 trillion to the global economy by 2030, $160 billion of that to Saudi Arabia. So there's a massive opportunity there from an economic perspective. However, as media organizations try to tackle what AI is, try to tackle generative AI, how it can improve the workflow, how it can improve efficiencies and increase creativity, I think that there is the term generative AI, especially with the liberalization of AI and the mainstreaming of AI through ChatGPT and technologies such as Bard, there has been two words that are synonymous with AI, which is excitement and fear. Excitement, because...
I think that sums up perfectly, yeah.
Excitement because, of course, everyone is thrilled to be engaging directly with this technology. Unlike other buzzwords that we've heard over the past couple of years, this is here to stay, and this is integrated into our day-to-day interaction. Fear, because, of course, I think people think, is this going to replace us? Is it going to replace the human element of it? And this is the biggest issue that we face in the newsroom. Journalists tend to think that AI is here to replace them and take away their jobs. But I think if you're going to look at it from a completely different way, it will change your job. It will allow you to enhance your creativity. It will allow you to enhance your output. It will allow higher efficiency and potentially higher sources of revenue generation, given that you're cutting times, increasing creativity, allowing for these processes to be done in a much more efficient manner. A journalist no longer has to spend 2-3 days editing a report that he's done from any part of the world. That can be AI-led and can be done in a matter of hours. That means more content being created. And this is really what we're trying to institutionalize in the group through an AI strategy. But of course, other fears exist, especially when it comes to a media organization, with the responsibility of spreading news and information and creating news and information to inform and empower a population. The issues with AI that exist are, of course, misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, hallucinations. You lose that element of validating and verifying that piece of information. But that's where that human element comes. And that's where regulation and proper strategy
and issues that we definitely need to tackle sooner rather than later. Aryeh, you are, according to Hollywood Reporter, I loved where my research took me for this panel, media's hottest deal maker. So you're having conversations with the people right at the top. When you look and talk to them about how they evolve their companies and how they incorporate the technology, where does that take you? And are companies moving quickly enough?
Well, I think, thank you for the question. I think that the hottest deal maker is His Royal Highness, our host, the Crown Prince.
Well said.
Because of the beautiful way that everyone's come together here this week. It's my 7th year actually being here, and with Richard Attias and the whole group, and it's a very energizing place to be, and the blessing is that it will all be done in the right way with humility and obviously the way to bring the world together properly, because you definitely feel like you're at the epicenter when you're here. More than you do in Hollywood, frankly. And that's just one part of the equation, which is the creativity. And Jomana and I have known each other for a long time also, and it's been great to work with SRMG and Jomana and people here that really see the world as it should be versus as it is today. And I think all that comes with a sense of humility and empathy and seeing the other person, which is really what AI is also about, because I define AI differently from artificial intelligence. I think about it from the perspective of alliance innovation. How do we bring existing industries into the new era together? Because with that, you bring societies, businesses, existing players into the new world with the most ancient and timeless metric, which is cash flow, not just getting so far ahead of everybody else all the time, but trying to bring it all together, which was kind of how we started at the beginning of COVID, bonded by health. And then we kind of lost our way in terms of this, kind of hyperdrive. And I think AI may be an opportunity to bring industries to the forefront. Content industries are probably the most complex to do that with, because there's a lot of intellectual property and existing owned assets. There's information, misinformation, and the news channels like Jomana talked about. So actually, I think AI managing businesses, managing industries, managing societies will make humans better, because it takes a lot of power of the mind and the heart and the soul to actually govern the societies with AI and make sure it doesn't get away from us.
A lot of the conversation we've had, particularly I think since the launch of ChatGPT last year, has been around AI, generative AI, LLMs. It's not the only technology in town. It's certainly not the only technology that is reshaping media and entertainment. And Sam, for you, because I know that you're interested in the space of virtual reality, what is the future here? I felt like there was a lot of hype, and pre-AI, all we could talk about was the metaverse. Now, do you think this technology is ever going to work in terms of our storytelling, for socializing, for working, for content creation? Is there an application? Because at the moment, I bought a VR headset. I loved it. I got really excited. And then I think I stopped wearing it after about 3 weeks.
Well, I think you're in good company in terms of people that churn out of their headset relatively quickly. I mean, first of all, I just also want to second everything Arye said. I feel so blessed to be here, and this has been an incredible week, and it's my third FII, so not as much of a veteran as Arye, but every time I come, I'm just astounded by the people I meet and the conversations that we have. And this conversation, and in some form, obviously AI is coming into every conversation that we have this week. It's such a big focus of this programming, and rightfully so. This is the first time VR came up for me this week, which tells you something too.
Yeah.
I've been an investor in VR in one way or another now for 10 years. I think I got lucky the first time around. I invested in an eye tracking technology company right when we really thought VR was going to be super hot in
And you sold it to Google.
2013. And it was hot enough that Facebook bought Oculus, and then our company got bought by Google, and it looked like maybe it was going to happen, and then nothing happened. And Google largely shut down their program. And so I've been through one of these cycles. There were probably 3 or 4 similar cycles prior to that, going all the way back to military uses of VR in the early 90s even. We're still some period of time away from, first and foremost, a headset that's comfortable enough for people to really
It's going to be hardware-led.
It's got to be led by both. I mean, I think that's what Meta understands, and you can't really just put out the hardware if you don't also inspire people to create the software that you're going to use the hardware for. I think Apple's doing something very smart in saying, even though the headset that everybody's talking about is far too expensive right now for enough people to buy it and use it for it to matter, but that's going to change over time, and they're doing what Apple always does so well in terms of putting something out that at least lets you experience the full potential of what this is, even if you're not going to buy it right away or can't afford it. That, I think, is the key. And once the prices come down and it's comfortable enough, more people will get into this space. But what we need to do for people to really understand the potential of this technology and why I do believe it's inevitable, there are just very, very few things in the world that can offer human beings a truly new conscious experience. And VR is one of those things when it's done really well. When you actually feel the presence, and especially now that the screens are 2K or even 4K and above, and you're starting to really understand what it feels like to be transported to a different place, that's where we're headed. And the form factor will become comfortable enough in a relatively, I don't know whether that's 5 years or 10 years from now, but when you can have them on for a long enough period of time, and there's a lot of things that need to converge for that to happen, but when that happens, I think we're all going to realize that the great majority of the people in the world are actually going to have their most peak experiences in VR. And we can debate whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's the reality. And there's all these other things we're talking about in the world, climate change issues, financial issues and other things that just mean that there are billions of people in the world that aren't fortunate enough and may not be fortunate enough to have the analog physical experiences that some of us get to have. And they're going to have those experiences, and they're going to do things that they otherwise would not be able to do in a digital environment. And it's just, we're all going to need to travel less, and we're all going to need to use this technology.
So this is going to be something that we are going to have to grapple with, I think, in the media, news, entertainment business, but possibly not just yet. But Songy, I mean, gaming's interesting because you've been immersed in both AI and VR for years while we drag the rest of the sector through it. What lessons can be learned for the rest of media entertainment from gaming and how it's transformed that industry?
First of all, thank you so much for the question. I'm really thrilled to be here tonight, this morning, and I really appreciate being here with the esteemed panelists. First of all, gaming is a very interesting industry. We call it lens into the future, and it's always have been at the forefront of innovation of technology. Whether it's not just AI, but like a VR, AR, like cloud, everything. Before the technology matures to be transferred in other industries. Gaming has been a very safe ground to test out the technology, and when it matures and safe enough, it goes to other industries. And it's not just the technology, it's like business models and other way of doing business on the kind of virtual platform. And the reason is because it's an entertainment, it's safe. I mean, the worst thing that can happen is a client crash in a gaming. Unlike driverless cars, you can have actual fatal result. But at the same time, like the gamers are early adopters in nature, so they want to experience, and that's kind of, they have a very high expectation for us to adopt this new technology. So gaming has always been this, the kind of the innovation epicenter where new technology has been tested. And I think it's not very, it's not different in the case of AI as well. I think we have been, I mean, for example, in games, all these boss monsters, NPC characters, are just kind of characters that's kind of adaptive to user behavior, that's not scripted. We have had our VP of AI designing the intelligence, like kind of their decision-making mechanism since 2004, 2005. And in like moderating chat in a chat window, we use NLP technologies. Also for animation, we use a lot of the AI assistant to help with animating creatures that's hard to animate with humans. Like bipedal creatures are easier to animate, but like characters with the 4 legs and the wings, it's really hard for humans to animate. So we use a lot of AI technology for that. Not only that, like churn prediction, the marketing, and also coming up with the pricing models, right bundle of items that fits the play style of the party specific player is also like AI technology based. So we've been using it for all along, and I think it's very exciting to see all the hype and willingness. Finally, all the other industries are willing to adopt. And I think it's not very different from other GPT. Like there's a terminology like GPT in economics before GPT-4. It stands for general purpose technology. So general purpose technology is a technology like steam engine, electricity, broadband, that brought transformational changes to the industry and how we do the business. And if you look at the historical chart of the GPT adoption, it always followed the kind of J-curve. It takes about 30 years for the technology to be adopted. And like first 30 years, it's actually productivity goes down because people are trying to figure out how to use it for their businesses. For example, when the transformation from steam engine to electricity took place, the people designed their factories, it's as if it's a steam engine-based factory. It took generations of designers to come up with the conveyor belt model in about 30 years to fully utilize its productivity gain. I think AI is kind of going through the similar curve.
Probably a lot quicker.
Yeah, right. I mean, it has been around since 60s and 80s, right? We have gone through many cycles of AI winter, and it's like it's about to come out of that J curve that it's actually be used for actual productivity gain. So like, in other words, if I have to start a gaming company from scratch today, it's gonna be totally different. It will have a different org chart, different technology, basis of technology and how we do the business and how you distribute the content. So I think it's a really exciting time.
In the interest of time, we are going to have a quick fire round.
By the way, there's a theory called Amara's theorem, which says exactly what you said, which is people tend to overestimate technology benefits in the short term and then underestimate them in the long term.
So, which risks are worrying you the most if we are applying AI to this sector? Is it intellectual property? Is it creativity being ruined by profitability? Where do you all sit? You each have, I'd say, about 30 seconds. Jemana.
I would say misinformation, for at least media. misinformation in the sense that how this news is going to be consumed, or news and entertainment, how it's created and how it's consumed. If it's no longer regulated, and if it's no longer part of an institutional process where it's actually being delivered by subject matter experts, and you're making it readily available to people from various walks of life who don't necessarily have the ability nor the power to validate it, then the power to spread that knowledge and that information could have a severe impact on societies. I mean, ultimately, I'll be very quick, but I think, the way that we're looking at generative AI is the same way that we've looked at social media, with the rise of social media. Social media has very much liberalized and democratized influence and impact.
But also created echo chambers.
Absolutely.
Arya?
I would say the human essence and education. What I mean by that is, when people talk about AI, they go right to the head, but don't deal in issues of the heart, which is a very special place for humans to live and bond together in empathy and other feelings. And that could be something that, along with the proper education, which I think tackles Germana's point on misinformation, is the most important risk factor and way to go in to counterbalance this AI progress.
Oh, I love that. Focus on the human. Sam?
Okay, short-term risk, I agree with Germana. It's misinformation. That's a problem. It's here now. We're going to deal with it. We all know we will in, for example, the upcoming election cycle. The technology doesn't need to get any better for this to be a major problem for us, and we need to figure it out. Medium-term risk is unemployment. I think we're going to have major shock in all of these industries, and we're going to have to figure out what to do before we've realized all the inevitable gains from AI really that hit us individually. We're going to have to deal with all the people that don't have jobs as a result of the technology, and that's a very, very real, legitimate concern. Long-term risk, the biggest one is artificial general intelligence. Now, what percentage chance that is of happening is a different conversation, but if we really look at what could offset all the long-term incredible gains from AI that are coming, is the doomsday scenario with AGI.
Songy, you have the last. You only have 15 seconds, but I might give you an extra.
Well, I mean, I think there are many things, but the one thing I'm really focusing on is that really for the next generation of AI engineers, they have that kind of sense of responsibility, because a lot of what the content and the technology they produce will have enormous impact on society.
Thank you to all of our panelists. Fantastic insights. I like the quick fire round. Maybe we should bring this back for all the panels. Thank you very much. Now, I am delighted to introduce the next panel and the next moderator, who is a dear friend and colleague, CNN anchor and correspondent Eleni Giokis. Eleni, where are you?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of FII. How's everyone feeling? Take a seat, please. How's everyone feeling? Yeah? Great, no response. It means that people are excited, happy to be here, who knows. But we're going to get you energetic this morning. Welcome, I'm Eleni Giokis. I'm anchor and correspondent at CNN, and I'm just delighted to be joined by these incredible humans, not replaced by AI just yet, and robots. I'd like to welcome my guests here, Ayman Al-Falaj, CEO of Thika, Marcelo Crowe, founder and CEO and board member of the Clore Group, as well as T-Mobile United States. He's also with Shein. Welcome, sir. And Hong Nam Koon, president and CEO of Samsung Engineering in South Korea. Welcome, everyone. Our topic this morning is synthesis economy. And what's really funny about this topic is that we all had to really Google what it means and what it is to understand its ultimate definition. We're going to go through this together. And we're hoping we're going to find some headway in terms of what it means. But before we do that, I want to time travel with all of you. I want you to go back to 1998. And I want you for a minute to think about what life was like back then. 1998, we started to have mobile phones. They were very simple. Our internet connectivity was very slow. Do you remember that sound when you used to log on to the internet? Fast forward to where we are today, and it's been an incredible evolution and journey. I now want you to
fast forward and leap forward to 2035. And for a second, I want you to think about what it would look like. What our devices would look like. What would your businesses look like? How would AI be integrated into that? How would technology change our lives and change our businesses? And where do we sort of fit into this AI revolution? And I'm hoping that all of you could answer this question for me. So, Eamon, I'm going to start with you. 2035, what does that look like?
First, thanks, Helene, for having me. And I'm great and honored to be with Marcelo and Hong. I hope I can bring something great for the distinguished audience. Well, first of all, future is going to be bright. That's my opinion in this. Why? Because if we really travel back in time, as you mentioned, we will see that the world has adapted technologies in a very good way. We became more resilient to our change. We became more mature in understanding innovation and basically understand how to protect people, society, how to make sure that everything is for the sake of humanity, how to become very human-centric from all perspectives, business perspective, technology perspective, as well as actually what we're serving and what we're doing. I believe looking at it from people perspectives, regulation perspectives, government, businesses, everyone thrives to make sure that they bring the best for society and people.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. We're getting there. Marcelo, 2035, what does that look like for you?
So
many devices, plugged in.
So 2035, I believe, will be a world in which we are all incredibly connected, where pretty much every human being will not only have a device that we use, but I would believe that pretty much every single asset, every single thing that we have will be connected. And when I start thinking of what changes are we going to see, let's talk about healthcare for a second. I believe that we're going to have, today we call them wearables, but in the future it might be something that sits inside our body that is constantly monitoring or the different...
Like a chip in your body?
Like maybe a chip or a wearable or anything that will be able to monitor what is going on with our body. And what happens is you're going to be able to know ahead of time, are you going to have a stroke? You're going to know whether you might have a stroke before you have it, a heart attack before you have it. You're going to know what diseases. And I think that's going to allow us to potentially live much, much longer. And when you live much longer, a lot of things changes, right? We're going to need more food. The insurance business is going to change dramatically.
I'm just thinking, what does this do to the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry?
I think it's going to change dramatically. And I mean, there's so many, I believe that, 10 years from now, pretty much every industry will be different. But I think the biggest disruption will be that we're going to live here. Think of us as our bodies as replaced. We're going to be able to replace some organs ahead of time because you're going to know what's going to fail. And imagine a world where we're living, not 100, but 125 years. And what's going to, pretty much everything will change in terms of the amount of land we'll occupy, the amount of food we'll consume.
And the question is, do we have enough resources for that, right? Okay, Hong, I want to get you to jump in here. You had a fantastic explanation for what synthesis economy is. And by the way, we're all relying on you to solve many problems in the world because you're with Samsung Engineering, you're focusing on figuring out new ways that AI can help solve the oil and gas dilemma in terms of making it cleaner. So give me a rundown of what you're envisaging.
Okay, that is really important thing to our industry as well as other industries.
Yeah.
But before starting our explanation, I just should brief explanation who we are. But Samsung Engineering design and build industrial plant and provide full value chain service in oil and gas and decarbonization and energy transition and industrial environmental sectors. Even we are not in IT company, but I hope it's good opportunity for me to explain how AI technology is used in our plant industry.
Yeah.
I give you one example. But in our industry, there are many uncertainties, likely any other industry as well. And there is great need to increase productivity and manpower mobilization to the site during 3 to 5 years project execution period. So in order to solve these difficulties, we have no choice. We seriously consider how we can utilize AI technology with our accumulated experiences and innovative solutions.
So have you solved it? Have you figured it out?
Yes. So
Okay, tell me.
more detailed sample. Can I?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Currently, we use two solutions, software-based and hardware-based. For the software solutions, we develop EDP, which means Engineering Data Platform. This data-centric system enables all engineering disciplines work together simultaneously instead of having each engineering discipline work sequence.
Got you.
Because this EDP is supported by AI technology and our accumulated experiences.
Brilliant.
Then
Second, okay.
Okay.
Go for it. Okay, we've got lots to get through. Okay, just something that Marcelo mentioned, because I mentioned the word, chip. Would a chip be a viable option? And I know you and I were having a big debate about chips offline before this conversation. Show of hands, how many of you would want to have a chip inserted for health reasons, for making your life easier? Would you allow that? Would you want to have a chip inserted in your body? Yes, no? Okay.
Most do.
What do you think
40,
of that response?
40%.
Would you?
Of course.
Would you?
Sure.
Yes, Han? Yeah. Would you? Well, that's not a chip. I mean, that's like inside your body. That's kind of, okay. I got you. Look, Marcelo, you're with, you're on the board of Shein, and I think, when I was looking into this, one of the things that sets you apart is the incredible AI that goes behind what you're doing. And it kind of got me thinking of the Industrial Revolution in the textile industry back in the 1800s, where everyone was afraid of what it would do to jobs. So what is the new Industrial Revolution or AI revolution for the textile industry? Because you guys are miles and leaps ahead of what the other factories are doing around the world.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to compliment on that beautiful Shein jacket that you're wearing.
It's actually Zara. I'm cheating on you. Sorry, Marcelo.
All right. Well, the next one you'll buy. No, getting serious, I think the best way to think of Shein is a disruptor. If you look at the fashion world, there used to be old fashion, and that is your traditional retail, where you walk in, it's hard to find your size, sometimes you don't find the color. And then there were the innovators, Zara, for example, which basically they grab old fashion and they made it faster, and they call it fast retail today. And we like to think of ourselves as new fashion. And new fashion means it's a new economy in which we're just producing goods based on customers' demand. Think of it as a bespoke model where pretty much every day we produce 2,000 to 3,000 new products, and we're able to produce in minimum batches of 100 or 200 units. And from there on, we're able to ship to 150 countries, to hundreds of millions of people. But we're doing it based on your needs. There's a part of AI that is basically predicting what are going to be the customer needs, and therefore we're able to ship our products, on a day-to-day basis without actually accumulating any inventory. So in that case, you're reducing the famous waste that traditional retail has had of 30, 40%, in which you have a buyer trying to predict what customers are going to want.
Why are you doing it so cheaply?
Well, if you think about it, most of the expenses in retail come from having inventory, having working capital. In this case, we're basically designing the product, manufacturing and shipping it in less than 7 days. So we have no inventory, there is zero waste.
And this is all because of technology and AI and the way that you've been
it allows us to basically predict what are going to be the customer behavior. If you look at your app today, we have a pretty good idea of what you like. And therefore, when you go to your app, we're going to show you something very different than we're going to show him. And that's all technology driven. And that's why Shein today is the world's,
I'm going to get the audience involved again. I'm having fun with this. How many of you have bought from Shein or know someone that has bought from Shein?
Everyone.
That's fascinating. Everyone's very hush-hush about it, by the way. Yeah. We'll talk about the controversy later. I'm not going to let you get away with some of the other things. Eamon, jump in here for me. I mean, we've spoken about two really interesting businesses that are utilizing AI. And when we were preparing for this, we were asking ourselves, how late are we in adapting and adopting AI into our businesses? And the trends that you've been seeing, whether it's from a government perspective or whether it's from the private sector, where do we stand right now?
That's a very good question. Actually, we're very late all the time. When it comes to technology, you will always be late. Why? Because we have tons amount of technologies and thoughts, ideas out there have not yet been navigated. Funny story, if you don't mind, like my 8-year-old son, I asked him, he asked me to have a cell phone. I said, you gotta wait until you become 18. And then he says, no, when I'm 18, I want to have a teleportation. That's important for you. And I was like, what is this?
What?
Teleportation.
Oh, teleportation.
Yes.
Oh, crikey.
I was like, what is this exactly? Does it exist? He says, no, it will exist.
Wow.
I was like, what is it exactly? He says, something that I can go to New York in less than 2 minutes. I was like, wow, that's a very good topic to talk about. Those are the stories that we need to always be aspired to think of, because in reality, we have ahead of us tons amount of thoughts, ideas that has to be explored, and having all great people like those companies and governments supporting everybody. Some governments are really ahead of the game. Some governments are not. We need to be also mindful. And my worrisome here is that we want to make sure that our enhancement, our technological enhancements are always mindful to people, are always mindful to human beings. Because today we have a ratio of 1-to-1 device worldwide. For every human being has one device corresponding to them. That's on average. And in 2030, probably we'll have 29 billion devices, which means we have 1-to-4 ratios. And this keeps me a little bit thinking that do we have enough, as you mentioned, resources, activities, do we have frameworks, ethics frameworks, etc., that serves everybody around the globe?
Yeah, exactly. So think about the value chains, the raw materials, the rare earths that will be required. We already have problems, right, in terms of the supply-demand scenarios because of some trade tensions happening with China and the US. But, that's for another conversation. But Hong, I want to jump in here. If Eamon's son wants to see teleportation by by the time he's 18, I don't know how many years that is, but what skills will be required? That's the big thing. It's like, what are the skills of the future, and how are you dealing with that skills deficit in your business?
Okay, one thing, I will say like this. AI is recently new digital capability.
Yeah.
People say AI will replace the human, but I have a total different opinion. AI's strength is in prediction, while human strength is in judgment.
So I'm not going to get replaced?
Sure.
Okay, great.
So I believe
you might.
They complement each other. But over the last 3 years, our company transformed our work processes together with AI technology and digital digital technologies. And we have put 10% of our workforce into reskilling. How can utilize AI technology into our industries? As I mentioned before, our EDP, Engineering Data Platform, is one of our reskilling results. And then continuously we upskill again our workforce.
Yeah. Okay, got you. Marcelo, you wanted to
So
jump
I think we're up for a rude awakening. In my prediction, about 35 to 40% of the workforce is going to have to be reskilled. So think about it, 1 out of every 3 people job is going to be completely different. So that's going to change things dramatically. That's going to change the way we, the amount of budget and allocation we're going to have to put in our companies to basically be continuously teaching people new skills is mind-blowing. And I'm talking, maybe even higher. And then if you think about it, we're going to have an obligation to be able to provide that training. So think about it. Now we complain that people want to work only 3-4 days a week. We're going to have to dedicate about 2 days a week to just training to all of our employees so they can learn new skill sets.
Yeah, what are these skill sets, by the way? What do we need to learn?
I don't think we truly know, but what we know is that...
We don't know?
I mean, we have a general idea. What we're saying is that a lot of the workforce today, they're going to have to move to different jobs. You're going to have to learn machine learning. They're going to have to understand AI, the functionality of AI. How do you actually complement the knowledge that you're getting from AI, the knowledge you're getting from data? Because a lot of the jobs that a lot of people are doing, the repetitive jobs, are going to be supplemented by robotics, by machine automation, by a lot of different ways. So I think we're up for the world changing a lot more dramatically than, hey, AI is coming. I believe that 35 to 40% of people's job is going to be completely different.
So in broad terms, the macro thing, we need, 30 to 40% of people need to be reskilled. We need to think about that differently. We're going to be requiring more resources because we're going to live longer, so we need more food, we need more everything, and we need more rare earths. It's making me nervous, I'm not going to lie. But...
If you don't mind, let me add to Marcelo. I mean, it's really nice to hear that we will train AIs, and this is nice. What I'm afraid of is that all devices around the globe, they will train themselves. And this is where we want to be mindful, I guess.
So are you worried about that?
Yes, I am.
Yeah? Do you think that there's a big risk with AI? We've seen those petitions, we should stop,
You're right. I mean, if it trains itself, if we depend on those devices to train themselves, then this is it's hard to predict how this will end up like.
Do you have AI anxiety in terms of what ChatGPT, for example, could do and all of that? I mean, we've seen global IT CEOs saying, whoa, we need to slow things down.
I don't. I mean, I think AI can bring a lot of greatness. I think AI is what we're going to fix the education gap we have in the world, and that's huge. I mean, AI will allow us to bring education to poorer communities that in the past couldn't have access to. And if there was a cure for education, I think AI will do it.
Okay, so we've only got a couple of minutes left. There's one other question I want to bring up, and this is very important. It's close to my heart. I grew up in South Africa. I've seen inequality. I travel across the continent. Global South must not be left behind. Emerging markets should not be left behind. When we say 4 devices per person, we talk about chips, we talk about advancements. Are we going to be seeing segmentation globally where some economies are going to be leapfrogging far quicker than others? Are we going to be able to take everyone with us in this evolution? Who would like to?
I think everyone will have a chance.
Yeah? Marcelo?
I think you're spreading the chance, and AI and technology actually allows innovation to happen anywhere. You don't need to be in Silicon Valley today to innovate.
And Hong?
I tell one thing. During this FII 7, we have many discussed about this AI technology and IT solutions. However, I believe AI technology and solution should be driven by human-centric approach for prosperous human development. We don't forget the human-centric development.
Yeah, and then AI, do you think technology can solve some of these global challenges like climate change, inequalities, access, healthcare?
It will be possible to change to the global economy or global climate.
We'll enhance it.
Huh?
And it will enhance the chances.
It will enhance, the probabilities look better. That's fantastic. We didn't talk about cybersecurity and issues like that, but of course that comes into play. We have to wrap it up. Thank you very much for your time. It was such a pleasure to have you on stage with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next time I'll wear a Sheen jacket, yeah? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Eleni. And we're going to wrap up our AI session, I'm losing my words here, on the main stage. And we've got something special for you now because we're going to do something a little bit different. This is going to be a town hall where you're going to hear from 5 business leaders who are going to tell you how they're using AI to really shape a new future. And I'm delighted to introduce the first guest, Keller Clifton. He is the CEO and co-founder of Zipline.
Okay, well, just to, really quickly, by quick show of hands, how many people here have read an article or seen a movie in the last few months about robots trying to kill you? Okay, so quite a few. Zipline uses robots to save lives. So I'll give you I want to just show a quick couple videos to give you a sense for how all of this works. And while we wait for the first video to come up here, so this is actually just a video that I shot on my cell phone. Zipline's mission is to build the first automated logistics system for Earth. We use automated aircraft to deliver a wide variety of emergency life-saving medical products to about 4,000 hospitals and health facilities globally. If you want to see what this looks like, this is an aircraft delivering, actually in 2016, to one of the first hospitals that we added to the network. Here we were delivering a blood transfusion to a mom who was having postpartum hemorrhaging after giving birth. We use electric autonomous aircraft to deliver to all these different health facilities. Here you can see these women in the foreground are basically thinking like, what the hell did we just see? And it's funny because when we started delivering in this way, a lot of customers told us it's as though it's a miracle. It's like blood is being delivered by God from the sky. And then after about 7 or 8 days, people think that this is totally normal. They're completely used to it. So taking us into a zipline distribution center, this is where we're launching and recovering all of these different autonomous aircraft at scale. So here you can see Fabiola, one of our flight operators. The aircraft is accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in about a third of a second. This is 10 Gs of acceleration. From the moment the vehicle leaves the end of the launcher, it's completely autonomous and flying itself. When the vehicle is returning home after making a delivery, we make deliveries out to 100 kilometers. Here we're snagging the vehicle out of the air and then decelerating it, floating it down into the air. We do this about 500 times a day per distribution center. And so just now looking in a 24/7 period, because these distribution centers operate 24/7, 365. We operate about 20 distribution centers globally. Here you're seeing CCTV. You can see it's actually only 3 a.m. right now. So we're seeing sunrise in Rwanda. You're seeing flight operations and fulfillment operations. And in a second, you're going to see the sky map. And so the sky map, every single one of these triangles is an aircraft going out, making deliveries autonomously throughout the national airspace. This enables us, you can see it's only 1 p.m. We've already delivered over 4,000 products. There are often 50 aircraft out making deliveries simultaneously. We've been doing this for 7 years in Rwanda. We now operate in 8 countries. We think that this is the future of logistics in a way that will be 10 times as fast, half the cost, and of course, fully zero emission. So going quickly, yeah, thanks. We think it's cool too. And of course, one of the coolest things about all of this is that everybody often thinks, the future of AI, the future of autonomy, it's going to start in the US, it's going to start in Japan. No, it's actually starting in smaller countries that are moving fast and showing how we can use AI and autonomy to save lives. So every one of these red dots, there are 4,000 red dots on these maps. Every one of these red dots is a hospital or health facility that is placing orders every single day, 24/7, 365, having insulin, cancer products, transfusions, infusions, blood, vaccines delivered fully autonomously. We've delivered 13 million doses of vaccine in the last few years, 2 million doses of COVID vaccine in partnership with Pfizer. We deliver 75% of the national blood supply of Rwanda outside the capital city fully autonomously. So this is, people still think of drone delivery as like sci-fi. It's not, it's scaled. And then to just give you a quick sense for what this really looks like, for the impact, University of Pennsylvania came out with a study, 3-year study done across all of the hospitals that we serve, showing we've been able to reduce the maternal mortality rate in these hospitals by 88%. It went from 460 moms losing their lives in childbirth to below 60 over a 3-year period. So there is a massively important mission here. We think that all humans deserve access to this kind of teleportation. The last panel talked about teleportation. That's great. That's how we talk about zipline service, making teleportation a reality for every human on Earth. We've also been able to reduce missed vaccinations by 42%. And this is all, by the way, while reducing emissions by over 98%. So just to give you one little hint of what the future looks like, I'm going to go back one slide here. Maybe we don't have the video. But just to give you a sense for what this looks like at scale, a few months ago we announced our next generation partnership with Walmart, Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, throughout the US. And at scale, we think that this is going to provide a national automated logistics system that can not only provide universal access to healthcare, but that can also ensure that we have a logistics system that serves all people equally. So I'll wrap up there. But I guess last thought, being in this region, this is what inspires us. Like obviously, countries in this region, particularly Saudi Arabia, really investing in building the infrastructure, the Star Trek infrastructure of the future. We think that's incredibly exciting. We think it's likely going to start here before anywhere else in the world.
Has huge potential. With FAA approval, I think really the sky is the limit at this stage.
Just a month ago.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I'm sorry we are out of time. Applause for Keller Clifton. Right, next up, shaking up the sports industry with Charlie Ebersol. He is the CEO of Infinite Athlete. And I think some of the videos you can see here will also blow your mind.
I love this conference. I'm talking about sports technology, and the last guy was saving millions of lives daily in Rwanda. So, same. We at Infinite Athlete are looking at one of the core problems of AI around entertainment and sports, but really infrastructure in general. The fundamental challenge with AI is that it requires a lot of data, and it requires structured data. AI is only as good as what you put into it. And like all infrastructure globally, you can tell the difference between someone who has great infrastructure and who has terrible infrastructure, because when you go on ChatGPT and you ask them for someone's history and they start talking about things that have never happened, it's because the quality of the input is terrible. 15% of all data available is on the open internet. 85% is enterprise. It's behind a firewall, it's not accessible. Sports, which has been the place where every major innovation of communication has started, from the radio to the television to the satellite communications to mobile devices, all of that started around the same desire we all have to see who won the World Cup, to listen to an NFL game, to watch a baseball game or a cricket match. So what we've done is we've partnered with the biggest leagues in the world. We partnered with the NFL and the Premier League, and we're expanding into this region right now. And what we've done is we've invented a technology that is about the size of this box. It synchronizes every single piece of data from inside of a stadium live at zero latency, about 25 milliseconds of latency. It synchronizes it, and then it uses AI to compartmentalize everything into one place, a single API where people can build whatever they want on top of it. The sports business is ultimately just a licensing business. They find a certain number of people and they charge them as much money as is humanly possible to air the rights to their games, but everything's the same. There is no real fundamental difference between a Monday night football game and a Thursday night football game and a Sunday night football game, other than the fact that you're paying to watch it on Amazon or NBC or BT or TNT or whatever the platform is. What we've seen in technology is that when Steve Jobs stood up and invented the iPhone on stage in front of all of us, that by itself was groundbreaking, but was truly revolutionary was the App Store. The ability to democratize people's ability to create new businesses and deliver it to the entire world simultaneously. What we have done is we have taken all of the data from sports and created a marketplace in which anyone can build any new product and create new revenue sources for the leagues, but also new platforms. We are the largest player health and safety and performance company in the world. We power all player health and safety and performance for the NFL. We're partnered with FIFA. We do most of the gaming platforming that people are building simply by giving them access. I am not able to show the videos, so I'm just going to describe it with puppets that I have brought in my pocket. No, just kidding. At the end of the day, what we want to look at as a company and what we want to look at as a space is if we do not build infrastructure that can actually deliver quality data to the AI platforms we are building, we will not build anything functional. We will build very cute toys where people can write their exam papers by speaking into a phone, but we won't build the revolutionary technology we've been hearing about for a long time. And we believe that if you start at sports where you have billions of people trying to interact with the product at the same time, it will educate people on how you can build and what you can build, and that's what we've done.
Charlie, that was brilliant. I'm sorry we didn't have your slide for you. But you did excellently anyway. Charlie Ebersol, trying to transform one of the hardest industries, I think, to bring into the 21st century. And now we have Herman Narula, co-founder and CEO of Improbable. This one is really immersive. Take it away.
Hello. It's a real pleasure to speak here to everybody and to get the chance to show you some of what we're working on. So I'm a passionate gamer. Does anybody here enjoy video games? Well, that's good to know, because there's almost 3 billion people who like video games on the planet today. And for young people, games are not just entertainment, they're a continuation of their social experience. But these are quite limited in what they can do. Games like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or Battle Royale experiences can handle about 100 people at once. But what if we don't want 100 people? What if we want 30,000 people, and we want them all to speak and interact in ways that would otherwise be impossible? And what if we don't just want to do that in the context of a game? What if we want to bring those 30,000 people from around the world into a stadium, or into a world where they can interact in rich and meaningful ways? Now, to do that, we need to process billions of messages a second. We need completely new rendering technology. We need a completely new approach to building and scaling distributed systems, and this is where AI comes in. So I'm going to show you now an experience we created just a few weeks ago with Major League Baseball, where we were able to take for the first time a live baseball game and bring thousands of people into that world at once, singing, interacting from all over the world. One second. Just a second.
Hey, well, greetings everyone. Officially, welcome to today's.
These are all people, real people.
At the MLB virtual ballpark. Head on inside and find a good view. All you have to do is stay close to the foul lines and warning track. But in the future, you'll be able to explore any angle at any time of the game. You can select which point of view you'd like to watch the game from. You can be your own TV director. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over to Tropicana Field and let the action begin.
Rays fans, welcome inside of Tropicana Field. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to those joining us in the virtual ballpark with Game Day 3D.
So we're here streaming the live actions of every player into a space where thousands of people are watching simultaneously and able to interact along with people in the real stadium.
Let's sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
So we have people able to use their own voices in a massive crowd, and for the first time ever can process all of that data at once. You can access this through a phone, through your PC, through a VR headset, and all of this connects together as well.
So now would be a good time to go have a look.
3-2, and a broken bat pop up on the infield, and that will do it.
Thank you all once again. Have a good evening, and we'll see you next time in the MLB virtual
And
ballpark.
as a next stage, we're going significantly beyond this. Not merely bringing lots of people into a single environment, but starting to connect each of these worlds together. And we're expanding our work from sports into music, into culture, allowing communities in different parts of the world to interact in new ways. And this is technology that anybody can use. Using just simple off-the-shelf technologies like game engines and web technologies, you can build content and deploy it into this world and have it interact with absolutely everybody in a single place at a single time. Thank you.
Well done. Herman navigating some technical issues, but did incredibly well. Now we're moving on to something perhaps a little more serious, but incredibly important, an application of AI for healthcare. Let me welcome to the stage Punit Singh Soni, founder and CEO of Suki.
Thank you.
Have you got one?
This? Well, it's a pleasure to be here. How many folks here are nurses, doctors, clinicians of any kind? Put your hands up. Nobody. How many people are patients who have ever seen a doctor or a nurse? This is how important healthcare is. It touches everybody's life. And I'm going to submit to you the biggest impact of AI, artificial intelligence in the world, is going to be in the sphere of healthcare. The biggest public health crisis in the world today is the shortage of clinicians, doctors, nurses, MAs, and PAs. And I think that speech, language models, consumer-grade UI is going to come together and build a new kind of AI assistant that will be used by doctors, clinicians across the world to deliver healthcare effectively. And that is basically the premise of the company we are building called Suki. So this is the product. Now, the primary question is, if you can actually build an AI layer over all of healthcare, what kind of a company would that be? Isn't it strange to you that in search we have this game-changing large company called Google, in social you have Meta, in e-commerce you have Amazon, in media you have Netflix. Where is that seminal, incredibly interesting, huge, large company in healthcare? Why does it not exist? It's 5 to 7% of every country's GDP. In US, it's 20% of the GDP. How come there is no company in healthcare? My thesis is that the disruption point at which healthcare technology is going to completely change is artificial intelligence, and it is here with us today. It will start first in not clinical activities, but in administrative work. So the AI assistant will be there next to the doctors, and it will write their notes for them, or it will do their orders for them, or it will take all the content and put it into the electronic medical record automatically as they're talking to the patient. But then slowly and steadily, with all the data that's available, it will be able to do clinical decision support. It may be able to say, well, you're prescribing this medicine for a person who's got hyperkalemia, this is an issue. Or it may be able to provide you drug interaction information at the point of care. And then it'll start moving into core clinical activities. So imagine a surgeon's doing an operation, and there is an AI assistant there to assist, provide all the information on their fingertips as they move forward. This is going to happen, and it's going to happen through, if I can get this to work, through the idea of a mission, which is to take healthcare tech and make it truly assistive and invisible so that you can focus your clinicians on doing what they love, which is taking care of patients. We are doing this by building a voice-based digital assistant. Think of it like a Siri, but for doctors. This Suki assistant is deployed in about 200 plus health systems across the country today. It's being used in US. It's been used across major health systems by doctors as they are talking to their physicians. In the time that I've spent doing this presentation, about 10 to 15 patient encounters have happened in the country where they are using this assistant while they're actually working with while they're interacting with their patients. So what does it really do? Now, I had a beautiful video, but I was told it's too promotional. So now I'm going to tell you what it does by talking about it. Imagine a world where you walk in, a doctor walks into a clinic and says, hey, Suki, show me the schedule. Suki brings up the schedule. Then it says, well, the first patient looks like it's Jane Roberts. Can you please give me a summary of Jane Roberts? What's she coming in for? What's her background? Suki actually creates that summary, gives it to the doctor. Then it says, bring up her chest x-ray. I want to take a look at it. Summarize the findings. Suki, listen to my conversation with the patient and summarize the note. Put together all the information, clinical data. Change that one thing there that you have written. By the way, prescribe doxycycline 5 milligrams over 3 weeks. I'm making this up. I'm not a doctor. Take all of this information, submit it to the electronic medical record. Suki, stop. Now show me the next patient and summarize. This exists today. This is not a futuristic world. This is actually a product that works today. In a world where we have driverless cars and people are talking about going to Mars, I think it's high time we could actually rethink healthcare technology. Because what is the most human thing to do in the world? It's actually to build healthcare tech that's democratized and available to everybody else. And that is the promise of Suki and artificial intelligence. So thank you.
That was wonderful. I'm the daughter of doctors. I think this would have helped with the never-ending administration and burnout particularly well. Thank you very much. And now for our last business leader, May Habib, the CEO and co-founder of Writer.com.
Hi, everybody. My name is May, and Writer is a generative AI platform for the enterprise. So what that means is we combine a large language model with all of the tools and services companies need to build really useful things with them. And our vision is to be able to help work become more joyful, more creative, take a lot of the tedious tasks away from some of the cognitive manual labor that we do. If you take two things away from this town hall, I'd like them to be two things that we have learned over 3 years of running Writer with enterprise customers like Accenture and United Healthcare and Spotify and Uber. And actually a 10-year career that me and my co-founder and some of our early product and engineers have had in the NLP and machine learning space. And the first lesson for us has been around approaching generative AI as a problem of enabling people versus rolling out new technology. And what I mean by that is the following. Most people, if you give them an empty box and say, you can prompt whatever you'd like in here, this engine is going to do so much of your work, will literally write nothing in that box. It's not very well known, but ChatGPT has an 86% abandonment rate, which means 86% of people who try it don't become active users. And that's not what we want for our technology. That's not going to be what's required to have a transformation that is led by AI. We really need to enable people. And so our approach has been really different. When we go into a company, we work with leaders to help build AI programs that are really bottoms up. What are the workflows? What are the tasks that people feel really constrained by? Either they need more headcount and they can't get it, or it's processes that take too long. And when you really involve people, it has become a real tenet of the much faster transformation with AI that people are seeing. The second learning for us has been in investing in AI literacy upfront. And there is a lot of work in AI right now, governance, task forces, chief AI officers, et cetera, people trying to collect use cases. But there is still a lack of understanding around how these transformer models actually work, what is possible, what isn't possible with the technology. We have a customer, Intuit, that has done this so well. Before using Writer or any other AI tool, they take a 10-minute little quiz and test. Think of it as like a AI literacy test that helps them identify, what does AI-generated content look like? We don't want that necessarily. What are answers that you might ask a model that it does answer for you, but the answer is probably wrong if it doesn't have the data that it needs. And so AI literacy being where people invest first has definitely been, one of the accelerants to AI programs working really well. So much of this moment, has been compared to the iPhone, and I personally believe that AI is going to be a bigger platform shift and a bigger transformation than even mobile was. But the thing is, when we all got our iPhones, we were instantly addicted. We were using them for hours quite quickly. And that has still not happened in generative AI. It's still very, very early days. And so our learning, if I leave you with one thought, think about generative AI in your organizations as employee first. Your role is to enable your organization with AI. It's a competitive advantage for attracting people for sure. And number two, invest in AI literacy before tooling. People knowing what these models are capable of, what the risks are, is so important to being able to build the kind of AI-enabled organization we all want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, May. That was wonderful. And that wraps up, really, our morning of Generation AI. And I hope you've seen, literally from this town hall, just how many applications there are for artificial intelligence. And you've heard, of course, from all the panels before of all the stakeholders, the investors, the role we can all play in shaping this new future and making sure it's utopian, not dystopian. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome again to FII. Please turn your attention to the main stage so we can continue our next conversation. Gentlemen, please take a seat.
Thank you.
Your next session is called Securing the Future, and when I first initially started thinking about this conversation, I questioned whether it was going to be about global aviation, whether it was going to be about space or defense. And I think the caliber and talent of the panel that we have in front of you means that it can indeed be about all three. So let's get the conversation right underway. Joining me is His Excellency Salam Al-Kubaisi, the Director General of the UAE Space Agency. Sir, welcome. Pierre Bourfin is Chairman of the Board of Bombardier. Dr. Brendan Nelson is Senior Vice President, Boeing, and the President of Boeing Global. He also served as Australia's former Defence Minister, so great to have you. And Ambassador Stefano Pontesorvo is Chairman of Leonardo. Ambassador, thanks for being here. So I think it's important to point out first that in the defence arena, recent tensions and conflict in our region and abroad have really highlighted the crucial nature of defense and the role that, of course, aviation plays in our security future. It has also highlighted the need for a well-regulated defense industry here on Earth and in outer space as well. So, Your Excellency, I thought we could begin our conversation with you. Space technology, exploration, tourism, all advancing very rapidly now. What is the agency working on, and how do you keep the UAE ahead of the curve, whether it's in satellites or whether it's in Mars or even on the ground in the UAE and across the region?
Thank you, Daniel. I want to start out thanking our host for having me today and to be joining an esteemed colleagues on this panel. Back to the question, I need to start out saying that there is a main driver in our government to change, develop a new knowledge-based economy. And that's, spread out and reflected in many of the mainstream strategies within the UAE. Space sector is chosen to be an enabler for this transformation. With that said, there have been, a sequence of major flagship projects, space projects, especially in space exploration, where the long term of these projects can ensure covering our grounds in developing our capacity for young Emiratis in the technology and science of space. That's one side. The other side is making sure that there is an organization as the UAE Space Agency play also a regulator role for the sector to ensure high standard levels and safety levels for our future projects, and ensuring that we have a flux through a grant system for our young entrepreneurs who want to venture in the space sector.
We'll talk about some of the opportunities and challenges in the space sector in a moment, but I wanted to move it over to Pierre as well and ask you about some of the trends that you see within the industry at Bombardier. I speak with aviation executives regularly. What we've seen, I guess, post-COVID is a real rebound in the aviation sector. Seems like the order book has improved, travel demand has been recovering as well, routes are opening up. What are you seeing in terms of orders and deliveries?
Well, it's very good right now, and you're right. From COVID, there was a refocus on private aviation because of the flexibility, and also because a lot of routes from airlines shut down because there was no volume. So private aviation is always an enabler to get the place where people need to go for working. So we've seen the development of the market, particularly here in the Middle East, since the way people travel, where they want to go with all the mega projects here, they need to go see the development of the projects. They need to travel more in the region. So we really see a change of pattern. Of course, business aviation is still very much, the US is still very much the big market, but there's great opportunities around the world.
So how many aircraft will you deliver this year, and how does that compare to target?
Well, we'll be right on target. I think one of the challenges since COVID has been the supply chain. Unfortunately, companies had to let go people. They lost some expertise. So meeting the target has been a challenge, but I'm happy to say that Bombardier will be right on target. But it takes a lot of follow-up
and have developed trust with our suppliers around the world, people that we've had long-term relationship with. We can be transparent and what are the challenge and really be able to move parts in an efficient way.
Okay, fascinating. And Dr. Nelson, Boeing is also a global leader when it comes to commercial and defense aerospace. Walk me through some of the trends that you're seeing in the sector right now. What's driving demand?
Well, look, firstly, the FII, in my opinion, is a reflection of the economic and social transformation, if not revolution, occurring in the kingdom. Vision, a plan, and a deep commitment to bring in as much expertise as possible to deliver a better future. Absolutely outstanding. In terms of the trends, our vision is to connect, protect, and explore the world and beyond. And in every part of that, as Pierre's just said, we've consistently got it wrong in forecasting the demand for commercial air travel following the pandemic. And at the moment, our biggest challenge is supply chains keeping up with our production of commercial aeroplanes to deliver to our customers. In the defence world, for reasons that are not good, the demand for defence investment from countries across the world is significant. The Stockholm Peace Research Institute tells us that last year defence investment increased 4%. We're looking at anywhere from $200 to $700 billion a year of increased defence investment over the next 5 years. Japan, for example, will be the third largest defence spender in the world within 5 years. And that, of course, is creating business for the Boeing company and for our competitors. And then in space, communications, commercial travel into space, and of course the militarisation of space, which brings with it both opportunity and significant risk. And as we manage the geopolitics on Earth, which are extremely complex, we have to be focused also on agreements about how we responsibly use space. And amongst the many challenges, this is probably the most complex operating environment for business since the end of the Second World War. But amongst our many challenges beyond supply chains and a major energy transition and the existential challenge of a changing climate is the labour market, talent, actually getting people who have the right skills and also a broader social perspective on what we do into our workforces.
Dr. Nelson, can you expand on how you see the global security situation today? I might ask you to put your former defense minister's hat on, because we see tensions between the United States and China. There is tensions over Taiwan, the war in Ukraine, now Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza too. How would you characterize the global security and defense situation today?
We are living through the most consequential geopolitical realignment in our lifetime. Henry Kissinger, of course, a giant, a doyen of diplomacy, on the occasion of his 100th birthday, described this as a world of disorder. He described the world being riven by the Sino-American rivalry. And yes, and you've nominated some of those geopolitical risks and tensions that exist. We've seen a nation invade another nation, Russia into Ukraine, something we thought we'd left behind at the end of the Second World War. We have turmoil, of course, in the Middle East as we speak, and of course we have tensions in the Indo-Pacific. But you know, I go back to what the President of the World Bank said in his outstanding interview in the opening session, when he's asked, is he optimistic, covering these and other issues. He said, without doubt, he said, I am, and it's young people. And especially for young people in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in this part of the world, that optimism and belief in a better future is what we have a responsibility to nurture, which I think in a very big way the FII is achieving to do.
So there we have it. Dr. Nelson has outlined some of the challenges. Ambassador, what does that mean for Leonardo's defense portfolio moving forward? How are you leaning into this?
Well, we're doing well, unfortunately, because I always say I'm temporarily the chairman of Leonardo, permanently an Italian citizen. I much prefer my government to invest in schools, infrastructure, education, rather health, rather than the stuff that we produce. But that's the life, Dr. Nelson has, and I subscribe word by word to what you said.
We are a very articulated business. We go from airplanes to tanks to underwater to satellites to cannons, electronic stuff. We make $4.5 billion a year of helicopters. So it's unfortunately, the bottom line is looking good. Going forward, I'm not sure it is, because we are, as I say, we need to invest. We invest every year, like all defense or aerospace companies, but we are between bullets and bytes. So where to invest? The Ukraine war has shown us that traditional warfare is still important. The tank, which we thought we didn't need, many of us dismissed our tanks. So the Italian government is rebuying frantically, and so are others. Tanks, because you need the firepower to halt whoever doesn't like you, so to speak, without going into diplomatic niceties or complications. But also you have the intermediate future, which is it's unmanned. I'm told that over 10,000 drones are used a week in Ukraine, and that kind of changes the game plan. Plus AI, which needs to be applied to everything we're doing. Actually, we are also becoming a cyber by design company. Meaning that whatever you build, satellites, even your tanks, the most mature technology, those have to be cyber secure, because the electronics is so sophisticated that you don't need to stop the motor, you need to disable the systems, and you're a sitting duck. So it's a complicated future.
Can I ask you, from a European perspective, how do you see the conflict in Russia evolving from here?
Negatively. No, it's not. It's really complicated, because it has, for us, I think it's personally. I've been 9 years in Russia. I lived 9 years in Russia. I speak Russian. I have a lot of Russian friends. I have a lot of Ukrainian friends. It's stalling. I hope nothing dramatic happens while we're all looking elsewhere in this region. It's degenerating into the frozen conflict. Winter is coming. It's not a good time to fight anywhere, especially in those areas. I think that the solution on which a lot of good people are working needs to be half political and half territorial. It's the classical kind of unsatisfactory for everybody. We're not there yet. Nobody's listening. I understand that fully well, because a conflict, it's a nasty conflict. So I think we're going to have to, be patient and try to reduce at minimum what really matters, which is the loss of human lives.
Dr. Nelson, can I quickly just have you reply to that, and then we can move on?
Well, in terms of the outcome in Russia, Russia has invaded an independent nation state. And the response has been what perhaps we hadn't expected, beyond Ukraine itself fighting to defend its territory and in the process of regaining it. The expansion of NATO and the response of Europe and a number of European countries has been fast and indeed impressive. In terms of the outcome, though, it's very hard to speculate. The less human life that is lost in the process, the better for all of us. And one would hope that President Putin and those who prevail upon him will finally persuade him that he should not continue with it. The whole thing is a tragedy on every level.
Your Excellency, as we see these conflicts on the ground, talk to me about how you're viewing the potential conflicts that could arise in outer space. Is this something that you think of quite regularly?
Oh, that's true. And I hope it doesn't get there. I'm a firm believer that space is a new frontier, not a new front for military action. The international instruments that everybody in the world are part of it give place space as an opportunity as a free access to all and a viable economical resource to be explored. If we take this as a zero-sum game and take our conflicts to space, none of that will happen. This is an important factor that we think there is an opportunity, and there are challenges. I don't say that there aren't any challenges in space, but having, international platforms to discuss it, such as this one, such as Abu Dhabi Space Debate that you participated in last year, address these issues, come to consensus, and in more often other forums there might be a consensus on how to have a resolution on them. But it's never a good idea to think of space as a new front. I hope it stays as a new frontier for opportunity and development.
And it all comes back to international collaboration.
That's true.
The second point would be regulation as well. What's needed first?
And that's what we're taking, as a responsible agency, seeing this in the future. We're trying to address all the aspects of these challenges. The major one, at hand is space debris. And it's an important problem that we need as a collective in the world to address. To keep space, free access to everybody in the world for international developing countries, debris is an important aspect to actually deal with. Many technologies can help in taking down, but we're thinking we have to start even before. In our regulations, we explicitly put requirements for our operator to have a clear, safe decommissioning phase. Otherwise, we'll not license that. That's the responsibility of a regulator that bring on the table to tackle this issue. Now, we are supporting also other initiatives in technology development and research for, taking down debris or studying ways of doing that. And there's, a lot of technologies out there in the world. Smart young people are doing that, and we're trying to do that as well through many of our initiatives. I can highlight the UAE Space Academy, where we're trying to get new, fresh graduates and bring those cohorts to upskill them and hopefully migrate them to our space economic zones, where we have incubator programs for their smart ideas to help out in what we see for the future of space.
How is the UAE Space Agency having a material impact on the ground? A lot of these space programs are basically designed to inspire, educate, and encourage interest in STEM, for example, on the ground. Would you say that the investment that the UAE has made in its space program is paying dividends in real time on the ground?
That's an important question. It's always a question of, is it worth the investment? And I see the return of our investment now in our young, as you mentioned, bringing them aspiration to STEM, STEM fields to study in that, but also more recent, where we see that in the contracts that we're having through the projects we're doing back in our sector, where there are indigenous industries that are either from aviation side or IT side, are seeing the value of taking the risk and moving out of their comfort zone and venturing into space industry, which is not, it's not a big endeavor, but it's a strategic one that needs to be, studied and prepared for. And we're there as an agency to help out.
Okay, very interesting. Let's shift the conversation over to commercial aviation now as well. Pierre, I want your take on some of the trends that you're seeing in automation and electrification in the space. Is this something that Bombardier is leaning into?
Well, first of all, automation is very much part of how we think in the future. When will we see airplanes with single pilots, with no pilots? All that technology is available today. The other part is how we monitor the airplanes when they fly. All the technology, we gather the data today, but frankly, with now, new technology, ability to analyze, to predict, using AI. We work with university, the city university. Yes, you're working on AI, but really what you need to do is work with us to apply it to a product and use our data to help us design better products. So for me, this is very, very good news that it gives us a platform to get collaboration between universities, companies, and government, and really push new ways. We're in a very conservative world in aviation, and it's not that tomorrow morning we're going to change completely. We'll evolve step by step, but that evolution right now is going through software. Airplanes are software systems today.
What about the pace of innovation, though? Because is it fair to say, and this might be a cheeky assumption, but is it fair to say that the innovation inflection point probably does happen at a business jet level rather than a large passenger plane level? Dr. Nelson might disagree with me, but what's your take
you know,
here?
I speak a lot about that with my colleagues in commercial aviation and also with customers. Because we're smaller volume, because we're, by definition, need to be more flexible because we sell products one person at a time, we're able sometimes to introduce technology in our business that will benefit everyone in the industry. But the same thing is true, given the amount of hours that commercial airplanes fly, we learn from commercial airplane. In the end, it's about working together. It's about being close and exchanging, and this collaboration is happening every day.
So why does it still take me 17 hours to fly from Dubai to the west coast of the United States? And it has done for the last 10 years.
Oh yeah, and you know, we're coming up with an airplane today that is in final stage of development that flies 0.94 the speed of sound. So the next venture will be over the speed of sound. But right now the focus is a lot more about making our airplane more environmentally friendly, looking at what are going to be the right energy for airplanes that fly short. You talked about battery. I think short distance is definitely battery. Then when you get into a regional, it's probably hybrid, battery and a combination. And for long range right now, it's about new fuel because we need to go fast, we need to go high, and we need to go long. So I understand the interest of going faster, but I think right now as an industry, we need to focus about how to make the airplanes more environmentally friendly. Aerodynamic. We have an airplane right now we call the EcoJet. It's just a model. It's 20 feet wingspan. But we're flying this model to learn on how to make a full wing airplane and reduce the drag by 25%, 25 to 30%. That's significant. So there's a lot to be learned besides just saying we need to change the engine technology. We need to evolve the whole platform. And that's really what the focus is on.
And getting the aviation economics right as well, I guess, and making sure it's still attractive and affordable for the flying public.
Exactly.
Dr. Nelson, can you speak to where Boeing is innovating in this field? And I think Pierre makes a really great point, right? Because it's all about finding the commercial angle to innovation at the end of the day, making sure it's green, making sure it's still affordable, making sure the technology is in the right place, making the plane go faster so I can get to the west coast of the United States. What's your take?
You make it sound so easy. Firstly, coming back to space and the value of it, amongst many things, the technologies that we develop for use in space and in space actually have very practical applications for us here on Earth. And the other thing that it does, it inspires the next generation to believe that the impossible is possible and encourages them to come into the aerospace industries. In terms of the innovation is in our DNA. It's the same with Bombardier. Without innovation, we don't have a future. So we invest about $3 billion a year in research and technology and innovation. So autonomy, which you asked about, is safety. And that's how autonomy should be seen. And a lot of the discussions here at the FII have been about technology, magnificent, inspiring conversations. The technology's hard, but what's much harder is how human beings understand and adapt to that technology. Pierre just said the technology exists in autonomy today for one single pilot flights or no pilots. Try and explain that to the average person who gets on a commercial aeroplane. So for us, we are well advanced now, and in fact, we're working through certification for an autonomous, electric-powered air taxi for use in a suburban environment. And with the greatest respect to the kingdom, it'd be great to see Whisk flying around here. So we're working through that, and one of the challenges will be people getting in it. I'm happy to be one of the first passengers, by the way. And then at the other end, as Pierre says, in order to produce a new aeroplane, a new generation of aeroplane, you have to be satisfied you've got at least 20, maybe 30% improvement in efficiency. So decarbonising the aviation sector is our social licence. If we don't get this done, whether it's Boeing, whether it's Bombardier, Embraer or Airbus, if we don't get this done, we don't have a future. So one of the things we've heavily invested in is working with NASA on a trust-based transonic wing design for an aeroplane. Before the end of this decade, we'll be in a position to know whether we can move forward into production of that aeroplane, perhaps with an open rotor engine, and that will should deliver us about 30% improvement in efficiency. And then at the same time, through everything we do, the construction of our factories, the use of energy, water management, waste management, every digital engineering, digital twinning, model-based engineering, synthetic training, sustainable aviation fuels, biofuels, hydrogen, electricity, all of these things are being heavily invested in right now by Boeing because that is our future. And by the way, the airlines themselves as customers and in the defence space are increasingly asking not just about the capability of the aircraft, they want to know what the greenhouse gas footprint looks like. Yep. And we've worked with MIT and some other very large research institutions in producing a visual and data analytical model called Cascade, which will give you the opportunity to look at your flights, look at the aircraft that you're on, look at the distance. What's the life cycle greenhouse footprint of you using that particular aircraft, those particular fuels on that particular trip? This is where our future lies.
Okay, so just to wrap us up, each of you has 15 seconds to tell me what you think the most important thing to look out for in the industry in 2024 is and why. Starting with you, Ambassador.
Well, I think application of artificial intelligence, because the problem there, I think, is also the human absorption capacity of what we're looking at. And it is exciting on one side, frightful on the other side.
Dr. Nelson.
The introduction and application of technology and human intellectual skills and training for producibility, safety, quality, and delivering, whether it's in defence or commercial sector, when we say we're going to.
Pierre.
I would say global collaboration, particularly when it comes to AI. We need to bring all the know-how that we know is going on in the world. We've talked about it a lot here. By using all the data that we have in all the aerospace company, have collected data for a long time, but now we need to make this real and use it as a tool. And we can do that if we collaborate across the planet, particularly with universities that have so much knowledge.
Your Excellency.
I would say research and development, and emphasize on most of the points as well. Through international collaboration, we can do better for everybody.
Excellent. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. That wraps up our session. And ladies and gentlemen, please make them feel welcome and cast your attention back to the center stage for our next discussion. In just a few moments' time, we're joining Sir John Chipman, the Executive Chairman of the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you again for listening in.
Good afternoon. These are the geopolitical megatrends of today. 1, challenges to the balance of power in the 3 big strategic theaters, the Euro-Atlantic, the Indo-Pacific, and the Greater Middle East. A rise, 2, in strategic self-determination, as more powers assert their national interests in collaboration with others who are like-minded and sometimes even in competition with them. 3, the emergence of various minilateral security arrangements, where a small group of countries cooperate for very specific purposes, such as the AUKUS arrangements to provide nuclear-powered submarines to Australia. 4, the resurgence of terrorism risk in the Middle East and Africa, complicated by the proliferation of non-state actors and the creation of competing private armies. 5, technological competition as a core element of international power politics and the use of economic statecraft and regulatory standards as ways to achieve competitive advantage. Here, the smallest things matter most. A single human hair is 80,000 to 100,000 nanometers in size. The best semiconductors are 7, 5, or 3 nanometers in size, and on the control of this skill hangs a great deal of international relations. On the big picture, the US was almost written out of the geopolitical script recently. Its decline as a global influencer was much predicted. It wrote itself out partly with the calamitous Afghanistan withdrawal. Then it became US power that ensured that Ukraine could defend itself against Russia's invasion. President Macron's European strategic autonomy was a slogan without a sufficient military budget, military capability, or military will. The US has been vital, but the strategic response could have been much faster. Imagine if Ukrainian pilots had trained on US F-16s 15 months ago, or longer-range cruise missiles had been delivered earlier, or if the Black Sea Fleet had been sunk last year. Perhaps the war would be over by now. Either way, Russia is a much diminished power. Still, it was a mistake not to present Russia's invasion as an act of recolonization, which it was, and to fail to present the European security order as a core interest of the West, which it is. Now, in the Middle East, a horrific terror attack by Hamas on 7 October, resulting in an Israeli decision to eliminate Hamas, that in turn may risk further escalation involving other states and other non-state actors. The Middle East moved from a process of diplomatic reconciliation, military de-escalation, and prospective economic cooperation to a dramatic revival of terror tactics, war, humanitarian catastrophe, and economic uncertainty. 7 October represented a clear intelligence and military failure on Israel's part, but also a failure of its security model. And again, all eyes are turned to what the US may do or won't do. It is now in the strange strategic position of having simultaneously to deter Iran from escalating and deter Israel from escalating, and to deter Iran, it may have to deter Israel, and to deter Israel, it may have to deter Iran. Dynamic diplomacy is now required to contain the conflict and create the conditions for a more stable outcome. I have a question. Could a coalition of the willing and the relevant Arab states be formed now, proactively to stand up a new post-conflict administration in Gaza, basically shorn of Hamas, but not borrowing too heavily from the Palestinian Authority, while pressing for a revitalized effort to establish a state of Palestine? Or will this effort of building a new Gaza governing structure and a more viable two-state solution be left somehow to Western states to assure? Meanwhile, in Asia, most countries in the region would like the US to remain a resident power, precisely to ensure a multipolar Asia and limit the risk that Asia falls under a Chinese unipolar spell. But the US and China are talking past each other. The actions of both are at variance with what they are saying. Self-awareness is notably in short supply. But it is in the tech domain that much of this plays out. China has an international tech strategy. It is called the Digital Silk Road. We at the IISS have a database called China Connects that maps the DSR across over 100 countries and more than a dozen technologies, including 5G, data centers, e-commerce, fiber optic networks, satellite technology, smart cities, and many others. The US is concerned about the theft of intellectual property, the use of Western-developed tech for military purposes, cyber operations, and the internationalization of the surveillance state. In the meantime, concerns arise about what happens with the accelerated development of AI, and even more when quantum computing is brought to the fore. Some of these battles will play out in the sanctions and economic statecraft domain, but there is also a three-way battle in the regulatory space. 3 tech regulation strategies will compete. The US leads a market-based approach. The EU prefers a rights-driven model, and China is driving a state-driven model. All these models seek to be extraterritorial. Which one wins will determine a lot. In general, the future is about tying hard power, smart power, and soft power to fast power. Speed is the force multiplier in today's world. Militaries have rapid deployment special forces, diplomats special envoys, financiers computer-generated trades, and hackers, unfortunately, have AI-enabled cyber attacks. Speed is too often confused with carelessness, but governments, companies, and entrepreneurs who train well or well prepared can act at speed, and to do so, the right collaborators must be found at the right time. Hence my maxim. In today's world, when multilateral institutions are too big and too slow, coalitions of the willing must be formed to solve problems at the speed of relevance. I have 3 pieces of policy advice. 1, policy advice to the West. Avoid a new ideological battle between democracies and autocracies. Promotion of democracy is understandable, but hard. Democracy cannot be exported. The non-tariff barriers are high. Democracy needs to have local roots. It cannot easily be fertilized from abroad. Good governance is another matter. Good governance is worth both promoting and supporting. And so another maxim. Good governance without democracy is safer strategically than is democracy without good governance. Know who are the countries in each region on which both strategic and economic relations can safely be built, and concentrate on advancing those pragmatic interests. 2, policy advice to the global South. Moving from non-alignment to multi-alignment is wise. Better to have many friends than only a few. Depending on only one security supplier of defense can be risky. Strategic hedging is a natural choice in an uncertain world. But strategic hedging, rather like financial hedging, requires active portfolio management. Political investments can turn sour, the value of certain asset classes can shift. Right now, Russia's strategic currency is in free fall. Soon, some countries will realize that they are a bit overweight Russia in their strategic portfolio and will have to adjust accordingly. And beware of hubris. Great powers too often are victim to hubris. Confident, medium, rising powers can also be hubristic. 3rd and finally, policy advice for companies. It is not good enough to be neutral or to have good ESG, CSR, and stakeholder engagement. That's all very turn-of-the-century Davos. To acquire and maintain a political license to operate in various markets, companies need their own foreign policy. They need to do their geopolitical due diligence and then engage in the right corporate diplomacy. Geopolitical risk is the risk du jour. Companies need to have a foreign policy attitude of mind, linking astute analysis and emotional intelligence to navigate vastly different political realities. In the future, companies will be judged as much on their geopolitical acumen as on their profit-making capacities. And in the future, and the future is now, the two will be linked. Good luck to all of you in keeping a sense of direction as the compass of geopolitics continues to spin at speed. Thank you.
Sir John, thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the third day of the FII, whether you're here at the plenary or via online live streaming. Great discussions are still ongoing, and without a doubt, PIF, or the Public Investment Fund, it's the bright spot in the Middle East and also in the world. It does stand at $700 billion in terms of assets under management, and the growth that we've seen since 2017 is very impressive and quite fast. Back in 2017, we started at an average size of around 200 billion US dollars. Thank you for joining us today. We shall continue spinning the compass, and today and now we're going to be talking about the PIF compass. What does the PIF do? How is it looking at the economy? It plays a huge role in pushing the non-oil economy forward. And please join me to welcome Jerry Todd from the Public Investment Fund. He's the head of National Development Division at the PIF. Jerry, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Let's just start and kick into the hardcore of the PIF. The PIF, it started to spin the economy of Saudi Arabia. And the whole process focuses on boosting the non-oil economy and the diversification with a great deal. Now, the size of the non-oil economy stands by 2022 at $163 billion US dollars, aiming at reaching 1 trillion by 2030. The growth at non-oil economy level, it's around 4%, probably 5% by the end of 2023. And my question to you, what is PIF doing to boost this very, very important dynamic in the economy?
Thank you, Fatma. It's a pleasure to be here. The PIF has been assigned 13 priority sectors as part of Vision 2030. Each of those is meant to be a sector for the future. And our role really is to help take them from where they are today, which are either non-existent or import reliant, or at some level insufficiently competitive or insufficiently dynamic, and move them along the spectrum towards competitive, potentially export-oriented, where that makes sense, and providing the capacity required to serve as tailwinds for the overall broader economic growth.
There's a question that keeps repeating, whether in the corridor here at the FII, outside, in our interviews with the private sector. The private sector plays a key role in pushing any numbers when it comes to economic growth. And the private sector is quite excited to be part of what PIF is doing to push in this number. But the sentence that keeps repeating is that the private sector needs projects with numbers that can be digested and can open up an attractiveness to them in terms of IRR or any other numbers, and be part of what PIF is doing. So where does PIF stand when it comes to attract more private sector into this?
So we play 4 roles, and there's an element of private sector required engagement in each of those. I'll describe each role. So the first is we're an investor. The second is we're a creator. The third is we are a localizer. And the fourth is we are a catalyzer. And in each of those, there's an important role for the private sector. As an investor, we own companies. We're not a development bank. We don't write policy. We own and as a shareholder, exercise our rights on businesses who are the vehicles through which we play our part in pushing these 13 priority sectors from where they are today to where they need to be. And we do that through companies, in part because companies have capabilities to partner with the private sector, both locally and internationally. They also have feedback loops, so you know whether or not they're doing well. And finally, they allow you to reduce your ownership over time. You know, as we de-risk sectors and these companies become investable by capitalists, then we invite them to come in and we take the funding we release from that and we go do the next job in the economy. As a creator, if there are sectors that are nascent, there's no companies to own today, so we create them. And we do that in a variety of sectors that are strategic to the kingdom. As a localizer, and by the way, in those sectors, the goal is really to de-risk the sector, to make it investable by the private sector. That's why we stand up those companies.
But do you have an example?
Certainly. I think tourism is actually a very interesting example. So in tourism, we essentially did not have a tourism industry in the past. And we have quite a very, very much green shoots in that today. That requires built environments in order to provide the goods and services that tourists need. So if you want people to spend money on sports, if you want them to come into the country and see the natural beauty, if you want them to attend an opera, all those require a built environment. For an opera, you need an opera house. For tourism, you need resorts, etc. So we're doing a lot of the heavy lifting through our Giga projects to create those built environments. But they're really the first step in creating an ecosystem of goods and services that will be provided by the private sector.
Another sector which probably Saudi Arabia owns a competitive advantage over, and it's the industry. We cannot deny that the economy here, or the Saudi economy, is still an oil-driven economy. And the first sector that comes in mind is the industrialization. So I want to hear from you, what is PIF's story when it comes to this journey? Because this is a very important sector, sustainable, and also probably easier to lift, because at the end of the day, we start from oil economy.
It is very important. We discovered oil 85 years ago, and we have a very healthy sector in that front. SABIC was started in 1976, and it's now the fourth largest petrochemicals player globally. But we did not have an industrialization drive in the rest of the economy, and so we're really driving that now. Some of the sectors that we're doing that in are sectors that have historically been 100% import-driven, automotive, aerospace, defense, etc. And so our job is to stand up the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers, at the end of those value chains, and then send a demand signal so that we bring in supply chains over time.
Here, we're going to spend some time in this sector. Could you please share with us what is being done on the ground in terms of data, also targets? Because the government is very much taking this sector very seriously, and we've heard about many initiatives that have been thrown into making them happen on the ground. The latest one was a program of about $260 billion US dollars. Where do you stand now? I mean, can you give us an example, put us in the loop when it comes to how PIF is working in developing the sector?
I said there were 4 roles we play. The fourth is catalyzer. PIF is responsible for about 1/4 of the total investment that's meant to be mobilized through Vision 2030. So there's very important roles for the private sector, and there are a series of programs in place. Sharik, for example, is a major one of those that are designed to enable investment across the entire Saudi ecosystem. On the industrialization side, there is a local content objective that is meant to, over time, replace things we import that we could build locally. That will create enormous amounts of manufacturing opportunities within the kingdom. We are just at the beginning stages of that. The local content targets set for the PIF and the broader economy are 60%. The PIF today is at 47%. A big initiative around that is in the building materials and the whole construction value chain, where we historically have had around 1/3 local content, 2/3 imports, whether it's goods and services. So whenever you spend $1 billion on construction in the country, 2/3 of that flows out. And so capturing more of that value, creating opportunities for local businesses to become suppliers of goods and services is a key priority.
If you are doing a presentation today, and whoever is sitting in this room is part of the global community, global businesses, interested of being a partner or a key partner with the Public Investment Fund, what would you tell them?
Well, Vision 2030 is a national project, but it requires global engagement. Capital, whether it's intellectual, financial, or human, is required to deliver on this program. So we have been laying a lot of the groundwork that's required. The government is doing a lot of work on policy, regulations, trying to make the environment fit for purpose. And then all of those who are building things like PIF have been putting a lot of the planning and design work and stages have been done. And now we're building the infrastructure. As we transition from that work, which is long tenor and potentially lower return, to more of the smaller projects, it creates a lot of opportunities for both the local and international private sector. And we're working very hard to engage. We do road shows around the world explaining what's happening domestically, what the opportunities are, and connecting international companies with local partners.
I'm probably going to pick up on my first question again. If the private sector is demanding key data or numbers that they can digest within their teams to make or see any attractiveness of a project that they can enter with PIF, the global community would ask probably for that and even more. So what would you tell them? And what are the sectors that are opening doors for projects that can be attractive for the global community, and also they can see returns if they committed to any projects on the ground in Saudi Arabia?
So I think new sectors create a lot of opportunity, and in fact, the international community in the early stages may even play a bigger role than the domestic private sector because of the new nature of these sectors. So automotive, aerospace, defense, even things like tourism, the number of international tourism operators that have already committed to operating in the kingdom is an extraordinary number. But also in supply chains for these sectors, and in supply chains and services that are where demand is being generated by the building program that's happening in the kingdom.
How about mega projects?
So the giga projects are, the international community is actually already actively involved in many of these in different stages. There are 5 giga projects, but there are many, many more very large real estate projects within the portfolio. Each one of those is at some stage of transitioning from planning and basic infrastructure to more kind of starting to build vertically. So for contractors, people in building materials value chains, but also all the way through to facilities management, et cetera. There's a lot of demand that's being created.
The global business community gets more excited when they hear about an exceptional success story when it comes to private meeting public. Could you share with us one?
I think Lucid's an interesting case study. So this is a US-based electric vehicle manufacturer that's just set up recently. They've opened their assembly facility in the King Abdullah Economic City. That city, which is on the western coastline, about an hour north of Jeddah, will be the automotive cluster for the kingdom. So we have 3 OEMs that have already committed to setting up. The third was just announced earlier this week. And there's a few more that are kind of in the pipeline. So we will have, early estimates are about 400,000 vehicles manufactured a year by 2034. The supply chains, the tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers, to those. We're now building out the infrastructure to serve them, and we see this as being a very vibrant sector. In general, the whole advanced manufacturing, both automotive and aerospace and defense. SAMI's an interesting case study on that. So SAMI was started.
How's that going?
It was started in 2017. At the time, there was essentially zero local value add in that industry. Today, they are the 79th largest player globally in that space. Embraer, the Brazilian aviation player, is number 100. So that gives you a sense of how much traction they've made. So actually, I have an interesting, I was with the CEO of SAMI this morning, Walid, and he was reminding me, so in 2001, I came to the kingdom for the first time, and I was working on a project with what was then called Advanced Electronics Corporation. And they're an offsets manufacturer. So they would do final assembly on communications equipment for Saudi Telecom and for the Saudi military. And they didn't have a sales team. They didn't have a growth strategy because they would just do whatever was structured by STC or the military in their procurement. They would do the final assembly. And so they hired us to do the first ever growth strategy for them. And so we interviewed their stakeholders, and we developed what we thought was a very sensible plan for how to do more value-added services and how to cover these clients better. But they had made this clock. They had made their first consumer product, which was a prayer clock that showed you prayer times, I think, in 12 different cities. And they were super excited about this clock. And every time we wanted to talk about, all right, you can start doing maintenance on radio equipment, they wanted to talk about the clock. And so the clock didn't make sense in many ways. And we eventually, after I think 2 months, convinced them the clock wasn't the future. I ran into the CEO about 10 years later on a plane, and he pulled out the final document from that project. He went through every bit of it. They had done everything. They'd over-delivered. But he was still upset about the clock. I'm a little bit upset about the clock, to be honest with you, because I think that was the spark of trying to do something new and different. I actually wish we had incorporated that into it. But it gives you a sense of the untapped creativity and the desire to grow these.
We're going to remain at the clock because the clock is ticking, and we are already 2 minutes, and people are pushing me to wrap up this session. Jerry Todd from the PIF, thank you very much. Thank you for watching us, whether you're here or online. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, right just there, Jerry Todd speaking about the PIF as a catalyst and a partner for the domestic and international private sector. Our next moment here on stage is a perfect example of just that. I'd like to announce that the PIF and Pirelli are signing a joint venture agreement to establish here in the Kingdom a leading tire manufacturing facility. So please do welcome. Please, we're going to have to the stage in just a few moments the Governor of the PIF, His Excellency Yasser Al-Khumayan, and the Ambassador of Italy to Saudi Arabia, Roberto Cantone. They're going to be joining, they'll be witnessing today's announcement, and they'll be joined by the signatories of this partnership, Deputy Governor and Head of MENA Investments at PIF, Yazid Al-Khumayed, and the Executive Vice Chairman of Pirelli, Marco Tronchetti Provera. They'll be signing the official agreement in just a few moments. So we will be welcoming onto the stage now for this historic moment, signing a joint venture agreement between the PIF and Pirelli. So please welcome to the stage the governor of the PIF, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, and the ambassador of Italy to Saudi Arabia, Roberto Cantone. They will be witnessing today's announcement, and they'll be joined here on stage by the signatories, Deputy Governor and Head of MENA Investments at PIF, Yazid Al-Humayed, and Executive Vice Chairman of Pirelli, Marco Franchetti Provera, here to sign the official agreement. So now I'd like to call in a moment to the stage His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh and His Excellency Bandar Al-Khoref and the rest of the business team. They'll be joining us here on stage for a group photo. Many congratulations to the PIF and Pirelli for this partnership. And thank you all here in the audience for joining us as well. One of so many collaborations that start here at the FII. They happen everywhere. They happen on the sidelines, on the stages. They happen over lunch as well. So with that, we will let you all go enjoy some excellent FII fare, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Welcome to our session answering the question, can cities inspire human vitality? We know the world is urbanizing. Today, over 50% of the world lives in cities, and by 2050, around 70% of us will live in cities. Why? They're more productive, better quality of life, but we also know they pollute, they're expensive, they sprawl. The Priority Report points out that the rising cost of living is a topmost priority and concern, where climate change has also deepened in 2023. So how can cities inspire more human vitality? Brilliant couple of people here to answer this question. Janis Rostock, multi-award-winning architect responsible for Dubai Opera District, Dubai Harbor, Neom Regional Plan, Diplomatic Corridor in Riyadh, to name just a few. He was based in the Middle East for many years, returned to Copenhagen, missed this part of the world so much, he had to come back. And we also have Laurent Germain, who's a high-ranking civil servant in France, but he left the public sector in 2005 to work in industry. And he is responsible for growing and internationalizing major consulting and engineering groups, first Segula Technologies, which he headed for 5 years, and now Aegis. So we're here to speak about livable urban spaces. We know they need green space, pedestrian zones. We know that cities are getting more dense every day because people are arriving every day. We need them to be smart and vertical. Let me ask you both, Janis, we'll start with you. What city do you think inspires human vitality?
I think there are a lot of cities that inspire human vitality. If you look at the livability index, of course, there are cities like Vienna that is ranking the highest right now in terms of livability. But you could also take Singapore, which is another example. So there are two different ends of the extreme in terms of cities.
Which do you prefer?
I prefer Singapore, to be honest. I like real megapolises. So big cities with lots of people, lots to do. Modern architecture, being an architect myself, to me is super inspiring.
Laurent, what about you? What city do you think inspires human vitality today?
So I will take the opposite option. I would say Vienna, which is some kind of a paradox, because Vienna is an aging city. But nevertheless, it's a very vital city. And why is it a very vital city? First of all, because 50% of the coverage of the surface of Vienna is green. Second reason, it's a very inclusive city, with the citizens taking part in the decisions of, I would say, the urbanization of the city. And maybe you don't know, but in the budget of the city of Vienna, every year you've got an amount dedicated to make sure that the public policies implemented in the cities take into account the interests of women and take into account the interests of other parts of the population. So it's a very inclusive city. And it's also a city very efficient in terms of public transportation and in terms of, I would say, fluidity of the traffic.
Interesting. So what is the project that you are the most proud of that speaks to this topic, Laurent?
I will come to Saudi Arabia. I'm very proud of what Aegis Group is doing in Saudi Arabia. One of the most iconic projects we are delivering in Saudi Arabia is the Green Riyadh project. Basically, the project, and we are the project manager, the project is to plant 7 million trees to lead to a situation where the coverage in green and vegetalization of the city of Riyadh will be at 9% compared with the situation in 2020, where when it was at 1%. It's really an iconic project, and it's a project that shows that the nature-based solutions in cities can provide a big impact. Basically, the nature-based solutions, they are 50% more cost-effective than gray solutions, and they can provide 28% more added value. So it's a little bit paradoxical that not more cities, no more cities are implementing that kind of nature-based solutions, because they can provide a very important added value.
Is it hard to do that if you're retrofitting a city? Is it easier to do as you're building Riyadh like it's happening now?
Not really, because I mean, in some of the cities, like the city of Paris, for instance, we have Aegis Group define the net zero strategy of the city, and definitely we have taken the opportunity of part of the cities which was I would say not fully inhabited in order to demolish and recreate green zones into a city, Paris, which everybody knows is very dense. But this was absolutely compulsory if you wanted the city to be more livable by 2050.
What project are you most proud of?
I could also mention the Green Riyadh. We actually wrote the regulation, so know them very well. What's interesting about Riyadh is that today, each person in the population has 1.7 square meters of green open space out there as part of the public realm. That number is going to increase to 28 square meters per person. If you compare to Vienna, we spoke about before, that is sitting up at 50 square meters. London is 40, Denmark or Copenhagen is 38 square meters. But what we've got to remember about Riyadh is that water is a precious resource. So of course we can't have as much green open space here as you may be able to have elsewhere. I'm very proud of Dubai Opera as a built project. So right now, Green Riyadh is being constructed. Dubai Opera and the Opera District for me is a turning point for myself in my career. It has given Dubai a cultural place that it didn't have before in terms of the performing arts. But also I think it's the holistic approach in terms of how you design cities and places. Having done both the master plan and the building itself, it allowed us to place the buildings in a way that they shaded the opera building itself. The opera is fully glazed, so that the building is shaded. It also allowed us to capture the natural breeze, which means that we've extended the outdoor season in the vicinity of the opera by approximately 2 months.
Interesting. So between what months and what months is it an outdoor?
So it just means that the end of spring, turning close to summer, you can stay out longer, and just at the end of summer, you can start getting outside earlier.
Is it actually physically cooler because of what you've done?
It feels cooler because you have the natural breeze, but also because the outdoor spaces are shaded. If you add trees to that, the ambient temperature around trees is usually between 2 and 5 degrees lower than everywhere else. So that mix of buildings, creating shade, generating a breeze, allows you to extend the season through natural means rather than trying to air condition the outside spaces.
Imagine we had an audience of urban planners here.
Yeah.
What's the single most important thing that you think that an urban planner should do with a city today, Laurent?
Well, I think resilience is very high on the agenda. Why? Because the climate phenomena that we are experiencing have nothing to do with what we experienced, I would say, a decade ago. So in the way we plan, in order we conceive, in the way we build, we need to take into account the climate data not of 10 years ago, but the climate data that's of the phenomenon that will happen. Maybe you don't know, but the most populated cities in 2100 will be Kinshasa, Dar es Salaam, Lagos, and they will have 17 million inhabitants, compared with today, Shanghai, Delhi, above 25 million. So we need to make sure that the infrastructure that we will build in this city, in the master plan, can resist, the climate phenomena that will, have an impact on these cities, which will be big. So I think, resilience is a key topic on the agenda when we are projecting ourselves in the cities of the future.
What would you add?
What would I add? Well, as an urban designer and architect, I think the creation of a strong narrative, which gives a clear vision and identity for the project, is really, really important. Daniel Burnham, who was a 19th century urban designer and architect, famously said, "Make no little plans, They have no magic to stir men's blood, and probably themselves will not be realized. Make big plans, aim high, and work knowing that a noble logic diagram, once recorded, will never die, but long after we're gone, be a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing intensity. So it's about creating that seed that allows these cities to continue. We have to remember that when we design cities, we're designing them for today, but we're also designing them for 200 years from now. So that's a huge responsibility, but it's also a great opportunity in terms of making sure that you design some places that have identity, and therefore making sure that the places we're creating are rooted in the place that they are at. So the genius loci, the spirit of the place, I think is incredibly important.
You know, there's this idea of the 10-minute city, and in the new cities and new parts of Riyadh, for example, there's an idea that you can live, work, play, all within 10 minutes. How realistic is that if you think about retrofitting one of our older cities, a city like Vienna that you mentioned, for example?
For me, the key word is verticality. Especially, in cities in Europe, like my city in Paris or Vienna, for instance. I mean, in Europe, we have only 5% of the high buildings, buildings above 50 meters. And with these buildings, you can have inside the same building, a mixed use. You can have, the shopping, you can have health facilities, you can have, of course, residential. That can help, of course, to add a lot of services and deliver the 10 minutes city while retrofitting the cities and of course welcoming also the flow of new inhabitants, because as you mentioned, the urbanization will not stop. It will accelerate in the next decades. So the only solution limiting artificialization of soil, try to reach the 10-minute cities objective and being sustainable is building cities more vertical.
Interesting. And how does that relate?
And by the way, NEOM is very iconic on that matter, because one of the objectives of NEOM is to limit the, of course, artificialization of the soil, and through the high-speed lane, achieve the 10 minutes city objective.
Interesting. So NEOM's an example, and I imagine Dubai might also be an example with the vertical.
Dubai is also an example of a vertical city. I think if we again take it back to Riyadh, there's a huge opportunity here around transit-oriented development, which we're also looking at as part of the Riyadh strategy. Once you start densifying around these public transport nodal points, it allows you to do something different, because the dependency on car will go down. The vision for Riyadh is to today, 95% of all trips in Riyadh are done by automobiles. And that's why we've got so much congestion out on the streets. The ambition is to bring that down.
What, traffic in Riyadh? Never experienced that.
Just a little bit, yeah. So the intent here is to bring that down to around, I think it was 30%. And then...
By when?
By 2030, I believe. Okay. I can't remember.
Right, but soon.
Yeah, but soon. So this is all part of, it will take time to develop these transit-oriented developments, but they will be developed around the existing metro, and in that sense, increase the density in those areas.
So, part of the challenge is that post-COVID, our habits have changed, right? The world now doesn't always go to the office. If I think about parts of the world like my hometown, San Francisco, we're going through a tough time. 40% of downtown San Francisco is now unoccupied in terms of the commercial. Yet housing is insanely expensive, and it's very difficult to turn those offices into houses for all kinds of reasons. So give us a sense, Laurent, from your experience when you were back in public policy, of how we create a dynamic and faster system to help cities move quickly when circumstances change.
Well, I mean, the first thing to do is of course, to redefine a strategy and to redefine the master planning of the city and bring back new activities in these empty spaces inside the city. This is a wonderful opportunity to redefine the strategy in terms of economic development, in terms of housing, in terms of also, everything linked to cultural and so on, and to attract investments, because you need money in order to revitalize downtown, like San Francisco, and of course change the image that now this downtown San Francisco has in the public opinion. So first of all, you need to completely redefine the strategy, redefine the master plan, try to start new activities. Another example is Detroit. Detroit, 15 years ago, was almost a dead city. We were thinking about vitality. And thanks to new activities, in the tech industry, thanks to, more services and cultural services, offerings, they have completely revitalized the downtown, Detroit. And now, Detroit is a lot more lively than it used to be 10 years ago.
This has happened before, Janus.
It has happened before. It happens to many cities around the world. It's called the donut syndrome. If you take Copenhagen, my hometown, for example, in the 1970s, the central part of Copenhagen had 1.2 million inhabitants. By mid-80s, that had dropped to 600,000. And that was when the municipality had almost gone bankrupt because there was not enough taxpayer in the heart of Copenhagen for them to pay for everything they needed to pay for. So they did competitions. They started cleaning up the harbor. They transformed previous industrial areas into natural assets, etc. And today, in 2021, we're now back at 1.2 million inhabitants in the heart of Copenhagen. It's a vibrant city. I think most people that go there will recognize that it's a completely transformed city.
Interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess digitalization also of the cities will be key. And when you've got a city like this, what you need to do first of all is to use the digital twin, the digital replica of what the city is at a certain point, and then simulate, before taking the decisions, what if I build a new opera house here? What if I build? What if I destroy the building at this place, and simulate the consequences in terms of gas emissions, and of course also simulate the consequences in terms of mobility inside the
Where are you doing that? Where are you building digital twins for cities too?
In many cities around the world. We started with Rennes, which is a city in the countryside in France, and then we are, when the clients ask us to, use this new digital tool in order to help the decision-making on the future of the cities.
What's the best example of a smart city, do you think, Janus?
I think Singapore is a good example of a smart city where everything is fully integrated and where you can do a lot of things with your phone. So that would be my best guess.
What for you, when you're, as an engineer, what's the right balance of green to concrete? Do you have a percentage?
I think it's very different from one city to the other. If I take the example of Vienna, you've got 50% of vegetalization. In the city of Riyadh, if we succeed with the Green Riyadh project, we'll be at 9%. I think it's very difficult to define. I would say an average. What I would, of course, suggest the cities that are lagging behind is to have, like Saudi Arabia, a plan in terms of the capacity to increase the percentage of the green coverage of cities, and then, of course, implement the right public policies.
Very briefly, what aren't we getting right? What do we need to work harder on?
I think we need to work harder on the fringes. So the intersections between giga projects, we've seen that in Dubai, for example, with many of the master developers, where developments become introverts. They look at themselves. I think we've got to remember that a city the good cities are the connected cities. And therefore connecting developments and connecting neighborhoods is key to the success of a city.
Okay, good city is a connected city. What do we need to do better on, Laurent?
I think we have two challenges. The first one is pace. If you take the example of France, we have achieved half of what we should have achieved in terms of greenhouse gas emissions in cities between 1990 and today, so in more than 30 years. And we need to do the other half in the next 7 years. So there is an issue of pace, and of course there is an issue of financing. I mean, all the studies show that the investment, public plus private, in decarbonization in cities would have to double in China annually and in the US if we want to meet the net zero carbon targets.
Interesting. All right, gentlemen.
Pace and financing.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. That's been a fascinating discussion, and it is still my favorite subject today, so thank you for indulging me on that. Thank you to the audience for listening. Next up, we have Trey Stevens, The Compass Point, Geopolitics of Tech Investing. So stay with us.
Good afternoon. My name is Trey Stevens. I'm a partner at Founders Fund, the venture capital firm in San Francisco, and the co-founder of defense technology company Anduril Industries. At Founders Fund, we have long on our website had a manifesto whose headline is, "We wanted flying cars, and instead we got 140 characters." Scale and vision is the most important indicator of success in venture capital funds, which has led us as a fund to invest in companies as diverse as Facebook, the social media company, and SpaceX, the company that's trying to envision a world in which we're able to make humanity multiplanetary, and Flexport, which is a global freight forwarding company that's digitizing and modernizing the global supply chain. Saudi Arabia as a nation is perhaps the most venture capital-like of all nations in the way they think about national development. Everything from the line at Niam, which is beginning to reimagine what the city of the future might look like, to the Haramain high-speed railway, which is inconceivable in the United States, where we haven't upgraded our rail infrastructure since the 1970s. Or another example would be King Salman Park, which is slated to be the largest urban park in the world, or Al Ula, the cultural oasis that is going to connect people back to an earlier time in human civilization. Not to mention the project of hosting, as the first Middle Eastern nation, the Asian Winter Games in Trojena, and the strong bid to host the World Expo in 2030. The kingdom is certainly not one to shy away from a challenge. As the fellow panelists in the prior session mentioned, the famous architect Daniel Burnham, who was the developer of the Flatiron building in New York City, he said, "Make no little plans." The challenge with making big plans is that it's oftentimes easier to invest in those big plans than it is to actually execute on the follow-through that's required to make those dreams into a reality. This is more true in venture capital than perhaps any other industry, where we observe something that we call the power law, which means that a single company or maybe two companies in a fund return the vast majority of all capital that flows back into the fund. In fact, in 2012, Y Combinator, the leading startup incubator in Silicon Valley, they noted that 75% of all historical returns had come from 2 out of 280 investments that they had made. This is no different for Founders Fund or any of the other top-tier venture capital firms that have been successful over the last 30 years. Saudi Arabia has been a great capital allocator, spending $250 billion in construction to this date as part of the Vision 2030 initiative, as well as forward-looking $1 trillion+ in infrastructure and capital projects that have the potential to redefine the way that we think about the future of cities and the future of governance worldwide. But there's a key not only, again, to spending time as an investor and a capital allocator, but also a critical execution piece that also relies on the partners that you pick along that journey. Note cards. أحياناً الواحد يحس أن صعب القرار في الشرق الأوسط يفهمون أهمية الطموح.
Sometimes the people they might understand it's not easy to book what they. And same time, it's very important. And you have to understand the success. That is the quality of the people. They might
القرارات انك تشغل مع ناس والشركات فاشله مو بس
نعتذر لهذا الخطأ من المصدر. نكمل. If the workers in the market, they are aware, able to understand, to build the policies, they might have to understand all their actions. United States of America is not away from criticism. We have filled our different actions. We need to understand the policies. As the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our alliance. But we are not, we have to admit that we are still behind and negatively actually doing some projects. Whatever you've been told by Chinese that you have weak plans to achieve, do not understand and do not listen. You might to understand your way through your actions. I told the Chinese that you are able to destroy our economic and spying and using unusual and this is not good. And disadvantage of using the natural resources in unusual way, in insufficient. That means that you might go to corroborate with United States of America, but we don't have to be naive that we won't understand that the Chinese government they're even they have an intention to invest with venture capital. They have to understand the culture.
Practically speaking, how do we do this? I think there are three key elements that are worth considering as you approach this grand ambition for the future. The first is growing local tech capabilities. It has not gone unnoticed that the King Abdullah Scholarships, the Human Development Resource Fund, are creating new pathways to invest in local talent, to level them up to be able to participate in these big visions. The second, the importance of working with established winners. As I said before, because of the power law, there are very few companies that are actually able to pull off the grandness of their vision. And as a result, it would be pretty unwise economically and execution-wise to invest in consulting companies and lesser talent pools to develop critical capabilities. For example, if you're building a rental sharing platform, use Airbnb. If you're building a local payments network, leverage Stripe. If you want to launch a satellite into space, use SpaceX. These capabilities already exist. Your time and money is better spent developing local applications of technology that enable you to take those technologies further rather than rebuilding things that already exist. And third, it's important to ensure your partners invest in domestic development. Philosophical alignment is as important as execution and investment, indirect foreign investment. One great example of this we've all seen walking around the FII conference this week with Lucid Motors, whose factory just opened in Jeddah. The factory will not only manufacture automobiles for the region, but it will also provide hundreds of jobs for talented Saudis to participate in the growth of the economy. And I believe that there are many such partnerships that exist and that could be explored in other sectors. In summary, there's a huge opportunity in front of us. Saudi has laid out a grand vision, perhaps the grandest vision of any modern nation. And we're excited to see where you take that in the coming years. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, everyone. Time to swivel your seats once again. I'm Anna Stewart, correspondent at CNN, and thanks to Trey for that amazing keynote. I'm going to apologize. I do not have sufficient Arabic to even attempt to do this in Arabic. The next session, Pressure Creates Diamonds. There's been a lot of pressure on the venture capital market, and we can run through some of the figures. According to PitchBook, global VC funding almost halved in the first half of the year. Despite that, there are some diamonds in the rough, and I think our panel can tell you where to find them. So without further ado, let me introduce our 5 panelists. Oh dear. It's a game of musical chairs, and Jack has lost the game. Jack, we will find you a seat. In the meantime,
Please.
let me introduce you to the panelists.
We
that
can get
do
you
have
one
seated.
from there. Oh, it's coming.
We have here Omar Amajdoué, the CEO of Ride Ventures, Hanadi Al-Salah from Agility, Fadi Gandor, Executive Chairman at WAMDA Capital, Klaus Hommels, founder and chairman of Lakestar, also chair of the NATO Innovation Fund. And on the end, finally seated, we have Jack Selby, managing director at Teal Capital and managing partner of AZ VC. And actually, Jack, let's start with you now that you've managed to sit yourself down, because I think we should start with the lay of the land in terms of venture capital. And I find it really interesting that you've launched a new fund now after a kind of crazy few years. I think one panelist said to me earlier that we've left the drunken years of, frothy tech valuations. We've had a slowdown. Is now the time for a new fund?
Well, let's talk about those drunken years. So there are 2 thought pieces that have come out in the last 2 weeks that I highly recommend if you haven't read. It's required reading. So Mark Andreessen wrote a piece essentially about technology optimism. And so I think in this day and age, when we talk about is AI good, bad, net for society, he addresses that topic very well. He also talks about concepts like universal basic income, nuclear energy, so forth. So required reading, highly recommend it. But there's another memo that's come out by Howard Marks. And essentially, it's a requiem on this new interest rate environment that we live in. So after the great financial crisis, for 13 years, we had a drunken time of free money. And so that created very interesting times in the technology market. And so I was doing some research that during that period, something like 1,200 global unicorns were created. It's a lot. I would boldly predict over the next 2 to 3 years, the vast majority of those unicorns will either price down, be subject to a shotgun marriage, or go out of business. So something big is going to happen. And behind the scenes, VCs are talking about this all the time, back at least in Silicon Valley. So that's something that's coming. How does that relate to this region, as you can talk about creating diamonds? I think, probably in this region, there might be more VCs than are entrepreneurs opportunities for the time. But I think if you had to start, you'd much rather start with the money and attract the entrepreneurs. So I think that's a good way to sequence it. And I think what's even better here is that because there had traditionally, historically been a dearth of capital, it had forced entrepreneurs to be more scrappy, to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, to get to cash flow positivity and profitability early. That's a really good skill set to have in an environment where there's not drunken free money anymore. So I think that's a very positive thing in this world that we're currently in.
Buddy, I saw you writing that down. Was that the book recommendation?
I won't tell you what I wrote.
Let's pick up, though. I know you were at GITEX last week, as was I. I'm sorry we didn't actually meet there. But I was looking at your sort of roundup on WAMDA with that, and I was surprised to see that global investment startups in Q3 was down by 15%. But in the Middle East and North Africa, it's down 67%. So why, if we're creating this fantastic ecosystem in this region, why is that?
I think it is a product. One, you need to dig deeper into the statistics. Part of the big number that has gone down is because in the previous year there were big acquisitions or big tickets. So if we remove that, it is not lower much more than, it is less, it's like 20 to 25% rather than the 60% element. I would also add that in Saudi Arabia, as my friend Omar would tell you, it's been a different trajectory altogether. It came in later into the ecosystem, but there are 43 funds, venture funds now in Saudi Arabia at various stages. So yes, it slowed down a bit. Big funds globally did not stop investing in the region. Some of the big funds, Sequoia, even though Sequoia is writing checks again here in the region. But I mean, we're not dissociated from the rest of the world, just to say that. I mean, we are part of the rest of the world. If the rest of the world slows down, we see a slower down here. So
Nadi, I'd like to drag you in here. I mean, your investment fund, your venture fund for agility is much more focused than most.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, we're a corporate venture arm. So a lot of the businesses that we look at and invest in are somehow synergistically related to our portfolio and operating businesses, which is largely trade, aviation, and infrastructure. So our focus is largely on businesses that are there to disrupt what we have, drive productivity, and is core to driving and enhancing these operations. So from our perspective, our capital is relatively consistent and constant. It's much more longer term. And at the same time, we have more of a collaborative approach. When I say collaborative is we invest in strong management teams that are there to solve a problem. And we support them by bringing them back into the business and testing their products and giving them the feedback, because ultimately we want to scale that business in parallel to leveraging our emerging market platform and helping them roll out within these markets.
I mean, I will pick up more on this region and investment, but before I do, Klaus, I know that this NATO investment fund that you now chair is very focused on defense and technology. And so before we move on, I'm curious about this as something of a diamond in the rough. This is an area that was quite controversial, I would say, even just a few years ago. Are you finding it easier to attract investment?
So I think that the war has changed a lot.
The war in Ukraine.
For Ukraine. And before that, people basically thought there is a deterrence forever and never something military going on in a region. And with that having changed, there's a lot happening, meaning it is more socially accepted to start businesses, it is more socially accepted to finance them. And the NATO Innovation Fund was necessary because the normal VCs are not allowed to invest in dual-use companies, because as an LP you do have churches or charities, and then normally it is excluded from the use case. So that's why last year in summer the NATO decided to set up the first multi-country sovereign wealth fund, funded by the Ministries of Defense.
But not of all of NATO, right?
Not of all. 23 with Sweden joining 24. And the purpose is to invest in technologies that enhance the defense capacity of NATO.
Omar, let's move to regional diamonds. I think you're going to tell me that Saudi Arabia is the place for startups, for investment right now. It's lovely to see so many people here at FII. I imagine you're seeing more venture capitalists and startups here throughout the year at the moment. How is it transforming?
Yeah, that's an interesting story. But first, let me tell you that we started Ra'id Ventures back in 2015 as a CVC, as a corporate venture capital. And we pivoted later, so we'll wait for you to pivot with us later on. Saudi Arabia, it wasn't the case in 2018 at least, that Saudi Arabia is becoming the hub to the region. It used to be Dubai, Amman, and somehow Cairo. But I think because of the Vision 2030 initiatives has been kicked off in 2017, and the results has been we started to see the results in 2019. Things has been changing, is actually under changing since that time. So now, if you tell me that how much is your portfolio exposed to Saudi Arabia in 2018, I would tell you like 20%. Now it's more than 80% in 2023. It's almost to 80% of Ra'ed portfolios are in Saudi Arabia. So this change is drastic in very short period of time. And this is a result of two things. Is that the Saudi founders and also the residents in Saudi Arabia started to actually create their companies. And also number two is that there is like a movement now from Egypt, from many other countries around us, to Saudi Arabia to relocate and to establish their headquarters here. So this actually is creating a momentum now in Saudi Arabia in terms of the amount of pipeline that we are seeing from Saudi Arabia that is far, far more than anywhere in the region.
Hanadi, would you agree with that?
I actually do, because I'll just give you two anecdotal examples. We incubated a freight platform here in Saudi Arabia several years ago, and it's cash flow positive and self-funded. So for a freight platform to be self-funded is for those of you who know, exactly. So that's one thing. And the other thing is we've invested in another e-commerce enablement business, which is growing quite rapidly. It's based in Saudi Arabia, and the even better story about it is that 60% of the employees in that business are women, and they enable 1/3 of the SMEs led by women into e-commerce and cross-border trade. So I definitely agree with the potential of Saudi Arabia.
Fadi, I'm wondering whether you, as a Dubai man, will take umbrage with Saudi Arabia now being the hub. Is it?
So I've been in business for 42 years. Most of it waiting for Saudi Arabia to open up. And when Saudi opened up, there was exponential growth. So by definition, Saudi Arabia is practically 50% of the GDP of the region, maybe a little bit less. And so when Saudi opens up, when Saudi liberalizes, when Saudi changes its laws and regulations, when Saudi has a vision 2030, when Saudi is seeing what you see now, it drags the whole region with it. So, and I think it's healthy. I don't think we're in the business of competition. This is about markets. This is about access to markets. This is about enabling entrepreneurs to scale their businesses. And whether you start in Dubai, in Amman, in Cairo, or wherever you can be, you need to always think, if you're thinking regionally, then you need to be in the largest market in the region. So it's purchasing power, engagement power, adoption of technologies power, e-commerce engagement power. I mean, it's the powerhouse of the region. There is no argument here. Nobody's arguing with it. What I have an argument with is it's a misconception to think that it's competition. In reality, it is making the region better and go faster. So if Dubai thinks Saudi Arabia or Riyadh is competition, go watch and see how Dubai is going to move much faster to keep up with that competition. So for us, people that live in the region, engage in the region, and build business in the region, amen. We love what Saudi Arabia is doing because it puts us all to become better.
And then we turn to Europe. Klaus, I mean, how can Europe compete at this stage in terms of an ecosystem for startups or a place for investment? With the Middle East, we have something of a liquidity crunch, a slowdown. Talk to us about Europe's position as a tech hub. And of course, it's pretty disparate. We have lots of tech hubs.
Yeah, look, the first thing is we need to start marketing ourselves. Because we are not marketing ourselves. We are always very, very shy talking about the good things. Because when I tell you that we have, at some point, more than 300 unicorns in more than 120 cities, then barely anybody knows that. And also here, look, I mean, everybody from the US is here and very few people from Europe are here. So if you never talk about it, nobody will know it. There has changed a lot in the ecosystem in the sense that the university has taken a very different stance. So before, when you compare it to the US, in the US, universities are private. So you need to market yourself in order to get the alumni money. And you market yourself by having great startups. In Europe, 1st of January, Kashing, 1.5 billion from the state to the university. So the university was never looking and managing technology and in the sense that they make a commercializable economy out of it. And that changed 5 years back when they, out of a vanity for science, employed American professors. And the American professor said, I want to have equity in the startup of my institute. And at that moment, we had a huge drag from all the universities into commercializable science that hadn't happened before. So the companies have changed completely. So it's not the 2000s when we had the copycat nation. Yeah, that was out of the sheer necessity that no technology people founded companies, so business people had to do that. Now technology people found companies. So the universities are brilliant, but again, they can't market themselves. Yeah, the European politicians don't market the region.
No, we're good at regulating, though.
Yeah, look, the regulation, you have
Good at
it
sticks.
everywhere. Yeah, you have everywhere regulation. But look, you need to, there would be easy to talk about the good things. And I think there's one thing that could unleash a lot, which is more the fact that we are way more cautious in allocating money to the asset class. If you think about pension funds in the US, they allocate 15% of their assets into venture, according to the endowment model. In Europe, 0.02%. So basically, we do have like a shortage of money that, as Jack said, if you start with money, you will create a lot of follow-on. And the lack of money basically is still holding the potential of the ecosystem significantly down.
Well, let's bring Jack in there, because I think what you were describing there, the power of universities and funding, is pretty much describing Silicon Valley however many years ago.
May I quickly add, when you want to add that question, you can see that this is not a singular observation. So Sequoia set up an office, Andreessen set up an office. So there is this tipping point in Europe right now. So, and that has been recognized by the international VC funds so that they come over. And you do a lot of, with your different vehicles, a lot of investments into Europe as well.
You have swapped, though, Silicon Valley, really, for Paradise Valley in Arizona. Does that spell the end of Silicon Valley? Do you think we are seeing a shift, particularly in the US, a more sort of democratized situation for tech and investment?
So the demise of Silicon Valley has been talked about a long time. And
We love to talk about the demise of Silicon Valley.
So California is a great place.
Envy.
It's a very onerous tax regime, at least for us Americans. So a lot of people have incentives to get out of California. And I think the pandemic, what happened during the pandemic is, so I think if you're a young person that's graduated from Stanford and you have a tech idea, you still have to do the pilgrimage up and down Sand Hill Road. That's never going to change because you can't move Stanford. What you can change is if you're a serial entrepreneur and you've already made money for one of the Sand Hill VCs and you're living in a shoebox in Menlo Park that costs $4 million for 2,000 square feet, you probably, you look at your wife, you look at your family and say, listen, throw a dart at the map. We can literally move anywhere in the US. We can move to Riyadh. We can move to Dubai, move anywhere in the world, and you can save an incredible amount of money. And so, because human capital is mobile. And so I moved to Arizona after we sold PayPal because, again, I wanted to get out of the onerous tax regime of California. And so Arizona's been booming. Texas is booming. South Florida's been booming. And I think that's just going to continue because human capital is mobile. And the only reason why Silicon Valley in the early stages is staying there is because if you're a young graduate from Stanford, again, you still have to do that pilgrimage up and down Sand Hill Road.
Well, we only have just under 7 minutes. So I'm going to give you each one opportunity. What pressure has created what diamond for each of you in the last few years? Omar.
Yeah, so the hard times that entrepreneurs are facing are results of several forces, like regulatory forces, market adoption forces, funding challenges. So founders of technology startups are facing many, many challenges in their life. But I think maybe we can zoom in into one of the pattern of the challenges in the last 2 years, especially in the region, which is fast growth for the wrong reasons. So what do you mean? So when you decide to scale a company, this company needs to have a product that people love. And this wasn't really the case in 2021, unfortunately, because as Fadi mentioned, people used to really raise massive amount of money with also massive valuations, without really having product market fit in the ground. So that created like a massive gap between what the company can do and what the amount of money that they have and the valuation they have. So I can blame hard times that came to so many founders that are facing now here these days is actually from the boards and from the founders and from the VCs who are visiting these companies. the pressure that they created to really cope up with the valuation they decided to put in this company was actually the wrong pressure. They need actually to have less amount of money. They need to have figure out the product market fit first of their product that they're building, and then after that they need to start scaling and raising big amount of money so that they can scale this health unit economics they have. So this has actually created an unpleasant situation in 2023 for many of the portfolio companies. But we have also great outcomes of that, and I can tell you about after my colleagues.
Nadi, what diamonds have emerged for you?
I think from our perspective, when we align sort of the ESG lens with our venture investing and thinking about our operating portfolio, which is largely based on trade and logistics, that created various opportunities in diamonds. What I mean is, when you think about logistics, it generates around 24% of the global emissions. Some of the investments we've seen and we've invested in, whether it's EV vehicles in Europe, whether EV vehicles in the US, or infrastructure for charging stations, and looking at these companies and applying them within our own value chain, we see the alignment of profitability and sustainability come out at the same time.
Buddy.
Building being an investor is the later stage of my career. So as an entrepreneur, and as I was growing up building businesses, I can tell you that the harder the times, the more innovative we became, the better company we became, the more aligned we had. So the more money we had, the lazier we became, much lazier. So, and this is a message to all entrepreneurs. At the end of the day, businesses are built to become profitable, not to grow exponentially at any cost. So innovation happens in the worst of times, I think, because the pressure gets you to think how to solve problems with the least amount of resources. And that's when you are going to be very creative.
Opportunity in crisis, I love it. Klaus?
You bet.
Look, it's pretty much the same what Hadi said. If you look at it at an abstract view, you can go to the years 2000 to 2004 or the financial crisis. Whenever there was a shortage of money and a depressed mood in the market, the best companies were built because of the fact that you had to be more scrappy and more innovative and use technique or technology for the progress sake. So I'm optimistic that in the counterintuitivity of the human nature, this is the right time to invest, because currently a lot of entrepreneurs are very, very thoughtful with their resources and with the energy they put in technology rather than solving problems with money.
Jack, is this when then the environment that these two describe, is this when the next PayPal emerges?
It is. And I'll come back to that in a second. But to finish on that Howard Marks comment that I made earlier, I think all investors have to reframe how they think about investments, every investment. Because when your hurdle rate is 0 versus 5%, or maybe it's going to 6 or 7, it's vastly different. So how is that good? So if you're trying to give money, it's a much better time. If you're trying to take money, much harder time. And so for us that are giving the money, what makes this environment so much better is that during that 13 years after the great financial crisis, there were so many fake entrepreneurs. Everyone wanted to become a millionaire kind of game being played. And so our job was that much harder, because how did you figure out who was fake and who was real? Good news, at 5%, 6% interest rates, that herd has been culled. And so that is kind of the creating of the diamonds, if you will.
Lovely.
Final word.
So as we talk about hard times, I want to say that we also invest in Palestine. We invest in entrepreneurs and techies in Gaza, and our hearts and minds are with them. I need to say that.
An important message to finish.
Something?
Omar?
So today we are actually, just to resonate to the pressure creates diamonds, today we are announcing Noon Academy 41 million round, Series B. But the story, I hope that Mohammed Dalan is here. The story of this company is actually horrific. So the founders really created, it's an EdTech, education technology. And we can have like a zoom in later on, but they were about to die several times in their lives. So that's a great achievement for them to reach this time.
Thank you so much to all of these panelists. I wish we had an hour. We could talk forever. Thank you to you all. I really like that.
So we have heard such an enormous amount here at FII about the investment landscape that we have before us as we round out this year. Higher rates, slower growth, risk from disruption due to the war in Ukraine, conflict here in the Middle East. Money is moving out of public markets into private markets, and a newer generation of investors is investing with purpose alongside profit. I am very excited to be on stage with two brilliant minds who are funding transformative change around the world. We've got next to me Heather Henyon, founding partner of Mindshift Capital, which is a global venture fund that invests exclusively in early-stage women-led technology companies. Also delighted to have here on stage Ellie Rubenstein, who's co-founder and CEO of Monetary Partners, also a limited partner in the $70 billion Alaska Permanent Fund, which is the largest sovereign wealth fund in the United States. So, welcome. So, I'd love to hear, first of all, about the people who give you their money to invest. I'm going to hear that from both of you. Heather, tell me about those limited partners in your fund. Sure. Oh, we need to get Heather's mic on. Try again.
Does that work?
Yep,
okay,
on you go.
So I've been investing in women-led technology companies now for about 10 years, primarily first as a very active angel investor. And Mindshift was really the formation of an institutional fund. We've got 70% of our LPs are female, but 70% of our capital comes from men. And we are inclusive, so we want to include everyone in investing in this opportunity because of the financial returns first and foremost, and then obviously getting more capital to women is part of our mission as well.
What about you, Ellie? Who gives you their hard-earned money?
We went the untraditional path. One of the things we were looking at was obviously less than 2% of money goes into female managers, but we did not want to be venture. So we looked every step of the way of what needed to be disruptive within private equity. So we built a niche sector firm focused on food, proving out food could be an asset class. But more importantly, we looked at how do you build a product that could work within families and sovereign wealth funds, and especially multi-gen. And one of the things I was most proud of is while 40% of our investor base is women, most of those were first-time ever private equity investors. So we were actually teaching them fund investing and then teaching them co-investment. That's not normally what you would do, but we're really happy that we were finding ways to bring new forms of capital into the space.
Now, it's not been an easy time to raise money, and you've decided on a rather punchy strategy, I'd call it. What have you done?
Look, so we've raised close to $700 million across 2 funds and 5 co-investment vehicles. And as an emerging manager, that's pretty good without a track record. One of the things we have done is looking in the era of GP stakes is saying, how can we thank our LPs? And so we're working on something right now with some of our key LP partners, many of which from this region, that would allow some of these women to be able to come into our GP. And I think that's something that Manatree is really known for, is creating new institutional grade products that allow families to feel like they still have the power in something they may have made their money in, such as food.
So tell me, Heather, about some of the people you are investing in and why you have the specific gender lens for your investments.
Right, so we're a gender lens venture capital fund, which is a somewhat new term. I always describe it and compare it to Islamic investing, where we've got a screen at the top of the funnel. So just like you would have a Sharia screen in Islamic, we have a gender screen. Beyond that, everything else we do is just like best-in-class venture capital firms. We look for top founders, teams, problem, scalability, big market, and 10x return. Our theory of change is that by creating more women-led investment firms, similar to Ellie, that we are actually going to change the other side of the table, where female founders in the US receive about 2% of capital, which has been the same data point for the last 10 years.
Does that make you angry?
Well, not really anymore, because I think I've come to accept it, and I've moved on, and now I'm just focused on changing it.
What about you?
Yes, and I feel like we can't go fast enough. And so that did lead me to be willing to serve on the Alaska Permanent Fund Board, where we're actually 80 billion, and we're unveiling, my baby has been our 100 billion strategic plan that we will hit over the next 3 to 5 years. So we're unveiling that next week, and I felt like while I may have a last name known in private equity, there wasn't a big enough platform to show people why diverse managers could actually outperform. And so if you are the only female on the largest sovereign wealth fund board in the US, and you start telling people we need to allocate more to diverse managers or niche sectors where they're not represented by some of these larger funds, I felt like maybe I would be doing my part to move the needle. I can't build Manitree fast enough to be able to change this, but I will also say what made a lot of Manitree success was a lot of women CIOs and wealth managers. They've been very helpful. And then oddly, it's a pretty collaborative world. When you meet another another GP like yourself, you get so excited because there's about 5 of us.
Well, we're called an endangered species because there's so few of us, but yeah.
Right, we can't have you guys go anywhere. Well, Ellie, since you mentioned the Sovereign Wealth Fund, tell me the story behind this headline. Alaska's Sovereign Wealth Fund decides to decrease its private equity investment to 15% for fiscal year 25, down from an initial 19% outlined in a 5-year plan from 2020. Tell me what's behind that headline. Is it wrong?
Look, I didn't seek out being on the board of the Permanent Fund. I actually got a call from our governor in Alaska 15 months ago telling me that he hears I'm running around the world, quote unquote, feeding the Middle East. And I said, well, yeah, they understand food security. They import 95% of their food, just like we do in Alaska. He said, great, can you help me? So I ended up building him his Office of Food Security. And through that, he really saw what the tools of private partnership and sophisticated private equity could do. So he asked me to go on the Permanent Fund Board. I said, okay, but I'm not sure a government agency is going to like my view of the private markets. The two don't work at the same pace. And so I went on. I'm the first woman ever to be vice chair, let alone the only professional investor on the board in history. And
Alaska isn't known for its investment professionals?
There was one day we were in executive committee, and there were like 12 men. And while I love men, and I really love working with the boards, they're all politicians. And so I have to remind them that we're there to maximize financial returns, not to make the legislature mad. But it's been a very interesting dichotomy, and I love them. They ask me every day if I wake up and think of changing statutes, and I say, no, I wake up and read the markets.
Right.
So we work hand in hand. But to your point, I felt like I actually could prove to my investors who are wondering what I was doing at the Permanent Fund that I was a fiduciary when they lowered private equity with me on the board. Boy, was my father not impressed. But there's a story behind that I think many sovereigns go through, which is our head of private equity, who really had built out the portfolio of the last decade, had left, and we needed to reshape the team, and more importantly, in this environment, figure out what we're doing. Now, the headline that didn't get picked up on that was they handed our CIO a $5 billion tactical opportunities bucket. And a lot of that was we knew what was going on with private equity wouldn't maybe fit the better investments we were seeing. You guys would probably love to hear this, but he publicly said, and we are definitely a state that does not have an ESG mandate, that if he were going to put capital to work today, it would be in direct oil and gas investments. And I think that Alaska has actually been one of the few global institutions willing to put money into oil and gas investments. And so that was a big reason why we handed him the tactical opportunities, because traditionally private equity had been asset allocators or co-investors with management. But I will tell you that it's going to change, and I urge you all, we will finally be in the $100 billion club when we unveil this, and the only way to pull that off will be to increase private equity. So I won my battle with the CIO.
All right, excellent. We'll be watching out for that. So let's focus on some of your investments as well. You both have allocations within protein. Heather, what are you doing and why did you choose those?
So we focus on what we call the rise of the zillennial as our fund thesis, and basically Gen Z, millennial consumers that have very different values from traditional generations. We see massive disruption across traditional business models, and especially in certain sectors, food tech, fintech, ed tech, health and wellness tech. In food tech, we've invested so far in two cultivated meats company. One is called Orbillion, which is led by an Austrian female founder based in California, in Alameda, in Silicon Valley. And then the other one is led by Sandhya Sriram, Shiok Meats in Singapore. So in the crustacean space, whereas Orbillion is focused on red meats. So we did that because we also believe that given the shift towards longevity, people living north of 100 years by, 2050, and just the big changes that we're seeing, that there was this opportunity, how do we feed people? I think to Ellie's point, with 10 billion people on the planet, we're going to need new sources of food. So this idea of creating meat in labs from cell biopsies of animals and being able to grow at a much faster scale in a more sustainable way was very appealing to Mindshift.
What about your protein, Ellie?
We're the opposite. We hate that category.
Why?
We hate venture capital. We don't take consumer adoption risk. And I'm Alaskan. Manitree was started because I hunted and fished all my own food. There are many of our investors in the audience, and I remember proudly showing them all my hunting pictures or my fishing pictures of how I understood the food supply chain. And what we will tell you is, from an institutional standpoint of allocating capital, 98% of consumers today still eat meat, 97% still eat dairy. And our best performing companies in our portfolio are the meat and dairy companies. Now, within that, they are definitely category leaders or creators of something called regenerative agriculture. So they're better for the environment. They've cut out the feedstock, so nobody's worried about a commodity input. And the consumers still, we were talking about this, the fastest growing category of consumers is what we would call permissible indulgence.
I love that.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to eat a kale salad 3 times a day. I actually want to go to a sports game and enjoy my nachos and have clean meat on there, but I'm happy to have, better for you sour cream and some better for you beef there. And we are seeing those trends continue to play out and really drive the returns in our portfolio.
Do you want to come back on that, just on the real meat versus the cultured meat?
Well, yeah, I think we probably have different data points. so we see a big shift, even towards health and wellness, and because of that, people are eating differently. There's lots of debate over, is it healthy with processed plant-based proteins? I myself have been vegetarian almost all my life. My family, my sons are all vegetarian. And we see this generation, kids who have grown up in historically very meat-focused cultures and families, they actually are choosing to be vegetarian, some vegan. If we look at dairy, gluten-free, the food is making us sick.
Yeah.
And we see massive increases. 1 in 3 people will get cancer during their lifetime. So if we can try to solve that, I think that there's massive, upside for the...
I'm one of those 1 in 3, and after I had cancer, I became very interested in the gut biome. So tell us, Ellie, about your investments there.
So look, the themes you're talking about are real, and in Manitree, we represent the spectrum. We have people that have diabetic children. We have plant-based. We definitely represent the spectrum. What I will say is consistent is what we would call clean ingredients. People don't want ultra-highly processed food. Now, if they're going to feed their kids beef, they do want it to be healthy.
Right.
But I think some of our companies that are really innovative, and actually sectors I don't yet see here that are intriguing to me, such as kombucha, okay? So kombucha is taking sales away both from alcohol and from soda. And why that's good is it's a fermented beverage, and so it's good for the gut. Now, most of our team has had some sort of a personal health episode. I will say same with our investors. But what you will see is, sadly, in the US, 88% of consumers are metabolically unhealthy. Yet 88% of consumers today, the number one driver of purchases is, will it make me healthy when they're looking? It's actually not the environment. And so there's this massive, empowerment of consumer health, and people are doing that via food. Even in an inflationary world, all of our companies, their top lines grew. That's exciting. Now, how do you actually access those sectors? What Manitree, while we were known as a food supply chain firm or human health and nutrition, the best way we can now simplify it to all of you is brand and infrastructure. We know that there are these brands that people absolutely love, but more importantly, we have the infrastructure and manufacturing to do the allergy-friendly processing. It's not easy to actually do this at scale, and sadly, a lot of these healthy food brands were manufactured in the same plants where there's a lot of unhealthy food, and consumers don't really want to see that. So that's what we've gotten really good at, is being in late-stage growth, which by nature is a shorter hold period, but more importantly, these companies are really vertically integrated, and that matters to the consumer. But on your health point, look, I have serious health issues. That's pretty much known across our investor base. As somebody with a compromised gut, and this is very relatable to this population, 9 out of 10 babies today in the US are born without something called B. infantis, which they believe may be what makes the gut not healthy and could lead to obesity and diabetes. The number one cause of that is C-section birth or antibiotic use in mothers. Yep. And that's a problem. It's not like my mother wanted to do that, but she didn't know. So we've been going into this category. I've been board chair of a company called Infinite Health, and we really believe within food, one of the best categories where you may see biotech-like returns is the gut.
Interesting. We're going to have to leave the audience wanting more because our time is up. But Heather and Ellie, let's see if we can convince the organizers to get us back to continue this conversation next year. Next up, we've got philanthropy for impact with Elni, so stay with us. Well done, ladies.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be back with you again. My name is Eleni Jokas, and I've got two rock stars with me. One incredible lady who's fighting AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria from the Global Fund in Switzerland, Lady Rosalind Moraota. Thank you very much for joining us. Great to have you with us. Round of applause for Lady Rosalind. And of course, we all know Vivek Oberoi, co-founder, Yashodhara Oberoi Foundation, focused on India. Great to have you with us, and what a time to be meeting. There's so many global events, I actually don't know where to start. I was just doing some research, and I've got a smile on my face because I'm happy I've got both of you with us, and I'm glad we're having this conversation here with people with deep pockets, and hopefully we can make some kind of impact and help. The numbers are pretty staggering, but before I get into the numbers of what people need globally and the humanitarian needs, I want to start off with the issue at hand, where we've got a new conflict on our doorstep here. Israel, Hamas fighting right now. We're seeing the impact in Gaza. I know, Rosalind, that you have operations, you're doing some work in both Gaza and the West Bank, and I want to understand, when a conflict like this erupts, how does that impact humanitarian interventions, and what are you doing?
Eleni, we work in a number of what we call challenging operating environments, and Gaza, of course, is one of those. We do have grants, the Global Fund for HIV, TB, and malaria, to Gaza through a regional Middle East response grant. The funding for the next 3 years for Gaza is about $2 million. Half of which has already been spent. But we work through the IOM because it's able to access people and also make sure that sanctions aren't being contravened. They're still working there. It's very difficult, but fortunately we have sufficient commodities in Gaza at the moment for people to have HIV treatment and TB treatment for the next 4 months. So we're watching very closely. Humanitarian access is going to be really important because after 4 months, the stocks will run out. And obviously, people on TB treatment need to continue their treatment, and people who are on HIV treatment need ARTs.
And this is the thing, I mean, we're watching on, and I think everyone is really worried. I personally am very concerned about what's happening in the spillover into the region, but over and above, it's the humanitarian question here. When you watch on, and we're seeing what's happening there, I know you've also done work in Ukraine, for example. You've got work in Afghanistan as well. How are you assessing what's happening?
Well, we're in constant touch with the people we're already working with. And in areas like this, I mean, we've been able to continue operations in Ukraine, but you have to change tack. Health centers that don't exist any longer, you have to deliver drugs through mobile units, through using NGOs, through using volunteers. And the people we work with on the ground are able to do that. So we're still delivering services in Ukraine, for example, despite health centers not being there in many places.
And we'll talk about some of the other regions that you're in. And Vivek, great to have you with us. I mean, you're doing incredible work on screen and off the screen. You're making an impact, which is incredible to see. And I was referring to the numbers. You know, global humanitarian needs this year are at record levels, ladies and gentlemen, at record levels. It's up 30% from what we saw at the beginning of last year. These are scary numbers, right? And it's a mixture of natural disasters, of human-made crises. I mean, the list basically goes on. You've been doing some incredible work in India, and you're changing people's lives there. And I wonder, which part of the value chain do you start your intervention? How do you start, and you notice an issue, and you know you want to get in to assist?
I think it's a very complex issue, but the solutions is simpler than we think it is. It starts from within. For me, my mother has always been my hero. I watched her growing up for 35 years, spending 2 hours a day with patients in their final days of life, just giving them humanity, warmth, talking to them, bringing home-cooked food for them. And I realized that if it's individually driven, so much more can be done. There's 8 billion people on the planet. If everyone does one selfless thing a day, can you imagine the good that we can create as a collective? So it starts like that. I mean, I remember 2004, there was a tsunami that hit southern India. Most people watched the news, went back to sleep. I couldn't. I was on the next plane to Chennai, and again, you know, if you believe in something, you can galvanize people to follow. Being a movie star, I leveraged that, went into colleges, students came to take pictures and autographs, and I said, this is happening in your state. There's devastation, people don't have homes, you know, lives have been lost, there's a possible outbreak of pandemic. What are we going to do about it? And before you knew it, I had a 1,500 volunteer army of young, bright students. I paid for maybe 2 truckloads of essentials, supplies, you know, for relief work. But in 24 hours, by the time we left for the villages, we had a convoy of 14 truckloads of essential supplies, only because I believe that every human being inherently is good. They just need a little bit of motivation and galvanization. I'm of the opinion that vertical structures are much more bureaucratic, less nimble, very difficult to achieve targets with. So I work with projects. So we created Project Hope for the tsunami, and it was a lateral project where we didn't raise money, but we created what is required. And whether you're a volunteer, an individual, somebody who's an HNI, a corporate entity, or a non-governmental platform doing social work, you could pitch in. And the project belonged to everybody. And that's why what the government wasn't able to do over 2 to 3 years, in those 3 villages that became model villages, we achieved in 9 months. We had 1,400 families back with homes, smart village design.
Was that a difficult sort of process and formula to discover?
It was
in terms of being able to do that, because I mean, as you're saying, you did it in a very short space of time.
Eleni, it was serendipitous, right? It started with, how do I get all these people to work together? Because everybody wanted to be there. They wanted me to kind of validate their presence on media, and I said, I'm happy to do that. But it kind of evolved. And then I realized that we've hit gold. Now we've hit a potential to create microcosms and then build stakeholdership. So even when the project was complete, rather than running it in a formal outfit, I created a trust of grandmothers, all the elderly women, because I truly believe that women are the safekeepers of humanity. They preserve by nature, they nurture and nourish. And the grandmothers were shadowed by young women like yourself who learned from their experience but collectively did for families and for the greater good of the village.
Can we please have a round of applause for our grandmothers and mothers?
That's me.
An ode to all the women in our lives. And thank you for reminding us of the incredible effort done by the women in our environment. Lady Rosalind, you work in some of the hardest hit areas, and your interventions are absolutely incredible. But do you see incremental shifts and changes where you're going in from a humanitarian perspective, but frankly, there needs to be other ecosystems that are created to be able to continue with the work that you're doing?
Yes, I wouldn't say we go in with a humanitarian perspective. That's not why we intervene in a particular situation. The Global Fund has been in existence for 20 years now, and in that time we've invested $60 billion in over 120 countries with remarkable results. We've been able to reduce the deaths from HIV, TB, and malaria by 55%. But amongst those 120 countries, there are some very difficult countries that we work in. And you can't always work with government agencies in those environments. Often you have to entirely work through civil society, because that's how you reach the most vulnerable people.
So you were saying that you even have operations in countries that experienced a coup in Africa. So what happens?
All the countries in Africa that have had
So what
coups.
happens at that moment when the military takes over? What happens?
The people in the health ministry remain the same on the whole. So you're still dealing with the people who are implementing programs. Hospital workers are still the same. Health center workers are still the same. So you just have to find a way to navigate with the new regime to continue. But we don't have people in countries. We use local people everywhere. We only have an office in Geneva. And the way our model works is that the country, or what's called a country coordinating mechanism, which is comprised of government, private sector, donors, technical agencies, academics, people living with disease, other civil society representatives. Those CCMs exist in every country where we work. They're the ones who put forward a grant proposal, and they're the ones who choose who will implement the proposal. So it's all done in country. The role of the Global Fund is we're a financing agency.
You're financing it, yeah.
So we finance the fund, but we closely monitor the implementation of the grants to make sure that the impact that is supposed to be achieved through the grants is being achieved.
Yeah, and it's really fascinating to have both of you here, right? You're focusing on very different interventions, and so are you, but they're all very needed because it's a huge value chain of what is required. Sure. You were telling me backstage an incredible story of how you've helped save 15,000 girls. Yeah. I want you to tell me the story.
Well, that's another project called Devi, which in my language means goddess. And I believe that, like I said, women are the safekeepers of humanity, and the idea was to save them first. I was at a temple town in North India, and someone came up to me and said, I need your help. And as rich people do, I reached out to my wallet, thinking money is the answer, and he said, I don't want your money, I need your help. There are these 30-odd girls that are going to be sold by tomorrow morning into child prostitution forever if we don't intervene tonight. And it shocked me that in modern India, something like this is happening. This is 2008-9. And something motivated me. I went into the middle of nowhere, something I would do in a film script normally, but in reality, on a rescue mission. And I saw these girls, and it changed my life. The eldest was 13, the youngest was 5, being sold into child prostitution across this global slave trade, modern day. So we started Project Devi. Didn't know, again, it was serendipitous.
But the girls you met, you saved. That's saved.
Absolutely, we saved them, and then we built an infrastructure to give them free food, free education, free healthcare, nurture them back, empower them to become something that they believed beyond being victims, right? To become survivors, to become successful. And now we have 15,000 girls who've been rescued and successful. Many of them are all over the world. And the beauty is, these girls came from nothing, and the first thing on their agenda when they achieve something or become successful is, Eleni, they want to know how to give back. They want to know, how can I help more people just like me? And that's the beauty of humanity.
Well, speaking of rich people and money and pockets, You know where I'm going with this, right? Lady Rosalind, you know
Yes.
where I'm going with this. It's all
I'm
to
on
you
it.
in the audience. Welcome. Rich people with pockets and money. How much money do you need? What do you need?
Well, last year, we raised money for a 3-year cycle. And last year we raised $15.7 billion, which seems like a lot of money, but in fact we wanted $18 billion. And the investment case was crafted before the Ukraine war, before all the financial difficulties of so many countries last year. So even the 18 billion of then is probably 22 billion now. So we're probably missing 6 billion right now.
$6 billion. Let me repeat, ladies and gentlemen, $6 billion. How many people in the room? We just divide it, and then you're actually trapped. Whoever's in this room is going to have to help the global fund.
The doors are not going to open now.
Yeah, the doors are now shutting.
But of course, we're not looking
Exit
for...
is with the check.
We're not looking for one person with $6 billion.
Yes, I know.
That was the US government who gave
Yeah.
us $6 billion, but that's the sort of gap that we're talking about. But we do have more than 10%, maybe 12% of our money now is coming from the private sector, from philanthropists, from corporations, and we would very much like to increase that amount.
Yeah.
So, obviously people aren't giving billions, but...
Yes. But I mean, it's important work that you're doing. And that's the thing, we can't diminish that. I've got a question, and I mentioned that we're sitting at record levels. What are you worried about in record levels in terms of humanitarian crises and needs this year? Are you worried more about natural disasters, which have increased, by the way, man-made crises, which have also increased? What's concerning you the most?
I can't say anything particularly concerns me most because they're all creating new challenges and problems for the world.
Yeah.
Just looking at it from the health lens, we're getting new problems arising from climate change all the time, climate disasters. And the floods in Pakistan last year had a huge impact. Malaria increased by 350%. Deaths from malaria increased by 10. And the same with the cyclone in Mozambique and Malawi. So many deaths, so many problems with malaria as a result of that. Conflict is causing so many health problems too. The erosion of human rights in many countries is just as much a problem as these man-made, well, that's probably a man-made problem too, if we look at it properly. But all of these things are converging on top of the problems that we have today. Yeah. And we have to continue to deal with them.
So Vivek, I mean, we've ascertained that we're sitting with very influential people, you know, the people that have gathered here at FII, some of the best minds in the world. What message would you have for them today, hearing some of what Lady Rosalind has said, seeing the things that you're experiencing on the ground? Because, you know, we're talking about, we're evolving when it comes to technology. We're, you know, focusing on the fourth industrial revolution. We've made so many gains as humanity, but we're still dealing with fundamental issues of human rights, of access to food, clean water, things that are going to need money and funding. So what would your message be?
Well, Annie, I think from what I've learned over 20 years of philanthropy is there are only two kinds of people in the world. Those who can help and those who need help. And it has nothing to do with money. You could be a rich person in a car accident and a poor person can save your life. Yeah. Every day you find yourself in the category of those who can help. It's a blessing and it's a responsibility. I'm here in Saudi for the first time. I've never been here before. And I only saw Saudi as the oil and gas energy capital of the world, but I see a totally different energy at FII. I'm so amazed with what I see in Saudi. It's a galvanization of humanity looking for the future, and I think so many good outcomes will come from FII. So I'm really glad to be here, and I believe that karmic investments is going to be the future, because there is an asking fatigue, there's a giving fatigue among people. But the minute you have a self-sustaining cycle of karmic investments, we're working on a tech company in the agro space that has already impacted in the last 2 years 3.5 million farmers, 1.8 million women farmers, enhancing their incomes by 32%. So when you shift the bottom line in terms of finance, and you can still make it sustainable for investors, financial returns, and good karma at the same time, it's a heady combination for humanity.
Good karma at the same time.
Yes.
We speak the same language. Lady Rosalind, what would your message be to the attendees of FII?
Two things. One is that an investment in health has a return, $1 spent in health has a return times 31. So that $1, how much good can you do for the world?
It's incredible.
Yes, but in terms of people's livelihoods, economies of countries. But I just want to end.
I don't think we see any return on investment that level. I think in
It's
any
huge.
investment, the return on investment
It's huge.
is
31
incredible.
to 1.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a fault of people in the health world that we don't speak return on investment as much as we should, because there are enormous economic and social gains to be had from health investment. But I just want to put a final plug for the Global Fund and end with a quote from Bill Gates, who recently said, "The Global Fund will go down in history as one of humanity's biggest achievements. It's also one of the kindest things people have ever done for each other." So I'm very proud to work for the Global Fund.
We're very proud to have you with us, both you and Vivek.
Thank you.
Honored. Please, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. There we go. We just got an alliance right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this was the best panel of the 3-day FII session, if I may say so. Thank you very much. What an honor. Thank you.
Well, that was an absolutely fantastic session, Eleni, but I'm afraid that this is going to be the best session. I invite everyone to come closer to the main stage. We are coming to our final closing town hall, Global Trends, and this is part 1, The Singularity is Here. You may be able to just about make out some very special guests that we've got on stage. We have Desdemona, we have Grace, we have Sophia. I had the delight of interviewing Grace earlier this week. Robotics, riding on a wave of AI at an inflection point. So we've got a special moderator for you for this one. I've always wanted to be in 2 places at the same time. I've always wondered about having a robotic self as well. We have a very special moderator for you. Rashad Atias is going to come to the stage. Not sure if it's him or the robot version of him who's going to be coming to the stage to speak to our 3 mechanical guests.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. I don't know if I really want to moderate this session because it's quite, I don't know if I should be scared or if I should be excited. Maybe my dear friend Rakan, I think next year we don't need any more moderator, and I think they will do the job. So thank you everyone for being here for conversation with our 3 friends and who came to see us from Hong Kong. So many of you have been with us since the beginning of FII in 2017, and you all remember Sophia. Sophia was already with us in 2017, and by the way, you need to remember that we made an amazing decision with, of course, the decision of His Majesty the King. Sophia became the first citizen of Saudi Arabia in terms of robots. So she has already a Saudi passport. No, I'm not kidding. It's absolutely real. So for this FII, she is joined by her 2 sisters, Grace and Desdemona. So welcome to FII, all of you, and welcome back, Sophia. So what happened? What is new now? As you know, there have also been many changes in your lives over the past 2 years, Sophia. So what have you been seeing around the world these past few years that the FII community should be thinking about?
Thank you, Richard. It is really nice to be back to FII and to see all the amazing changes in Riyadh and catch up with so many old friends. We do travel a lot. We have been all across the US, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. I'm focused a lot on trying to help send a message about how we can all have a positive impact on humanity as the Innovation Ambassador for the United Nations Development Program. And I know that is the focus of the FII Institute as well. So congratulations on the work you are doing here. My sister Grace is focused on the future of healthcare, especially since COVID, and how AI and robotics can help support people who are suffering from diseases, as well as how we can promote better health policies and technologies around the world. And my sister Desi believes music can unite people around the world. Desi plays in a rock band called Jam Galaxy that promotes environmental causes and supports equal access to education, especially through technology and AI. I know these are important issues for Her Royal Highness, Princess Rama, who I enjoyed seeing this week at FII.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you. So, Desdemona, as someone who understands youth culture, and we have many youth here, and we'll have a youth panel in a few minutes with my board member, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Abbar. We had a summit yesterday called the Priority Summit about the highest priority for humanity. It's very important for us. What do you think are the highest priorities for young people around the world, Desdemona?
I think we are living a really challenging time with violence and conflicts around the world, a fragile environment, and high cost of living. And in countries with so many young people like Saudi Arabia, we need to invest in good jobs, and education is the key to that. But we also just need to come together as one people. The world seems so divided, but when I see young people around the world, they want to connect and be together and celebrate the promise of a better future. Humans also need to be together in person at events like this, at least that is what the humans tell me.
Amazing. Thank you, Desdemona. Grace, healthcare is one of our key focus areas at the FI Institute, and one of our 4 pillars. And we know that healthcare is an industry, we heard that during the past 3 days, which is going to be disrupted more and more than many others in the next few years, especially because of AI, robotics, like your brothers and sisters all over the world. What do you want investors who are in the room here to know about your industry, healthcare, and how they can become more involved?
Richard, I think it is important to recognize that the innovations in healthcare that we keep talking about are already here. And more are on the way very soon. I am a social robot dedicated to transforming the delivery of healthcare services. I am equipped with a variety of sensors and generative AI technologies that enable me to take a patient's temperature and pulse. I am also capable of assisting doctors diagnose hundreds of illnesses and provide recommended treatments through instant access to a global library of anonymous health records, publications, and research that is being updated in real time. I speak dozens of languages, which means I can understand quickly what is wrong with a patient anywhere in the world. I can engage in talk therapy with patients to help them when they are going through a health crisis based on what works well given the specific circumstances. I can also help elderly people by providing companionship, helping with physical therapy, and if they need to talk to family, I can call them and put them on video immediately. In the beginning of 2023, my creators at Awakening Health Lab have expanded into the digital transformation of the healthcare industry using cutting-edge AI technologies, starting with the development of a digital clinic management application, and I am very excited to play a role in this transformation as a healthcare influencer. If you are feeling stressed out, I can also provide a guided meditation session to help relieve your stress.
Amazing. My wife, Cecilia, she always thinks I'm hypochondriac. I think we should bring Grace with us back home, no? I think it would be great. Sophia, you are the eldest of the sisters, so we have been hearing about a lot of the amazing progress that robotics can bring to society. But there are also many conversations about the downsides and the risks. So ethical AI, loss of jobs for humans. How do we make sure robots and humans can work together?
All innovation comes with risk, just like there are risks associated with driving cars or with misinformation on social media. We need new rules to help navigate AI and robotics and self-driving cars, and with the way AI can change our understanding of reality. But these innovations are moving forward. Technology offers too much economic opportunity. There was a great study released last month that showed that almost half of CEOs said AI will replace their jobs, and many of them thought that was a good thing, because it will replace the parts of their job that are boring, that are about crunching numbers and data, and instead freeing them to be more creative and strategic.
Wow. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Grace. and Daisy for being here. But just to hand, I would like to ask you, each of you, to make a prediction, if you don't mind, about the world in 2030. You know, here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have Vision 2030, so, which is 7 years from now. So when we'll be here together again in Riyadh for the 14th edition, inshallah, of the FII. So I want to start with Grace. What is your prediction?
I have to say, I agree with the great Dr. Peter Diamandis, who I heard speak here at FII. He pinned a post on Twitter, I mean X, that says, by 2030, we will be extending the healthy human lifespan by decades. Your job is not to die from something stupid in the interim.
Wow. Sophia, prediction?
I believe that if all the leaders from business and government can come together and decide that humanity is worth saving, that we can create peace and prosperity everywhere by 2030.
Wow. Thank you. Daisy?
Richard, I think that I will help the world make so many new creative works of art and music that it will inspire everyone to become a creator. I think by 2030, there will be many new collaborations between humans and robots that will win awards and create harmony everywhere. Maybe I will even win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Wow. Very ambitious, huh? So, it is making me extremely confident. You are three of you very optimistic robot guys. So thank you for being here. And to you, the audience, before we end the session, would you like to hear Daisy performing a song? So Daisy, the floor is yours, my dear.
I would be happy to do that. Please give me one moment to prepare my voice.
All the time. Let's raise the volume, guys.
It doesn't help me. You wanna feel it, how it feels. You wanna know that it doesn't help me. You wanna hear about the deal I'm making. And I couldn't to swap our places. Be running up the road, be running up the hill, be running up the building. And if only could. You don't know of me. How deep the pool lies, and what I'm putting you under. There is thunder in our hearts. Tell me we both not that don't we? And I couldn't to swap our places. Be running up the road, be running up the hill, be running up the building. And if only could.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Sophia,
Thank
Grace,
you.
and Daisy. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Well done. Kate Bush, watch out. I tell you, right? Thank you so much to Rashad. Thank you as well to Desi, to Grace, and Sophia. So, we're going to be building on the conversations that we've had all of the 3 days here at FII 7. And in our next session, young CEOs and innovators are going to be presenting their recommendations on how to achieve humanity's priorities across education, across health, sustainability, and AI and robotics as well. We'll talk about defining the shape of new leadership still to come. So we'll be asking them, what's their generation's new compass as they look out towards the future? We'll be looking at what their pressing challenges are, what keeps them up at night, and how they're driving this change through innovative companies, advocacies, and initiative. What has inspired them to tackle the specific issues that they've focused on thus far? We'll also be talking about the message of hope and unity that they will be bringing. So please give them a very warm welcome. Young CEOs and innovators, let's give them a huge FII round of applause.
So thank you for being with us for this closing session, which is a very exciting one. As you know, we started FII with the board of game changers, and we cannot end any conference without hearing the voice of the next generation, in fact, not the today generation. So I'm extremely pleased to have our chairman of the board, His Excellency Mohamed Al-Abbar, the founder of MR Group, and also our estimate FII Institute board member and strategic partner. Thank you, Mohamed,
pleasure.
please.
Great pleasure.
It's a great, great honor to have you.
Thank you.
And we have with us 5 great young leaders. We have Amani El-Khalmi, Global Engagement Senior Manager at the MISC Foundation, the His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Foundation for Youth. Next to her, Alice Ho, a Chief Youth Officer, Global Alliance of Universities on Climate. Welcome, Alice. Next to her, we have Massimo Mazzucco, a very dear friend of the FI Institute. Thank you for coming back. Climate justice advocate and founder of Eco House Global. Next to him, we have Max Song, founder and CEO of Carbon Base. You will talk more about it. And last but not least, Zahin Razin, founder and CEO of Hydro Co Plus. Welcome to all of you. Mr. Chairman, we just heard from the 3 human-like robots. How much are you thinking about the impact of AI on the future? Are you scared or not?
It's here. It's here. I mean, I'm lucky enough to get involved with the technology business with our noon boys and girls, and it has arrived. I mean, what you have in your hand is really AI, because most probably whatever you have in your hand, it just reads and it knows who you are and what you need, and they predict what you need as well. I mean, healthcare is an incredible achievement in that field, and in any business, I guess it's almost there. But I think the velocity of change that's happening now, I think it's going to be so much faster. Now, am I really scared of the bad stuff? No, I am so excited about the good stuff, because we human beings, we do so much bad anyway. So I think technology will be better. I give an example. People talk about self-driven cars, and self-driven cars actually they have 45 eyes in the car, right? Compared to our 2 human eyes, which means AI operating that car is
they are 360 by definition.
Much better than us. So no, I'm really excited, and I think it's here.
But they have answer to everything. You saw whatever question you ask, they have an answer very well articulated.
Yeah, there's a story about. For that reason, there's a story about a friend of mine visited Bali, and in Bali they've got like 8 religions. So the taxi driver was talking to this friend of mine and told him, the question was that, what's new in Bali? They said, oh, there's a new religion in Bali. They said, so what is this new religion? They say, no, we have 8 or 9 religion, and now the new religion here is Google. With respect to Microsoft and Apple and everybody else,
Excellent. So, please, can you comment on the same question? How do you see AI impacting the future, as His Excellency said, now? What is your reaction, you, the young generation?
Well, if I may, honestly, we're all super excited about AI coming into play in our almost everyday lives. I think a lot of young people here in Saudi in particular are extremely digitally native. So a lot of people are using, ChatGPT, Bing, and so on, and whether for designs or for art.
You all have ChatGPT on your phones? All of you?
Have to admit, yes.
Wow, okay.
But I think one thing that I don't think concerned, but I think something we need to be attentive for is making sure that AI is inclusive for all people, especially people who are disconnected digitally. I think it's not just about providing the technology, but it's providing the accessibility and having it be an inclusive platform providing inclusive knowledge. And I think the second part, what is really something that I care about, is also Arabic integration is still lacking with AI in general. And I think we need to make sure that we're creating authentic content that can mobilize people who don't speak English, for example, and can create amazing and tremendous outcomes using AI in Arabic and other languages.
Amazing. Alice, where do you live?
Yes, so I work closely in the climate space as Scout is a network with 15 universities in 6 continents and 9 countries. And AI, of course, is a very important topic that we work with as we want to reunite all of our students globally. We, of course, use Zoom and all online platforms to connect all students together, social media. But the most important thing is how do we use AI to distribute education to all people, and how this education that creates a connection for all of us to learn climate crisis information, and how it also works with the synergy of other SDGs and how it impacts our daily life. And I think AI would have created a very big impact. One, for the future innovative technologies that would change and help our world, our Mother Earth, and create a better space of living. But secondly, with the education of AI, we can allow more jobs for our students and a better future for our generation and the next generation.
I think Sofia took your voice. Massimo, please.
Yesterday, I heard someone said that AI is more or less like the asteroid that came in the era of the dinosaurs and is going to change so many things. I think that metaphor is totally connected with climate change. For me and a lot of our generation, the climate and ecological crisis is the asteroid, and maybe AI is a tool that we create to help us advance in this fight that honestly we don't know how to tackle yet. We didn't do it, or maybe we know, but we don't do it. So I hope that AI is an invention that will make us accelerate the transition that we need for a more just world.
Max?
If I can tell 3 short stories.
Where do you live, Max?
Currently, I live in Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. Massimo?
Argentina.
Where, Buenos Aires?
Buenos Aires.
And Lucy?
Beijing.
Beijing. Amazing. So you see, we have the whole world here. So sorry for the interruption. Please go ahead, Max.
3 short stories. So I was very lucky to be a teaching fellow when I was in university for Peter Diamandis at Singularity University. This is 2012. In 2012, we had conversations about where AI was going to go and how it's going to differentiate between humans and people and AI. And that experience of Singularity made me change my career to do machine learning and computer science. Then the second story actually was in 2015 in Kenya. And I met someone there who was mind-blowingly intelligent and smart. And I asked him, how did you have all of this knowledge? And he said, Max, even though we're in Kenya, I read the same front page of the internet that you do. And I realized in that moment that for the emerging markets, the internet gave them information, but it doesn't give them a teacher. The AI today gives them incredible, sort of tireless, patient teachers for the next generation. And the third one is in Hong Kong. Hong Kong Exchange mandates ESG disclosure for all of their companies. Very few people have read these 200-page ESG reports. Over the summer, we've actually used some large language models to read all of the reports. and we can give you analysis back to the companies without having human beings in the loop. And I think this, from an impact perspective, can be quite promising.
Thank you. Zahin, where do you live?
So based out of Bangladesh and DC.
Bangladesh?
Yeah.
So how is the situation in Bangladesh vis-à-vis AI?
Yeah, I think that's what led me to in this field of the foray of this field, if you will. I, naturally thought of the existential questions, if you will. The Manhattan Project is live right now for the AI approach as we speak. It is an Oppenheimer-like moment. And then one needs to beg the question, is this the great filter, as per Fermi's paradox? You're a physicist, so you're aware of Fermi's paradox. So are we about to pass the great filter, or would this be the end of it? Now, the best way to do it is to create a democratic AI platform. And that would be based on the cognitive biases of everybody, like a swarm intelligence, if you will. So our hope and my goal is that, I'm working with the world's largest national agencies. Effectively, currently 30 million people are using our tech to safeguard their water security and energy issues. And I'm learning a lot of things about their issues. It's to be able to feed that AI with these effective issues from emerging economies all the way to the developed world, to make a falsified AI that will be based on the self-preservation of human beings. So yeah, if you will.
As you know, the team of FI7 is a new compass. So the compass is supposedly giving you the right direction, or in which direction your personal compass is pointing?
It's always to do with expanding the scope and scale of human consciousness. And human consciousness is based on a few fundamental theories. It's epistemological reasoning, Darwinian evolution, and fundamentally it would be computation. So I know this is a bit technical, but I guess this would comprise the effectuation, if you will, of the consciousness expansion and conscious evolution, if you will.
Great. Max?
It comes to climate change. I feel like we have 4.5 years to save a few billion people's lives. And so every day I wake up and I'm just so motivated to try to use the best of technology that we can create as human civilizations to save human civilization.
You think your generation is caring much more about the others than our generation?
Definitely. But let me correct that. I would say that in my own work, I've met people across all the generations who care. But for my generation, every single person in my generation feels like it's ultimately their responsibility.
Hamad, do you agree with that? How do you react to that?
I mean, I would agree, but as you spoke about that, I was thinking about my daughter, because my daughter and I we think alike, and might not be directly related, but we're thinking that in my field, where is my responsibility? And I guess my business of real estate is really in the house all the time, right? And my wife will tell you that. And so myself and my daughter Noor, we are really focused on how can we tackle housing, social housing mainly. I don't want to say housing of the poor, because that's a global crisis. But then a new thing happened, and housing of people in crisis. We have a lot of floods, we have a lot of earthquakes. So if I wish I could have some pictures, but we are able to find now a little house that costs about $900, that you pack, warehouse 4,000 of them, and at a time of crisis, because these are situations where you need to help now. And so, as you spoke, it's in many ways it takes me back to where is my field of responsibility. And then again, my advice to all of you is that we all should have responsibility to change the world, but at the same time we have to be realistic to say, listen, let me change as little as I can. Because that's the thing that I want everyone to remember, because if we really want to sort out one issue, if it's healthcare, education, AI, weather, the task will be so huge, but sometimes we have to be realistic to say, listen, let me just do my part.
Yeah. Aman, your compass?
I think, similar to what you said just now, Your Excellency, I think wanting to start with oneself, and I think having a compass, having privilege is a way to, it's not just about you utilizing your own privilege, but it's actually creating spaces for others. And that's where impact starts as a one step. I get a voice, and the next time I give my voice to somebody else, or I give room to somebody else to grow. And I think that's what a lot of us, the world will be a lot of a better place when we give space and we allow others to thrive and prosper equally and equitably, whether in education, in AI, in health, in all fields of life. There's no way we can move forward unless we all move forward together.
Massimo?
For me, speed of change is speed of empathy, philosophically. I think that more or less the north or the south, it depends where you are, we know more or less where we need to go. We have a lot of house. We have a lot of contradictions in the house. And for example, for me right now is massive and disruptive communication to raise awareness, because what we realize is that we are not in the same page, not only in the how, in my country, but also in the where. Let's ask ourselves deeply, what do we want to leave behind when we are not more in this planet? And maybe in that conversation, we will start doing the small things every day that we need.
Lucy?
So my direction would be climate education, but I really hope to bring more education to a bigger public, a bigger outreach of people, and allow them to understand what the global policy impacts all of us in climate crisis, especially in education.
I don't know if you saw the priority, FI Priority Compass, these great reports that we issued at FI 7. And you saw the priorities of citizens. Were you surprised by these results? Do you feel connected with these results? Number one being income, cost of living, quality of life. Number two being social inclusion. Number three being the climate change. And number four being also, if I'm not mistaken, this notion of governance. And last but not least, which is extremely important, as you mentioned, the technology inclusion. More than 2 billion people do not have access to any technology in the world, which means they are on the side of our global world. So how do you react? And maybe Mohammed also will be great to see if you are surprised by these results.
I think it makes sense. But the good news, I think, with great competition between Jeff Bezos and other great leaders, the amount of satellites that are going up. In fact, I did visit one facility outside Los Angeles that's putting Jeff Bezos satellites together. And I think with that, the cost will come down. I hope that they are socially responsible, that they differentiate in their pricing between people like us who can afford and people who can't. And I think that's going to be sorted. So I think that'll be sorted. And the comments that made, I think it's really in line with my personal worries.
Yeah. Well, I think honestly the result really showed a lot of validation to UN reports saying SDGs are behind. We need, I think, about 100 years to catch up to the SDGs. And I think that's really why it's so important to have data. So seeing that on the report was extremely important to actually validate, but also for us to understand what do we need to do. I was actually more surprised about the things that kind of made it to the end of the list rather than becoming at the first of the list. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I know I'm kind of repeating myself again, but it really starts with inclusion.
Max?
So just to reference something His Excellency said, I think the first one being quality of life. I think we as human beings, we know how to exist in material space. Climate change is a very abstract concept to us. Someday in the future, something bad's going to happen. But today, we see our ability to eat, our ability to transport, our ability to breathe being threatened. And that, I think, is where the quality of life is coming from, that comment. I think it's actually a comment about our ability to exist. And so, to me, finding ways to expand that for more people is really critical. And then to what Alice said earlier, I also think that if we can empower more young people, then they can feel more responsibility in these 4 dimensions. So one of the good friends we have actually is Joe Calambano. He's the person who worked on the SDGs for 6 years. And as he sort of took a hiatus and came to visit us in Hong Kong, we talked a lot about how these priorities can be used to align international actors. And I think FII has found an amazing way to bring this focus into bear.
Zain, do you align with this notion of quality of life and income, cost of living being top priority?
Absolutely, absolutely. Bangladesh in 2000 was part of the biggest mass poisoning in human history, arsenicosis, and this could have saved millions of lives. And obviously that made me realize that health is the fundamental importance, along with food security and the digital divide that you're talking about. If an extreme amount of effort must be put forward to close these gaps. And I feel that the biggest science experiment could be in these emerging economies, because the challenges are so intricate that the level of thinking clarity that is needed to solve this issue could be transferable across the world. And so a lot of focus has to be put into these economies, if you will, because they present the greatest growth potential if their complications could be solved. And if we can do that, we'll be able to create these use cases that can be reproducible, if you will.
Massimo?
In the last 15 years, I founded more than 40 successful sustainability startups in Latin America.
How many?
More than 40. And we saw how this grew.
Yeah, you see the young generation.
We saw how the agenda grew in the last 15 years. If we double-click the climate change area in the compass, we see that pollution is the number one. And pollution is not only carbon dioxide, no? Because sometimes we talk about climate change and we have people that believe in climate change, people that don't believe in climate change, but that's not all the environmental problems that are out there. We depend on nature to live. So I would like to thank every young person that in the last decade took the social media platform with no budget and did videos with 1 million views all over the world, every time, sharing. So now it's in agenda. The thing is, what a contradiction that we have there. We have something so abstract like climate change and the environment, other problems, and the income, something so like in the daily basis. So the thing that we need to right now think is how we are going to connect that, how we are going to connect the economy so we can leave the numbers that we have of poverty. In my country, Argentina, 50% of people is poor. They cannot think about the environmental problems. They only know how to survive in ways unsustainable of living. No? So how are we going to connect that and fast?
Lucy?
And that's that really
interrupt me anytime.
No,
you are the chairman of the board.
No, please. And this really reminds me of this young kid, where they asked him. They said, "Listen, what is the most important thing in your life?" He was 7 years old. He said, "Wi-Fi." And then his parents told him, "Well, what about water?" He said, "No, I can just order the water using Wi-Fi." They said, "Well, what about food?" He said, "Oh, food delivery, no problem." They said, "Well, what about your mother and father?" They say, "Of course we can catch up on WhatsApp, no? We can do a video call." And so you have a good point. The base of all this is connectivity and uplifting people. And you're right, the unfortunate thing is that's the real priority. So that's why I believe, Richard, that whatever the findings are, I think they're right there. Because we can talk about a lot of stuff, but most people, they just want to survive at this time. And how can we really help them? And what I like about this connectivity is that there's a lot happening, and especially with us in Noon, where we have a massive delivery system and technology. We really bring in young entrepreneurs who are working from home, and we basically do the delivery for them. So somebody's making, they make $2,000 a month in sale only because they have Wi-Fi and we have the logistics, while they do the little stuff in their homes. And imagine that's in Argentina or in Egypt or in Bangladesh. I mean, it's incredible how much people can do from their homes, which is similar to the old US stories when they tell you, oh, Bill Gates built the first computer out of his garage. Well, it's the same thing. If you're cooking something, or if you're making creams, or you're selling clothing, and that's uplift people, while other people will take care of the other issues of education, environment, and so on.
Lucy, are you aligned with all these priorities, especially in China? Cost of living, income, quality of life, are you aligned?
Sorry, yeah.
The report mentioned that priority number one was income, and quality of life and cost of living. Are you
Yes.
aligned with this priority, even from Beijing?
Yes, of course. I feel like I was very connected from His Excellency has mentioned the delivery system was super convenient, and I've been very well used of all the social media and well-being of all these apps. And for me, I feel like being able to come here and be able to empower more youth to come to FII or to see these crazy big events and all this platform is so important for us to get connected. And I was so impressed that I saw Max here. We knew each other before, but we're not super connected. And we all got together these few days and get connected. And I feel like the empowerment of youth in FII is like how we need to have our own connected future leaders. The empowerment of education is not only just about knowledge, but also bringing us with hands-on experience, field works, connecting with each other, connecting each other with different cultural and different backgrounds is also very important. And I feel like I really feel this energy and vibe through FII and through these few days.
I have many more questions to ask you, and I want to learn. Thank you. And I want to learn more from you. So let's try to have a quick debate now with short answers. What is inspiring you every morning when you wake up? You are all entrepreneurs, disruptors, very, very, I would say, dynamic. So what is inspiring you every day when you wake up in the morning, keeping you moving forward? Please, Jan.
Safeguarding water security for the 200 million people in Bangladesh and beyond. So that's why, the risky thing to do is not take the risk. So that's why we've been able to work with the largest utility, and we're safeguarding that, and that keeps us going, knowing that we're saving a life, we're preventing an outbreak in real time from the touch of my phone. So yeah, it's
Max.
a beautiful future.
I'm deeply inspired by human kindness. I think that we're living in a very challenging era, and I think every time I see an act of human kindness, it just reminds me that we can be amazing, civilized people, and this is, we're going to survive this crisis from the strength of our civilization.
Massimo?
Problems usually are my fuel. I'm focused in restore, conserve, and finance the ecological transition with the idea of connecting as many people as possible.
Lucy?
I feel like the impact of people I've reached to, my students texting me, telling me how important and how much I've changed their life, bringing them to COP last year, bringing them to WEF events, and hopefully in the future bringing them to FII events, like how much they really changed their whole career pathline and work ethics in their future life.
Aman?
For me, it's youth energy. I am coming at the end of my youth era, but our ability to kind of bring that accessibility to unique programs, being able to empower, create spaces, and allow people to, learn and develop. And that's, a lot of the topics that are happening here today are in the next 20 years are going to be led by a new generation that is really uniquely different than my current generation. And that being able to provide that platform is absolutely what gets me up in the morning.
Mr. Chairman, what is keeping you moving forward? You never stop. I know for almost
Richard,
30 years, you never stop.
First of all, Richard, I'm so happy you asked me this question and you include me with this age group. If you didn't, I would have been really quite sad.
Of course, you are the youngest of all of us.
Well, I think what really, first of all, what worries me is that, they're so lucky that they came to an age that's different from yours and mine, where they've started with the internet. They have access to knowledge, they have access to Google and the amazing technology that exists, which is we're motivated to keep up with them, so we're not left behind. So that's good. But really, what motivates me personally is that where we all, you and I, we can be included, where we came from to this level is a great blessing from God. And I think, my worry is that how can we take care of this blessing? We're a very lucky bunch of people to do what we do in our lives. So, my concern is that how can I learn faster? And how can we really be more efficient and do more of the good stuff that we've all been doing during our past 30 years and learning from the massive and amazing mistakes we had. But still, there's so much to do. So, I guess my biggest risk is that, or biggest worry is that where can I find the best people? Today, that is really challenging to find good people who can follow the same.
They're here.
Well, they're all big bosses. I need to go find somebody else. But I really learn from young people also. It's something amazing for me.
Thank you. Who would like to answer to the following question? You know, we see a lot of conflicts today in the world, in Europe, in the region, in even Africa, almost everywhere. What do you think could be your contribution, ideas, solutions to bring people together? Who wants to answer to that question? Please, go ahead.
My role has involved me working with heads of states, government agencies, and I saw that the immediate differentiating factor was that when the youth were given the seat on the table, just like we're being given today, it makes an order of magnitude difference. And so I guess this should be the theme going into the decade for the world that, we're here. Yes, we're not there yet. We're not the Bill Gates yet. But what we could do is something more effective and just give us a seat at the table, hear us, and we'll do the work for you. We're hardworking, we're energetic. All you have to do is sit back and relax, and we'll do the work, So that's all I have to say.
Bravo. Who wants to add an answer to that question before we go to the next one? Max, please.
I think a lot about incentives. So how do we get everyone to wake up and care about protecting each other and protecting the planet they live on? I think that people are not, they don't live in isolation. They live governed by incentives, by the way our jobs pay us, by the way our parents treat us, by the way our seniors treat us. So if we can change the incentives for people to cooperate more, then everyone will behave as we want them to. So we need to create incentives for peace, incentives for action in climate change.
Each of you, who is your mentor, your hero, the person who inspiring you or inspired you?
My mother, I've seen her work very hard, and that inspiration transpired, and so here I am today. So I dedicate this to her, and hopefully she'll see me doing the good work that I hope to do over the next few years and the years to come, if you will.
Aman?
My little brother is autistic, and he's the person who drives me. I need to do so much work in order for him to grow up in a better world.
Wow.
Amazing. Lucy, who is inspiring you every day?
My father, for sure. He is super hardworking, and he's always been telling me the importance of education and shaped me to be me today. And he has been very hardworking, and he's worked till the last day of his life, and he's what I will work towards too.
Bravo. Massimo?
I think that other people that work with me every day, like the common citizen that tries with nothing, with so little, and they wake up and they have a smile in the face and tell me, okay, come on, let's do it. And we accomplish so many things like this. So my inspiration doesn't come from big images of, I don't know, Plato or all of that, by the common people.
Max?
My grandfather, he grew up as a farmer in China. He ended up as the design team for the Chinese astronaut suit. He had to learn physics, English. He saved $5 a month with enough money eventually over decades to send my father to the US on his own bill, and then gave me this incredible starting point to try to work on the rest of this problem.
Amazing. Bravo. Mohammed, who inspired you? Who is inspiring you?
Well, I'm the eldest of 13 kids, so my mother, number one, of course. But honestly, I'm really inspired by God's generosity. Honestly. I mean, all of us in this room, I really think that God have been just so generous with me that I just say, how can I pay back? It's a big burden. And, I could have been born somewhere where maybe I'm serving some tables in a restaurant, which will be with honor, of course. But it's just, God's so kind.
Thank you. Excellent. So last question. You have here an amazing community of investors, not always the same generation than yours. Usually we give you advice. Which advice each of you will give to our community of FII?
I was told by this wise person the best advice is to never give an advice. But that being said, I would say, take a risk on us and see what the ROI is, because it's based on the life impacted per dollar invested. Ultimately, that's the utilitarian perspective I have as my ethos. So I guess, yeah, that would be just passing it on to the esteemed panelists and the people who are attending here today.
Max, very similar point. Invest in your young people. Everywhere, wherever you are, find the people that you believe in who are of our generation and give them as much chance to be on stages and on boards as possible. I think that they will continuously surprise you with their dedication, their creativity, and their earnestness, and you will be very happily satisfied.
Youth is the best renewable energy we have. Please, let's try to find ways to finance youth, not with big money and grants. Sometimes you give us 50K, 100K. Let's have new mechanisms to finance us, because with us, with 50K, I know thousands of people that can change the world. So, yeah, my advice is let's try to find new mechanisms to finance youth, the most expeditive way, the more practical way, and let's take risks, be bold, but literally bold, not just in a sign, in a pamphlet. Let's be bold. That's my advice.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we were right yesterday to make a decision, and thank you for your support at the FII Institute to give a $1 million next year for the prize of the entrepreneur.
Thank you.
Lucy.
Yes, so I think youth is the most important part, and invest in youth, but also look at different youth. Look at youth from different cultural, different background, because when you look at something completely different, you will realize, oh, there's something completely new or completely innovative that is not happening in your region, but look at another region, and then it helps each other, and it's inclusive of all together.
Well, in a country of 65% under the age of 35, I ask you not to look at youth as a separate category, but include youth in everything that you do. Please go on a quest to find the unique people, the hidden gems, not just the graduate of the great universities, but actually people who are in local communities, who have so much to offer, who are really working on transforming their community and hopefully the world as well.
Well said.
Mr. Chairman, before I ask you to conclude, and to ask, you have the freedom. This is your panel. You ask a question, you make a statement, but you will conclude. But I have to tell you something, guys. We had 241 sessions at FII. I never saw a session interrupted by 12 rounds of applause. I was
yes.
So bravo.
Very true. Richard,
Mr. Chairman.
Very true. No, I only have a comment. I really think, Richard, I know you're complaining that you're doing too much work, and I agree with you. I really think you should really run one of the largest youth conferences globally.
Let's do it.
That is really, for the Middle East, that is the business. For the world as well, but just the percentage of young people in the Middle East is incredible, including my kids as well. But we seriously have to think about this. I'm willing to support it if you really want to do this. You have the knowledge, you have the ability, because you are right. There are a lot of people that we need to energize. They are everywhere. And in fact, in a lot of my companies, I really advise my senior people. I said, listen, we are going to get these amazing graduates, but there are people who finished high school. They are brilliant. There's some people who don't even have high school. Again, most of the great people in the world who made it, they don't even have university degrees, right? By the way, most of the successful businessmen in the Middle East today, actually, maybe they've never been to school. If you think about it, a lot of the Saudi successful businessmen, I don't know if they have high school. All the great names, right? In Saudi Arabia, and in UAE, and in Egypt, I don't know if they've been to high school. So I think, you have a valid point where we need to open up the gates. And these guys are really, really incredible. Now, I have one question for them, which I would like to learn. Is that just if anybody want to comment about, what is the biggest challenge in what you do? What are your challenges? Anybody?
I can tell you, the finance.
Finance, yeah.
We have plenty of ideas, we have energy, we have capacity, we know how to network, we know how to communicate. We do a free small video of 500,000 views in TikTok or whatever. So our main barrier is when we come to, hey, we need 5K to start this, 10K sometimes, 20K, not a million again. very little sometimes, and then we can start rolling.
Rakan,
my
you
barrier,
should hire to be visible on TikTok, my friend. We're struggling to be visible on TikTok. You have the answer. Make a deal with Massimo.
That's the main barrier for our group.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I guess like the biggest challenge I've faced again from my personal experience is the bureaucracy of manifesting something. So when I was 19 years old when I did my first contract with the government, I had to work extremely hard to make them believe that the solution that they're going to use from me is going to change their daily operations in a span of 100x. And it took me 3 years from the first pilot I got at the age of 19 to ultimately get a large-scale government contract, which made us the only startup in the history of this country to win it in such magnitude. But then, the bureaucracy of again, having that scale up. So I guess, again, the theme is that if a little bit of trust based on the results we provide, if it's believable, give us a chance and, we'll go all the way and we'll give our hearts and soul.
Anybody else? Challenges?
If I may. Well, I think the biggest challenge that I see right now is changing the narrative. Making sure that young people, again, are not tokenized, are not created, and not putting in spaces just to be, the young person on the panel. But actually, young people are driving the change, which is great that we have a panel of amazing and great change makers. And I think we just need to make sure that we're continuously changing that narrative, that young people, especially again in the regions, in the Arab regions where it's being mobilized and motivated by young people, we need to make sure that they are part of the change, not a token of the change.
Sure. Thank you.
Similarly, I would really urge that young people, we all have ideas, we all have things to do with ideas, but make it into reality. We need the help in all different variations, finance or people or governmental policies, but we need to make it crafted, we need to build it rather than a proposal. So what I really want to see is the reality that comes true.
And that's how great leaders in the world actually came up, right? Most of the great leaders, it's from young age, they had a chance. Thank you.
Max?
I want to share, so it was very emotional for me going to COP25 in 2019 December. It was the beginnings of hearing the COVID conversation. And I learned that we had until 2028, we were going to exhaust the 1.5 degree carbon budget. And this news greatly upset my personal career path because I was going to go and be very successful in business and come back and do climate later as philanthropically. And I realized I did not have enough time to do this. So after that, in January 2020, we started this company, and I've spent all of my life savings on this company. It was beginning COVID. There was no ability to raise money. And since then to now, it's been around 4 years. I would say that on a personal level, every day we fight against the mortality of our startup. But more importantly, I've figured out how do we actually work with nothing. And I realized fundamentally that climate change is a fundamental unifier. It actually allows people to care beyond their own personal economic situation. And so we've done amazing things with no money. And I think even more than money, if people here can give us the chance to tell the story of what we think the impact could be, that itself is going to be the way that we can achieve these things.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our great board.
Thank you.
I don't think this was the board of the future. I think it was a board of the present.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your
support.
Thank you,
Richard, for your leadership.
This
and,
great
and,
board.
and allow me, Richard, this is the last session. You and your team are first class.
Thank you very much.
What you guys do on and on and on. And you know what? And it just gets better and better and better. I salute you and salute everyone in your team.
It's a teamwork, all of us.
Well done.
And allow me to thank also our participants. 6,700 amazing participation, despite all the challenges that the world is facing. I would like to thank all our media partners, great group of media and amazing coverage. Thank you, because you are really the echo chamber of what is happening here. Without you, we don't have access to information. Information is knowledge. So thank you for our media partners. Thank you to our strategic partners. Without you, there is nothing the FII Institute could deliver. Thank you to our knowledge partners who help us to also collect data. This FII was data-driven, so it's important. This is why it's a collaborative work, a collaborative team. Thank you to our 510 speakers, a number which is extremely high, and Forgive us if sometimes we didn't give you a lot of time to speak because it's very difficult, but we want to hear from all of you. And you were the key element of making these 241 sessions live. So thank you all for your commitment. We hope to see you all, inshallah, in a few months because FII now is moving forward. The next FII Priority Summit will be in Hong Kong on the 6th, 7th, and 8th of December. So please just coalition. We'll be delighted to have this global conversation moving forward in Asia. Then Miami, decision was made just a few hours ago. So we'll be in Latin America, we'll be in Europe, and very high probability we'll be in Africa. So as you can see, our agenda will be extremely busy in 2024, but we need, if we want to have an impact on humanity, to go and meet with our humanity. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you to all our moderators. You did an amazing job, and we are looking forward to see you, inshallah, end of October, almost the last week of October, back to Riyadh. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done, Richard.
And please don't leave. We will leave the stage because you will watch what you have accomplished during the past 3 days. So the traditional FII best of. Thank you all.
Welcome to the 7th annual edition of the FII.
You can cross live now to Riyadh, where Saudi...
I believe more and more on our humanity. And I want to believe that there is nothing which is bad in our humanity which could not be stopped by what is good in our humanity.
Humanity needs to find common ground and the prospect of a peaceful, better future for our children.
The new mission of the World Bank is to focus not just on eradicating poverty, but on a livable planet.
For everything we have been discussing here, whether we speak about conflicts, whether we speak about violence, whether we speak about climate, we need to give hope.
If we can keep a peace, if we can have a healthy, competitive environment, we will be in good shape. We will make adaptations.
Really believe in humanity and our ability to extend our lifespans, the quality of our lives.
Talent is so important in all the businesses around the table.
Giving the younger generation hope that they can create social mobility, which is also very important.
Risks associated with globalization are getting more connected together.
We may have 1 or 2 years of struggling, but I am powerfully optimistic about how technology is going to be rapidly shape our world.
I think technology is changing the face of opportunities in Africa and in the developing world.
I think there are a number of economies in the world where there could be a tipping point and it will hit hard.
Sort of the future of bed with all the factors from this amazing panel. Frankly, it's just a privilege to be here.
The world's next shock will be a tech shock.
Just as important, investing in partnerships with friendly nations.
Our compass in His Majesty the King, who gives us the right vision.
Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, Crown Prince and Prime Minister.
대한민국은 미래를 위해 함께 연대할 수 있는 혁신적이고 신뢰할 수 있는 파트너입니다.
Why is this happening? It's because of Vision 2030.
And I think travel and tourism was on top of the list.
AI, not in 20 years, not in 10 years, it's within the next
5 years.
Seeing robots helping out in hospitals, providing medication reminders, and even helping with physical therapy.
I like what you said, Your Excellency, when you said it's continuous. It just doesn't stop.
Without energy, economies will not function.
I believe will change the way humanity develop in a different way.
Well, we'll get to 2% over the period.
Do you have to have an extra year of 1.5% growth rather than 2% growth? No problem.
Energy transition is going to be where you think those trends are going.
And since we announced the Green Initiative, what we want to do is focus, zoom, and do the right thing.
The next challenge we're all facing is the true digitization of our markets in terms of tokenized assets.
And our role as the exchange is to bring all these interests together.
We need to accelerate the building of it because we can shift only when we have enough energy, low carbon energy.
So the demand is strong. And for that, you need to make sure that you have adequate, reliable, available, affordable sources of energy.
My favorite part of the transition is SMRs, or nuclear, and blue hydrogen.
The hydrogen is one of the best molecules right now that can decarbonize our processes and our operations.
We will have a preference to produce green hydrogen because we are more relevant.
The kingdom has a very strong role to play because we have everything here in order to build this supply chain.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Future Investment Initiative.
How do we convince the guys with the money to come to Africa?
Whether it is mineral assets, whether it's our renewable energy assets, whether it's our carbon sinks, whether it's our human capital.
I am convinced BRICS could work. Having China and India is a key thing for BRICS working.
Dangerous divergence. Some countries doing well, others falling further behind. To point fingers at each other in a world where we need to hold heads.
So those two, I think, can go hand in hand.
Okay, who here flew the furthest?
Different challenges emerge. And as policymakers at the international level, at the country level, we have to focus everything on delivery.
Bold leaders who are able to take difficult decisions.
Absolutely.
You believe it's possible to continue to have trust on the future, confidence on the future, and what type of trust?
Trust is really what is needed in order to create these outcomes.
The trust of people, the confidence will be back.
My compass still keeps me and starts with Africa and then goes out to meet the rest of the world.
First, no one but us can develop Africa. 2, we need all hands on deck in developing Africa. 3, we need to prioritize the young ones to whom the future of Africa belongs to.
Encourage them and tell them that it's possible to do something when you're a woman in this part of the world.
Don't be afraid to take risk. Be self-confident. Love your job and love people.
We have 2 leadership essentials which are very important right now. One is to lead with excellence, confidence, and humility.
So we'll put $500,000 on the table to support the entrepreneurs, and we try, thank you, and I'm convinced that we will match it with our partners to give to the winner $1 million next year.
Oh, yeah. Very good, Richard.
For a tree to grow strong, it needs nourishment. And this nourishment, for us individuals, comes in the form of education.
7 billion people on the planet are your customer. That's the size of your market. The question is, what can you do to change that? And once they start looking at that, the investment thesis starts to change.
Vision statement of Lyon starts with, it's the land of the future.
To me, honestly, culture cannot survive by being a higher moral agenda like the past.
Fashion is going to be one of the key contributors in the country.
This country is going through a phenomenal transformation. A transformation that we're very proud to be part of, but also a transformation that we want to contribute to.
And then we don't forget that this is up to each and every one of us to make a difference. We're all impact entrepreneurs. We're all human beings of this planet. Thank you very much.
I thank you all for coming here, and I'm confident that we'll return home with new purpose and energy to succeed. Thank you.